What's going on, Fortnite fam? It is time. An open qualifier round, 2 weeks of competition, and a reboot round have led us to this very moment. The FNCS Invitational Grand Finals. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be playing some games, and at the end, we will crown an FNCS Invitational champion. Now, to start off the show, we've got Monster D-Face, we got Sundown, we might even have a Sancho West join us in just a moment, but we're gearing up. The battle bus is preparing. It had a little bit of a stutter there. The bus driver got a little bit too excited, but don't worry. We'll get into games as soon as we can. But first, let's go ahead and talk about the show itself. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. Hope you've had an absolutely incredible day. Thank you for spending your time with us hanging out in the FNCS Invitational Grand Finals. We'll go ahead and talk about the tournament format itself. What has kind of led us here to this moment? Well, first it started with an open qualifier where 100 players joined through week 1. Week 1 was FNCS Invitational Grand Finalists were invited on through, as well as content creators, and after 20 games, 300 moved on to week number 2. In week 2, 80 qualified here for Grand Finals, and yesterday we watched an absolutely insane reboot round where top 20 players in every region moved on. After 2 days, 6 games apiece, an FNCS Invitational Grand Finalist will be crowned. Let's go ahead and talk about the schedule of the show. You're probably saying, Zeke, but when can I watch games? Well, you can watch games pretty much all the time. All 7 regions are running games at their own pace. Now, please do keep in mind, we ourselves will only be broadcasting 2 of the 7 regions going head-to-head. That is Europe and NA East, with a small break in between. But listen, there's streamers, there's content creators, there's so many people streaming their games, so you always have some Fortnite to watch, and this is the time to do it, the FNCS Grand Finals. Invitational, baby! It's awesome. Now, of course, we probably want to know about the format itself. Victory royales are worth 33 points, and placing top 10 is right where you want to be, because you can still earn a pretty sizable points from placement. You can still earn placement points as far as 75th, and every single elimination is worth that very chunky 4 points. We saw that factor into yesterday's reboot round, but now that the competition has taken a step up, we may see placement be much more valuable and more sought after. Of course, guys, don't forget there is prizing there available for every single region. We'll take a look at the breakdown across all the regions here. And I mean, listen, there's going to be an FNCS Invitational Grand Finals, but there's still money across the board for everyone that has made it this far. This has been a journey for a lot of these players, and for the 100 of the very best to stand above and say, look, we're the very top 1%. This is their breakdown here in EU. Absolutely insane. Not that bad for just a couple weeks of Fortnite. I make this joke every time. It makes me wonder, should I be a player? Joke's on me. I'm just going to stick to being a host. Now, of course, gentlemen, let's bring it back. I believe Sancho is now joined here with us. We got some things to talk about. We also want to talk about the other regions, though, because as I've kind of mentioned, there are 7 regions going head-to-head. We'll be taking a look at EU and NA East. While these other regions are taking place kind of before, in their own time zones, we actually have some of the results there. And for some of them, like ME, Asia, and OCE, they'll actually be running their course back. So we'll be able to take a look at their first day results. And they'll actually give us a pretty good snapshot of what we should expect heading into day 1 of EU and NA East, as well as what we can expect from those other regions heading into their performance tomorrow. Because don't forget, after only 12 games, 6 games both days, we will have an invitational champion. So, gentlemen, as we get ready to take a look at these, I'm going to kind of toss it over to you to kind of break down some things we are kind of seeing. We'll go ahead and start things off here with OCE. And Sundown, Vortex right now, after his first 6 games, 137 points, 18 eliminations. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start, helping him out towards the top. The 18 elims definitely kind of banking a lot of his points there. But one thing you'll notice is kind of the spread between 1st and 10th is already going to tighten up a little bit once we get in this top 100 lobby. Don't forget, 6 of the 12 games have been played, but some other familiar names on there. X2 Twins Jordan, as well as Jinx and Looter, who was able to qualify through, able to push on up towards the top 10. So all of them having a very realistic shot. You'll also probably see less of those like really large elim elim-based games, and you're going to see a more balanced approach kind of as the skill disparity from the very top of the lobby to the bottom of the lobby is compacted in each one of these regions, because again, this is the top 100 players. As now we swing on over to the next page, and some more familiar names being seen on there. Speedy, who we saw come through the reboot round, actually pushing up into 11th, mostly on a placement-based kind of strategy, but you also have Volks, Bola, two players who we've seen not only win Cash Cups in the region, but Volks was a two-time Agent of the Week, winning Week 1 and Week 2 out of OCE, so hopefully continuing to push that performance forward as we switch on over to the third page here.
I mean, yeah, and that's the name of the game right now. Kings like Volks, who have been literally on the throne in the region, can they be overthrown by other players, by these other competitors who are really kind of ramping up? I mean, you see Rel in there, you see players like Fresh who are ranking up right now. These are all try-hard competitors, and everyone's made it this far. Only 12 games kind of in the bucket here, 6 of which are already down. There's some huge kind of point differentiators from the players that are trying to catch up to first place right now. So we'll see if the OCE region of these players can step up to the plate now and really deliver when it matters. Here's your last page, though, before we hop on over to Asia. Grand final standings here.
And one thing you'll note immediately in Asia, you see Kujapi up there. He actually placed first last week, just 7 points behind Nexus Poca with the 16 eliminations and the 137, both being the top marker in Asia and OCE. So we can kind of guess that that might be right around where a top dog in NA East and EU might end up. Some other familiar names on this page. You see Riddle Bob, who is on there, as we swap on over now to 10th through 20th. And we look again, the spread between the player in 11th and 20th is only 13 points. 3 eliminations or a push into top 5 from any of those players will make the swing, and there's still 6 more games to be played as we swap on over. You see Curran, who was able to win week 3 out of Asia, Fazy Bay, who's had a number of good performances during the World Cup days, as well as Wizard, the World Cup qualified player, hanging out there kind of in the upper 20s area, and a lot of familiar players, Swilliam, Macy Fishy, so a who's who of some of the top players in Asia, but a lot of unfamiliar names as well, players who are able to kind of push up and are starting to make a name for themselves.
And you got to think about the point differentiators. Both regions, OCE and Asia, 137 was the top of the line, the first place kind of point threshold. That's the upper echelon, the higher cusp. Here's your Middle Eastern standings, and Sundown, I know we can talk a lot about this. The SAC-R teams, the power teams, these guys have been around for so long, staying so consistent.
Yeah, I would say Middle East is probably the most predictable region. Just right off the start, Sakar Nijbi and Modisk in the top. You have a number of other players, Unit, who is on that front page. You have Abu Fal, Jabber, Yonks, Soriano, my personal favorite to win, but still hanging out in 15th down there, despite having a victory royale. IXon, Moby, Bark Hero First. Like, these are players who we've seen consistently day in, day out. RV, like, they're on the leaderboards pretty much every single time, and it's one of the regions where the top players tend to be able to really push kind of into that top 50 threshold pretty much every single time without fail. The question is, who's the best on the day when they're really able to wrap it up? And now that we're moving into a 2-day format, it's really who's the best on the 2 days and able to put together a combined effort, because it's not just good enough to pop off on one day. You have to be able to at least secure points on both sides. That's why we're making sure we look through kind of at least the top 50 players. And now we're going to look over kind of who the players are competing in Europe. I know, Sancho, there's a number of players you want to talk about here.
Oh, no doubt. This is what we're about to witness. The game 1 of the EU. And look at the qualified players. We're talking about Benji. We're talking about Wolfies. We're talking about Hen. There's so many awesome players here. You could, like Zeke said earlier, you could throw a dart, and no doubt one of these people will walk away a clear favorite here. And I'm just so excited and amped to see it all go down here at the Grand Finals. Monster, look at this list right here. If you had to think who would come out of the EU really looking good in day 1.
Man, you got players like Kiriachi, Let's See, right? Benji, Fishy, obviously clear favorites. One thing to note, guys, these are in order from left to right of how the players are top down, left to right, and how they actually qualify through. So we're getting all the way now to the back pages where players just pushed through yesterday, the reboot round. You think of it as a 2-day competition for grand finals, but it's really going to be a 3-day competition for some of these players. So can you stay consistent, be a top 10, top 20 player for 3 days in a row?
That's a big factor, man. And this is what I see, man. Clement, you mentioned, came in all the way from week 1, now here today competing in grand finals. And, you know, Kenzel doing really well. Fanta, you know, these, a lot of the players here racked up victory royales when it really mattered the most. It'd be exciting to see if someone could do the run back, come all the way from the reboot, and walk away the grand finals champion. That's going to be really hype.
I think the next thing we have to talk about, guys, is, of course, the actual map itself, right? A lot of these guys do hit similar landing spots. Like, for example, Cartoon, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but he was hitting Agency yesterday, right? He was contesting Coolest Carrot. We already know that there's already some players with their eyes on Agency, as well as Shark, right? These mythic POIs. But outside of that as well, some players might just have an obscure landing spot. They're like, look, I'm going to hit this house outside on the edge of the map. Someone else might have their eye on that spot as well. How do you guys think that's going to play a major factor? So now let's start with you. I'm sorry, Monster D-Face. Let's actually throw it to you.
No, yeah, I have something to jump on right here off the bat. There's players already changing their landing spot. You think about Moki and Benji, who were playing Retail Road together coming into this. Moki recognizing Benji as the clear kind of dominant competitor. She's already manipulating her playstyle. I talked with Scully as well, who's playing the Pipes, you know, one of those obscure locations you were kind of alluding to. He also recognizes there's a player that lands nearby down in that swampy area. He has a backup plan, and everyone now, this is where you have to enforce your backup plans and play on your toes. You never know what's going to happen.
What do you think, Sundown? What do you think we can expect, right? Because we got to start building a storyline here.
Well, I think whether or not Moki and Benji end up going to retail and whether or not they end up fighting is actually huge for both storylines. One, Moki being kind of a really up-and-comer in the scene and having a lot of success in solos and being probably the best female on the entire planet, but also just playing in Europe, one of the most like standout and exciting solo players to watch when she gets rolling. On the flip side of that, you have the two-time champion Benji Fishy, who dominates pretty much anywhere he goes and kind of demands a wide berth, saying, you can land within here, but I'm not afraid to go fight you. On the flip side of that, you have Mitro at Shark, which looks relatively uncontested, but I can't imagine everyone in Europe is comfortable giving somebody of his skill level both the grappler and Sky's assault rifle in an uncontested Shark. Like, that's absolutely terrifying. And then my last area of contention that I kind of want to talk about is Sweaty Sands, where it looks like 5 players generally will drop there, but my highlight story there is Vadil against Mongrel, because Vadil has worked Mongrel the past 2 Cash Cups, placing top 5 both times. In the previous Cash Cup, he 3-0'd him off drops there. So if Mongrel's not able to get rolling there, I don't expect him to swap spots, so that could be really tough.
And let's not forget about Nate and Andilix, who both qualified through Sweaty Sands as FNCS duos, right? So what's that going to look like? Because for a second there, Nate wasn't in the talking. He didn't make it a week 2, or he didn't qualify through to the grand finals. He just only squeezed through now during the reboot round yesterday. So there's a lot of new names being tossed into the equation here. More research is going to have to be put into play. So who's more prepared for the drop spot today?
And Monster, I just want to piggyback on what you said about, you know, Moki and Benji. I mean, not to talk about a different region, but we have, you know, Aiden and Nick Merckx and Tilted Towers. It's going to take that kind of a performance to say, look, I'm not going to give you this uncontested, because if I do, it's going to kind of not necessarily, you know, give you the tournament, but it's going to set you up for success, and I don't want that. Kind of bringing up Booga as well. Having an uncontested drop will do you huge wonders, and especially going into game 1. If you have a pop-off game in game 1, it's going to set you up for the rest of the ride, and that has been proven in different solo cups and championships all across the FNCS.
I was just going to say, if NA East was any indicator, you said Mitro might have Shark to himself. The reboot round for NA East, all of a sudden, everyone wanted the Shark. Everyone realized, okay, if I need this victory, if it's now or never to close the gap, I got to get the grappler, got to get, you know, the good kind of loadout to set yourself up for success. And that's why giving someone the Shark is probably unlikely. And if it happens, it could just be Mitro walking away with the entire EU division. I mean, he is the king of online kind of performances when it comes down to it.
Now this actually, I actually want to shift gears a little bit, because now we want to talk about that success factor, right? When we're leading into the weeks, it's like you could either play, those classic W key games where you jump in, you try to find eliminations, or you could play those other side where you're looking for placements with kind of eliminations sprinkled in. Now that the competition is as thick and as fierce as it is, how do you guys think that's going to kind of develop? Because a lot of times there's kind of like an overarching meta, but then tournament to tournament, there's almost like this underlying meta that players develop in that like set of games they're playing. So how do you think that that dynamic is going to affect? Because I feel like the eliminations at 4 points is pretty tantalizing, but a lot of these players are probably going to look to try and hit that placement mark, right, Sundown?
So I think this format in particular gets stronger as the skill disparity in the players kind of lessens. So once we're into the top 100, particularly in the largest regions of NA East and EU, where that like super top percentile, the difference in skill between player 1 and 100, like player 100 can kill player 1 a ton of, like they could take that fight and go even, or make it kind of like get the points and get the 4 points they need from that elimination and take them out on a very frequent basis. Whereas player 1 versus player 10,000 or even player 600, that fight automatically then swings from being something that's maybe 60-40, 70-30 to 99-1 in the case of Clicks and Benji. So now those eliminations, when you're able to kind of set yourself up and get into a spot where you can kind of either pick somebody out and ambush them, or get later on and outlast and get just that one more kind of set of 4 points. We've already seen the difference in points in the other regions has shrunk. I expect that to be even more true in Europe and NA East.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because again, Scully was someone who I was chatting with before the competition. He said that. He was like, this is so different because now every interaction, every player, they can take you out. Even if you are at full shield, one mistake, your run is quite literally over. And for that, some players are just playing passive, more passive than usual. I'm expecting Storm Surge coming into this. We didn't really see too much of it, so it's more going to be like, hey, are you ready for that again? Is this in your kind of deck of cards of plays that you're countering and preparing for? Or are you not going to be prepared and then all of a sudden find yourself on your heels all the way through the competition? That's a frustrating feeling, not having your game plan work out for you. And if you're not ready, if you're not doing all that homework and prepared, there's going to be regrets left out there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about mind games too, right? There's going to be so many mind games, knowing this person takes a certain rotation, knowing that if you're going to be in the Frey Islands, right, that you might have to deal with the Metro coming down to you. So you're going to have to loot faster. You're going to have to move faster. Your efficiency has to step up. But I'm looking for the anomaly. I'm looking for the outlier, someone who's going to step out of their comfort zone to be that factor. Because if you have that X factor, especially when the grand stage, this is the grand finals, there's a lot of players out there who could shine when the spotlight's on, or who could just go and dip way into the shadows. And that's what I'm talking about, and I'm excited to see it unfold very shortly here, Monster.
Well, guys, it is time to get into games. So Sundown and I are going to step away. Sancho, Monster D-Face, take us into the first game of EU.
And here we have it, guys. 2 weeks of competition have led up to this. We're jumping it with game number 1 of the FNCS Invitationals. This is going to be very intense, and we're kicking off with the map. Just take a look. Allow this to be absorbed into your brain. There are 4 players in Retail Row, 5 players in Lazy Lake. I'm looking at multiple players up by this shark area. Sweaty Sands, like we knew, was going to be contested by 4 individuals. Misty Metals as well. There is no freebie locations on the map right now. This is what we expected, Sancho West.
Yeah, and you see it already. The first zone is shown. It's favoring people that are landing at Lazy Lake, and Savage is going to have to make a crazy rotation all the way down there, but we're on board here with Mitro, who looks like, as Sundown said, not uncontested, and someone's already yoinked the grappler there, Monster.
That's right, and this is not the situation you want to be in if you're Mitro. Mitro, though, has a tendency, quite literally, to stay behind, camp the vault, and hold players out in high-caliber, high-stake competitions. Is he going to be that Mitro today? Is he going to be the Mitro that is willing to stay in grief, quite literally, go all the way down to the wire for the vaults? Is he going to be able to back this player off? We don't know. We're about to find out. He's still kind of hunting around and scavenging the location right now. I wonder if he's going to go and babysit that vault. Here's the player. It's Noah, who's off by the kind of pool section right now. I don't know if he's content with just stealing away Sky's assault rifle and grappler. We'll find out here. We're on the other side now, Sancho. It's with Kira.
Kira here having a battle here at Frenzy Farm. And this is the opening moments here, Monster, of the grand finals here. Day one, everything sets the tone for it. And that is the tone that Kira sets. It gets right in there with Alpha with that spray. Train hard team going down there. But Maestro trying to be the big wave is right in this fight. The third party opportunities here, Monster. Already 4 points here for Kira.
Listen up, we're talking about the best 100 players in the European region. You have to put respect on every single player's name, and Kira's not doing that. Not here, not this early, and he's going to pay the price as Maester jumps on over, wraps this fight up. And what was still even playing fields, Kira had the loots and the first kind of momentous swing, but that's it. That's one game down for Kira now here at the farms.
Maestro conducting that elim, looking at the feed. Savage wins out at Yacht, so that Deadpool's Yacht is going to be contested with Red Rush and Savage, and Mr. Savage is already coming on top with that first opening engagement here at Enzar at Sweaty Sands. We saw in the early stages about 4 people are here. We have someone right on the backside near the castle, and Enzar looking really solid here. This is a nice landing spot. A lot of players like to land here, as you can see, for the ability to farm the metal.
This is such a great spot. There's so many good locations that are well balanced, especially the ones that favor the water locations where you can pick up floppers and the sorts like that. I mean, I'm seeing a harpoon weapon already in his loadout, so Ensar is going to be off to a good start if he can control the docks after maxing out his material here. Here's a look, though. It's Ghost Town and Sweaty as you see a fight has already kind of happened here. Things are kind of clearing out right now.
Yeah, Fast Roki out there in the distance. That's a common landing spot for him. Now back to Maestro here with Slicks. They're having another engagement now. Slicks going with that natural high ground. Saving a couple of mats. Every mat moment matters. Every edit matters. Every elim matters. It's grand finals. As we see already an elim happening in the feed. Carried by Kuna, getting Erikin. I think I know who that is. But as we see here, nice extension from Maestro. Gonna use the harpoon, the ability to knock down that wood play. Puts the person right on his layer here. He's gonna kind of drop back into it. You can feel it, man. I don't feel like there's any early jitters here. I feel like every player here, Monster, is kind of warmed up and ready to roll. And they're here to fight. They're here to condition the lobby like, do not land here again, because I guarantee you, I will eliminate you and get you out of this server.
But that's the respect right there. Slicks is just going to back up. He takes a little bit of the fight. And like you said, he gets a level of that respect from Maester. This is what I meant by players recognizing the caliber of the games. These games are going to be such quality games. It's what you expect. I mean, with 12 kind of to cast over the course of this weekend. Remember, guys, we're in full-on custom lobby. There's no more outside factors. What you get is what you get, and that's it. There's no kind of gamble factor of, you know, someone's landing at your draw spot. That's it. The answer's the question is answered for you. You have to prepare moving forwards. Talking about preparation here, this looks like a Storm Surge preparation, sitting on Mountain, Sancho, looking for tags on players. 89 players are in the game right now.
And that's going to be a factor as well we got to talk about as you're here with Max, is that you got to get those storm tags. You got to make sure you save your ammunition. You know, 137, that's a really solid thing. But where? Oh, my goodness. What a tag, dude. Can you? Oh, wow. That is. Woo. Dude, that is like that's the one you want. Yeah, dude, the freebie is like all of a sudden, man, you got that free tag there with the 4-point. That's a nice play, and that, like what I'm saying, that's a big factor right there. You know, now that person's gonna have to use more resources to cover up that angle. As we hear Swedes, who's coming in from the reboot round. I think he finished #1 in the EU region in the reboot, already with 1 elim on the board and chasing somebody up the mountain here, Monster.
Not only that, it's Anas who, this looks like it's been a drawn-out fight. Anas did not have any full health when we talk about it. He's only down to his shields here now. So this is a tight situation for him to be on. He's trying to hold this high ground, using everything to his benefit. That's such a big pull right there, the 75 and the tag afterwards. So now it's even playing field for him. This is where he wants to be. Anas should know better than to give this guy an opportunity. They are both going to reset right here. He probably lost his one chance with the lead here now, having it 50-50. But all right, he's going for the full-on kind of box battle, he wants to go for it. I mean, the indicator right there, he heals, the shield go off, he goes again, and another harpoon pull. He's just going for the high damage pulls here on the zip line now, kind of breaking it all through, and no, it's not going to be enough. Anas is going to fall. Man, he really put it all on the table with that harpoon.
Gotta go for it, man. Gotta go for it. I mean, Anas, knowing landing at this base camp hotel, now knows, you mentioned it before, that he's going to have to deal with Sweeze. You know, that is the thing that's going to happen for the rest of the ride. And do you have that confidence to go, all right, you got me that time, Sweeze, but next time I'm going to come back with a vengeance. On board with Vortex Monster. Vortex here looking really mightily strong with that mighty Midas's drum gun.
Yeah, and you can just tell with the no eliminations means that he snuck out of there with the weapon, only choosing to take the drum and then bounce. Didn't even want to play for the Volt, not looking to take the risk against what might be Wolfies or Leshy or one of the other Titans that plays the agency here. So Vortex really getting away with, murder figuratively here, because he's got the best weapon from the agency. He's got the crown jewels from that section of the map there.
And I think that confidence is getting him inside. You know, not going to sit in his own little box. He's going to get right here, put some pressure a little bit higher than a little bit. And I like this pressure right now. Using that edit, he's going to be able to close the floor if things got crazy. But nothing got crazy for Vortex and gets Blackie out of this match easy peasy.
I mean, and we're talking about Vortex here, who came 5th in Trimax's Invitational, representing for the German community there. So this is someone who, again, competitive history. This is the Invitational round, right? Everyone kind of is here for a reason, without a doubt, for past performances, for accolades that they pulled through. Vortex in specific just came out of the reboot round, right? This is a 3-day competition, a big 3-day competition for him now. Grand Finals is on the line. It's Castery, though. Sitting out on the mountain here, looking inwards. There is a player in front of him, though, Sancho. He's got his eyes set on the prize right now. Pump shotgun, great loadout as well. He's in the zone, too, just on the edge of it. He could be playing for a little more real estate, but instead he's trying to get some tags while he can here. All right, so now Freemock and Casper are going to jump in, and it's a 1v1. It's all kind of clean and dandy here, but no, shots are coming in from behind. The big pump shotgun shot. He's going to take it. It's going to be successful. Now Castery's kind of looking for an opportunity here to continue to bounce back. So the shots kind of simmer down now. He's biding time here. Castery with the big elim, the refresher. It's all worth kind of sitting in the zone here. Now we're jumping over to the other side. We're looking at Misty Meadows. When we came in, we were looking at the world map, guys. We're looking at Misty in specific. It had 4 different players, not including the ones that were around the area. And Diablo's going to eat the big shot from Chapix, the World Cup qualifier. 5th place in duos with Crew, both of which are scary when it comes down to fight, Sancho.
Yeah, man, absolutely scary. Diablo coming from the reboot here, and that's what's going to be, man. Chapix is going to do his best to condition Diablo not to keep landing there, and talk about somebody that's a top dog here in this lobby. It is Lechy, finishing 3rd place here in week 2. Lechy's going to be one of those ones that is going to command a lot of respect here at Loot Lake, looking really solid. And actually, he came out of the grotto with Brutus, so no doubt that's the spot he likes to go.
But wait a second, from my research and history, Leshy was landing in Lazy Lake. So he's back in Lazy Lake, his home turf. How is it that he came up with the Brutus's minigun? There's a story here that I'm not sure how it all happened, because he has 0 elims. So we'll see if he is changing up his landing spot, or maybe he came across a very, valuable loot pile, as now he's on the console track. Lyzen here, once again, a player that qualified through console, now in the PC kind of realm with the PC Titans, the big dogs of the world here. It's Leshy versus Lyzen. These are 2 controller geniuses, right? Let's see who's going to represent. Can Lyzen prove the naysayers wrong now? The minigun. Pressure is real, Sancho.
Pressure's real. The minigun is raining fire down. Lots of bullets coming in, rat-a-tatting through, doing his best to get in. You're seeing the high-level box play. Gets right there. Got the big tag there, Monster. He's pushing through now, going for the final kill. Elimination right there. Lyzen gets it with 4-pointer.
I mean, that was the question that I asked. Can Lyzen keep up with a veteran like Leshy, who's been doing it all this time, top dogging on the leaderboard. We kept talking about Benji Fishy so much, but we just, you know, it was Leshy who was living as his shadow at that time, the second place constantly. Week 2, week 1, just right behind him at all times. Leshy is here, and he's here to show that he wants first place. He's as good as anyone else. He can take it. Here's CRR, though. And a little bit of a battle now, trying to find his way into the build. He is going to sneak right in. He's going to take quick care of Mitro. Mitro's not going to be happy about that one at all.
No, my good. Dude, I was about to say, like, the lobby is opening up here, Monster. People are now taking engagements. I think the positioning and things of that sort, you know, the jitters, as we like to say on the cast, has all gone away. And, you know, someone like CRR pushing right into Mitro's box like that with that utmost confidence, that is the key factor. That is that factor that I was talking about while we're prepping for these matches. Who's going to have that confidence to say, I'm one of the best players in the world in solos, and Lecce, with a big tag with the heavy sniper, gonna go ahead and go with that closing argument of Brutus's drum gun, and he is in the zone right now, Monster.
Leshy looking like he has the cheat sheet to all the answers on the quiz right now because he's breaking into the boxes with the problem solver, the heavy sniper. And look at that, 2 elims. He's treating this like any of the other weekends. No respect on the competitors. He doesn't care. He knows he's been top fragging for a reason. His confidence must be at an all-time high. And remember, the limited game, Sancho, 6-6 means that there's no room for error. But if you pop off, you're going to be in the lead like big time.
Yeah, and not to mention, you know, we talked about duos and trios and squads all together. I mean, Mitro and CRR were duo partners, you know. They're partners, they're friends. They know that. So it's very interesting to see. We're going to see a lot of different butting heads here, a lot of styles all coming together. And it's going to see who is going to have that big factor that's going to come on top here. Loki starting off the day really solid here with 5 elims, has a great kit, not a lot of builds here to be able to kind of make a big rotation, but we're getting closer and closer to that infamous half in, half out. About 2 circles away here, Monster. But I like the positioning here, sitting very at least high up, you know, on a mountain, and that's what you want to do where the zone's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting over the competition right now, and he looks like he's playing the push and tug right here, trying to force players into other players, and that's going to find himself a free elim as the lobby kind of converses into one another. Locky here is kind of vibing. He's been doing good so far. He just squeaked through the grand finals today. And, you know, week 2, he had a 78th placement performance. So he was on that bottom big question mark. Like, did he do good enough? Was his performance enough? It clearly was. I mean, he's here amongst the best. A lot to prove for him. And here's a big name. It's Gen G's Smokey now. Milan Tayson, who lands over at the Steamy Stacks with Janice. We're coming in with Milan's perspective. He's putting pressure on the lobby. There's a lot of action going on right now. The southern congestion is happening here, which is kind of uncharacteristic. Honestly, if you think about it, this zone favored the south, and for the fact that there's more players in the south all huddling up, they're just inching their way to safety and then pausing. That's the respect. That's the presence that the players are demanding in the lobby, and the players are giving to other players in the lobby.
No doubt, Milan giving some tags right there. Big hits, and gets Kesher right out of this lobby here. But that is what you're talking about. There's not a lot of people in the center. We were watching in the open qualifiers, week 1, week 2, a lot of people hanging out in center. But Monster points out everybody's on the edge. Once they get inside the safe zone, they're like, oh, they get that sigh of relief. But they still have to deal with so many people shooting at them as they're making this rotation in, as Lecce now sitting on top of 2 people nowhere. And I think that is Airwalk right there, right? Yes, it is. So these are the kind of guys that come out of Lazy Lake. So you're going to expect them to always butt heads as they're rotating. And there's your boy. You mentioned him earlier, Skull.
Yes, Scale looking to make a big performance here. But Leshy, man, is not giving it up. He's not giving anyone a moment to kind of breathe, especially not with all the elims he's picked up. You got to think he's on some serious light ammunition right now. 900 in the tank.
Oh my goodness.
His tank is full, and he can put the pressure here. He can really go the mileage. So I sit on kind of that one for a second there.
A quarter mile at a time, baby. I get it.
He's
going fast. Yeah, dude, he's going to be so furious against the rest of this lobby. And, you know, and he has the ammunition to do it. We talked about it last step. You know, being an instigator, coming in right there getting that nice E-limb, catching someone, not paying attention. You know, the fundamentals need to be true. You always got to protect your backside, keep your head on the swivel, and let you already being a dominant force here in this lobby here at Monster.
He's coming off the hot streak, 5th in a Cash Cup yesterday. No easy feat. Some people kind of overlook what the players can perform or how they perform in those Cash Cups. With the new 2-day formats, I mean, that's just perfect training grounds for players like Leshy who are looking to come in here and then go full on jump in your box mode. It's Amplify, though, who's landing the big shots right now. He's going full on to Matzo here, on the back half here. Let's see, though. It's Flick who's trying to defend himself right now. The lobby is pushing up against one another. Flick's going to fall now as he was also getting pressure from behind. And now Amplify trying to continue to swing the momentum in the favor for himself. He needs that ammunition down there, mind you. And 2 players actually jumped in the box right now. 2 players had it in their mind to go for the loot there, Sancho. And that could have ended terribly for both of them. I see Benji Fishy just caught an Elam on Norwood.
Oh my goodness, and Amplify went in. He gets it with that ultimate problem solver, the heavy. Clement goes down. We've been seeing the pros use the heavy sniper in such creative ways, looking for the weak spots and builds, understanding that when something is freshly built, they just go ahead and say, that is the green light to get right in. And we're seeing Dietrichs, Wolfies, and King, Boca, all hanging out right now all together. We're seeing a lot of clusters here, Monster, of players. So I expect a lot of these kind of like mini fights and mini clusters to kind of continue throughout different rotations as people are being respectful and not maybe contesting at the POI early on, but saying, all right, I will see you later in the later game.
I mean, I'm already seeing just the difference right now of styles here. Wolfie, someone who is known for jumping into fights in the mid game, is getting pressured back, and this is why you got to respect players in this mid game right here. You don't know who you're jumping in on. Jump in a box like Wolfie. Wolfie's going to connect all the time there. He did not get to successfully pop the heel off, though, as he does manage to jump on this launch pad here and goes for the half in, half out. Someone was in front of him, though, so it works out that he doesn't become the focus point here, but Chapix looking to sit in the zone right now and flop her up heel as he kind of takes his time right now. Take a look, though. Kind of hopping all over the place. To see Maester falls there to Milan, who's heavy snipes him at point-blank range, by the way. It takes out Maester.
No, man, that's one of those ones you just put on your trophy right there with a nice quick scope shot. Milan, this is the lobbies are getting very stacked, as they say. Look at all the congestion that's happening. All the catacombs are all building out. Players are going to be now box fighting intimately all together here in Zone 5. And Adelix goes down with the problem solver play from Milan. 14 points so far, Monster.
That's right. Milan taking down the FNCS Duos current reigning champion. No easy feat right there, but that's what happens when these pros catch another off guard. Anything can swing. Here's Milando really kind of cooking up right now. There's another player. It's the attack. Literally finding its mark here. And now he takes out a World Cup qualifier right there. One of the best of the best. It's Chapix who's going to fall too. And again, I mentioned Benji Fishy's in the feed, still tearing things up right now, so keep an eye out on him as we're approaching endgame. He's still racking up and accruing points right now. It's time to scramble, though, Sancho. Half in, half out. He's got to make the run here. Milan's in dangerous situation. Treacherous waters here. There's shots going on all around him. He needs to siphon so bad here now. Things are really ramping up amongst the chaos here. This, will it be? No, Milan's now going to fall. And Wakey, mobile player, Queasy, all still in the game right now. Those are the guys in the back foot.
In the back foot, front foot, people gliding over. Chaos is happening. We just saw Benji here making his way towards the top. Every time he rotates, he keeps pushing up higher and higher. That is his style. Expect Benji to compete for the high ground very soon. But he's not going to go for it. He's going to have the perfect timing, Monster. As you see there, he realizes now is not the time. And now we're on board with Benji, the king of Benji's Row, who will have a tournament very, very soon, hosted by himself. Benji sitting with 13 points, looking really solid here, getting some nice tags. And I'm expecting Benji to walk away with some monster points in this Game 1 opening of the grand finals here, Monster.
That's right, we're here. It's the invitationals. Everything's on the line. All pressure's up. And plays like this, Benji are taking huge risk right now. He's going to go for the heel off, though. The shotgun was not in his favor here now. He is looking to chop up, but someone as mechanically gifted as Benji can make these huge swings, these huge turnarounds. He knows better than to be sitting on the back of the zone right now, but he's trying to make the big come up. He doesn't have any material. This is desperate zone. This is treacherous territory. Can he find something? He needs the impact elimination to keep him in the game. He's going to find it. It's on Snappy, the champion from squads here now. And this is what I mean. It's the caliber of player. It's the best of the best. And Benji's going to find another one. Squeezes out Jachu from the lobby. And it's for Elam's top 10. More placement given out now. Floppers are in his inventory. He has plenty of time here. He has already broken through the top 10. He's on track to continue to be the best solo player in the region. It's just a matter if he can keep it up here, Sancho.
He is cooking it up right now. He is flying 30 points, and he's doing really well. Has to avoid the storm there, gets right in, and now he resets, reloads the heavy sniper, getting ready to find another problem to solve with it. And here he goes, gets right in, doesn't find anybody, and now he has an opportunity, and he just gets hit with the utmost hit, and it's Amplify on the high ground. Janet's alive, Queasy, and Pink. Here we go, Monster. The first game, Grand Finals, top 4 situation.
That's right, it's Queasy who's on the low ground right now, really desperate here. He's going to land a shot as the player was in the storm there. He might just have that one roll over. Amplify is not giving up, though. He's giving all the pressure from height, and Janice is going to find himself back to the lobby now as Pink still the player who was in the zone here. You can hear the axis swinging, though, as the layers are congested. Using a harpoon now to break on through. He sees that player. He's going to wait for the shot, jumps on over, and treats him with the 100 pump right there. It's Amplify who's on height. The harpoon's so good for this situation. Not a lot of builds left for either of these players, and Queasy with the low ground peak finds Amplify, finds the mark. 6 eliminations, Sancho.
And there you go, Queasy walking away with the first game of the EU Solo Invitational Grand Finals. Let's go, baby!
Guys, what an absolutely electric way to kick things off over in EU. The competition right now is so fierce. So many big names going head to head, breaking the very fabric of reality that we know. Now, guys, as we get ready, I think what we need to do is take a look at the standings, because this is actually going to give us a good picture of what we should expect as we go through the rest of these games. Now, keep in mind, we only have 6 games today and 6 games tomorrow. So a lot of these players are going to have to really manage those games, as there's only a lobby up at a time. Right now, Queasy holding down that #1 spot after that game.
And remember, the difference between second and first place is huge. You're talking a big swing up, and this is why he is already starting to gap the competition. The Elims, though, the threshold is very, very close. I mean, you saw Benji come in quite literally. I think he took 5th place in that lobby, as did Wolfies was 4th just right behind him. These are all of your endgame players. That's your top 10. They're off to the best of best starts in this 2-day format competition.
Gotta give a shout out to CRR being there in the 13th place. You know, a lot of people are expecting him to get a lot of elims coming out of Weeping Woods. Has too, but he was able to place as well. So we're gonna see the styles of people being aggressive. Maybe they kind of slow down a little bit and value those placements a little bit more. As we're taking a look at this next page, Hen here. Hen is one of those dark horse favorites, coming in hot as well with 27th place. But it's gonna be interesting to see who makes the adjustments here for Game 2 Monster.
Yeah, elims matter. I mean, if you can continue to chip away at the ice here, you'll continue to stay relevant and give yourself that one opportunity to break free with a big elim. Here's your top 40. It's Chapix who's there on the bottom half of this page. I mean, we're going to continue to swing through. You can see where all the competitors are. You see Mr. Savage, if you're a fan of him. You see carried by Kuna right there. Maester, who had an elim early on, but didn't get really any placement out of that game right there, is going to find himself falling behind. I mean, a person like Kiriyashi as well, one that I expect to do well, he's got to ramp it up too, because 0 elims, that's unprecedented for someone like Kiriyashi.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, a slow start. A lot of our competitors we've seen throughout the week 1 and week 2, they have slow starts, and all of a sudden, you know, they have that one pop-off game, sometimes right before queues close for them in the open. So, but it's different though, right? There's no queues or anything like that. You're gonna have a pop-off game against the same people that you've seen, and we already seen some developments. And again, I'm interested to see who changes their landing, or who just says, you know what, this is my place, this is my loot path.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest thing we have to talk about, right? Is because there's only 6 of these matches, when you are eliminated, you have to basically wait for the next round. So you have to kind of go back and assess what you need to do differently. So for a lot of these guys, like, every single interaction matters, right? So, you know, one of the players that you talked about there, was eliminated, and that was it for their run. So now they have 5 games left to kind of make up that deficit. And at the same time, right, we can see someone like Benji Fisher, who was first in week 1 and week 2 of the Invitational. If he gets eliminated off spawn, that's it for that game, and he cannot rack up more points. So keep this in the back of your minds as you guys are kind of watching these games for the viewers at home. Like, every single time you see these competitors go head to head and one of them is eliminated, that's it. That's where their game is done for that very moment, and they have to figure out, like, what do we do differently, right? Like, and on the other side too as well, Monster, it's like you have to find a way to, like, keep your head in the game even when those moments do happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw early elimination, for example, like Cammy, who was running away from a fight on the bridge outside of Pleasant Park in between Grotto and Dirty Dots. He didn't have any HP. Literally, you know, someone just kind of sees you swing on by. I mean, let's be honest. These guys have accuracy that is scary, right? You're going to get pinged if you're in the air, especially that early, and all of a sudden you're taken out. So you have to weigh the balance, right? Weigh it out. Is it worth taking these engagements? How much risk is there? And honestly, if you're not like quite feeling it, or if you're getting bested, maybe your first, maybe your second time, change your strat up. Maybe, you know, it's time to adjust. I wouldn't necessarily leave it up to day 2, you know, hit the drawing board late. Try to make adjustments on the fly. The best of the best can kind of manipulate the styles.
And Monster, and there's so many players out here that I like to call opportunists. You know, they're always looking for those elimination. They're always looking for an opportunity to at least get some couple of tags. And we did see Storm Surge a little bit of being a factor. Didn't really cost anyone too much that we saw on the cast, but we saw that it is coming into in the late circles compared to the open qualifiers and things of that sort. But I also want to bring up is that the big thing about the, you know, that one elimination on the bridge with that one tap, now they're going to be like, nah, I got to use resources. And I feel that there were so many players that didn't have as many resources, or the impact eliminations near the end wasn't like all of a sudden this guy has crazy match. So it's going to be really cool to see what ends up happening in game 2, which we're gearing up very shortly.
I think that's a really good point, actually. It's like that resource management, right? Because we're kind of at that point now in the competition where if you were to try and like squeak away, right, and really use the minimal amount of anything, ammunition, builds, whatever, floppers, launches, at this point, that will cost you a game, right? So, like, at what point do you guys think it's better to say, look, you know what? I know I'm only missing 10 HP, but that flopper, I just have to use it, right? Because it's better to use it than to lose it in most of these circumstances.
I mean, from just what we saw, you saw players like CRR jumping in his counter duo Mitro's box just come to mid game because he was perched up, kind of sitting idle. Some players are playing with the hot hand and they're rolling the dice. They're going, you know, with the gambit plays, right? They're getting risky out there for those momentous swings to take control of the game. Others are just inching their way to the lobby. The lobby was a southern lobby, a southern zone, the way it favored it, and the bottom half was way more congested than the northern half. What that means is that players are just getting safe and then parking and being content with making it to zone, really showing the stakes of the competition and showing how much they value the placement. Where other players like Leshy, if you're in Lazy Lake and you're parked up on the edge of the base, no, he's there to tow you out the way.
And the mystery, how did he get Brutus's minigun with no elim? Did he?
And I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know, bro. But like, is what I want to talk about as well is if you never watch these kind of custom like set stacked lobbies where the same players compete over and over again, what ends up happening is essentially the rich get richer. The more the elims get kind of like they don't get spread out at all, and eventually what happens is the people on the lower half are kind of like starving and looking for elims because there's only 400 points in eliminations total. So it's gonna be very interesting how that disparity happens as the day progresses.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, I'm getting word games are ready. So let's take it into game number 2 of EU with Monster D-Face and Sancho West.
All right, and this is the second game now as things are starting to settle down and kick off here for the FNCS Invitationals. Sancho, we watched a phenomenal game 1. Things really did get going. I mean, names that we kind of expected to make it through to the end. We had a big question mark on players like Benji, who we know are still landing Retail World, have 4 players there. I mean, he made it out alive. He made it all the way up to 5th place. This is becoming more and more intense as the games roll on.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at the map. It looks almost very similar. I don't see any kind of drastic changes. I do see that the agency has a couple of people there. The Sway Sands has about 4 players, so no one's really changing. I mean, I kind of agree with you. We kind of were talking off the broadcast of like, what about the strategy of changing it up? You kind of mentioned the pros mentality about that. Tell me more about that, Monster, about why does a pro just stick with their path as a battle happens out with our game 1 winner here with Queasy?
Man, it's all ego. It's all, you know, just proving you're the best of the best. You got to think about it. These guys have that complex winner mentality, right? That killer mentality to be the best. And if you don't, you're not going to be amongst the best. And in order to prove that, sometimes you got to prove it to yourself. You got to play that drop spot until you are the king of the area that you've kind of taken your claim on. Just look at how these engagements kind of play out, right? These are 2 players that are now respecting one another's drop spot. A lot of these major points of interest are large enough to just get kind of by if you don't, cause too much friction with one another. A lot of the competitors, you'll notice, if they don't have like that super OP loadout early on, they're probably not in the confident situation to just jump in and go take a fight.
Yeah, and you're taking a look at here. Each elimination's 4 points. You're seeing the placement points disparity right there. You want to get into the 75 points to start racking up those placement points, but the big time factor is at least 15th. But of course, anything top 10 and on, you're going to get some major things. Of course, the Victory Royale is going to net you 33 placement points. And we're on back here with Maestro. We saw him a little bit over his rotation, taking him over to Frenzy Farm. So this is what he likes to do, and this is the conditioning that he has. This is his loop path. It's very strong, especially if he has a lot of fishing spots along the way. I'm expecting a lot more floppers to come into play. Of course, for those you don't know, floppers in the pro scene is very valuable because it lets you take high ground if you need to, if you have to make a high take and when the storm is ticking and you have to sneak up behind people. But it's so interesting to see that I feel like that play itself is already counterable at this level of play, Monster.
I mean, Macer's here coming off of a hot streak, right? He finished first in the Contenders Cash Cup 2 days ago, and only 19th in the reboot round, but still top 20 out of the reboot round, now with the best of the best of solos in the EU region, just worldwide here. Let's see, though, Noah is trying to take this fight right now. He is pressuring from up above here. Things are kind of intense right now, and I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but Leshy was also taken out in the elimination feed, so from tearing things up in Lazy Lake earlier, he's going to fall now. Back into the battle, and Noah's jumping in, trading the shots right now. He does have a reboot card, or the agency card, the Volt card, and yes, he's going to find Kezix right here. So somehow, some way, sneaks away with all of Sky's loot, finds a player on the island, and wins that engagement. It's Mitra who's close by, though. He's cutting out of the shark, being that he couldn't get the goods from there.
Yeah, it's like Mitro, like, hey man, come back here, dude. You got all my stuff. This is what I really wanted. It's what I came here for. And Mitro's just giving chase right there. But yeah, these are going to be set lobbies, ladies and gentlemen. These are the same players. They're going to see each other over and over again. As you're seeing Left Eye going down in the feed. We're on board here with Glory with let me see, Pew Pew's the Pew Pew from Meowsles. I like that. We've been seeing this AR being very effective here in the games because it's, very fast to get to that 100% accuracy, and as well, it hits like a truck on top of it. Yeah,
not only that, it's just a guaranteed mythic weapon, right? It's a guaranteed kind of loadout booster here. You can see that damage carries down range. 2 shots right there, 80 kind of pop there, so you know this player guarantee is now in a kind of a precarious situation, right? It's forced to burn up some of the prestigious shields so early in the round here. Using the SMG, though, is going to find some white shots, so that's going to be a key indicator to get the push in here now. That's the shield crack. He's got everything he needs here. That means this guy only had minis prior to this battle, and now, boom, he goes. He takes the wall. He takes the ramp. Good piece control. Finds the 2 tacks, and now Carton, it's taken out the game. And that, just like that, the Meowsu's rifle shows how fast you can set up the battle. 80 damage to kick things off.
Yeah, it just hits the builds. It hit constantly, breaking builds, and just allow Glory to close the gap. Got those tags with the SMG, and eventually that 4 points there that we see drop in the distance. It's going to be interesting to see who decides to take more third parties along the way. We do see opportunity here for a 3-fight here between Marcus and Cammy. And Marcus is going to do the thing that we've been seeing, this strategy in solos, this ambush, using the crouch. Gets a nice tag to open up this engagement. You mentioned a little bit. Professionals don't need a lot of tags or hits, or they don't need to see the white numbers to get the green light. But I think oh my goodness, leaves his backside exposed. I was going to say Marcus is choosing to disengage, and they said, no, you're not going to get away from me. How dare you? The vendetta from the Marcus's opponent is so strong, Monster. The egos, you tag me, I'm going to come get you.
That's right, that heavy sniper really swinging things back in the opponent's favor here. Marcus is on the run, though, and he's kind of regretting taking the push here. This enemy has to be kind of nervous, though, or wary. He doesn't realize that Marcus already floppered up, and that's the kind of mistake that you make. This meta right now, the Chapter 2 specifically, floppers, fish, they play such a key kind of game in the PvP and battle. Players can just close the gap, right? Like, you get tagged here, and all of a sudden, you think they're low, but not really. They managed to heal up so quick. So Marcus in another fair fight, because both of these players no longer have shields. Never mind that. Marcus is going to go ahead and take the lead on that one here. Now, he has 3 floppers just off of the previous Elim now.
And he has them, and he can fight here a little bit longer than Storm, and Storm's not going to tick very, very aggressively here for Marcus. And that is Taysoni there, sitting right below. Marcus coming in 67th place in week 2 of that Invitational. So let's see how it goes down, and there it is, Tay. And this is what I'm talking about. Even though he's using floppers now, that will affect Marcus later on down the road. He's going to have to re-flop up because no doubt he didn't want to use them in this engagement. But every Elim matters, and this is day 1 of these set lobbies. So essentially he could kind of use this as an opportunity to gauge if he has what he has, the goods to go up against Tayson.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the heals to stretch this out. I mean, Tayson comes from the Steamy Stacks area, so it's natural that these two players are going to collide against one another. But little did you know, Tayson's going to be the aggressor right here, even with the no shield. This fight might be drawn out a little too long. I'm sure he's down to his final bandaged bazooka shots here now, so the clock is ticking. The Storm is the biggest pressure. What is Marcus going to do, though? He needs the big shot. One shot is going to let him know that he also has the advantage. But no, instead he gets tagged first. That's probably one more shot now. Here, Marcus tries to go for height. Good ramp overhead, though. Tayson taking good control of the fight. Like we said, it's just dragging out now. Marcus does not have any more shields left, but he does still have a flopper, and he still has 2 med kits. Okay, still has the med kit, so he still does have heals. He hasn't landed a single shot. He doesn't know how weak Tayson is yet, and because of that hesitation, Tayson, with the aggression, is going to win the exchange.
Nice use of the bandaged bazooka to extend the stay. He's going to go ahead and use the pad there. He maybe have the opportunity to pick up those medis, but he decides, I'm going to go ahead and get that rotation. I like the aggressiveness from Tay, able to get that, and here is some aggressive play right now. Noah, the one with Sky's loadout, doing the best. You're going to have to protect it. I know you want to take some early fights, but he's going to stay aggressive. Has the confidence with this loadout here on the back foot, as they say, only down to 61 HP. It's all gonna happen right here. The third party's here. There's 5 people in this fight here, Monster.
This is definitely a stacked area. We saw Matzo here, and never mind, Matzo's now taken out. We knew he was one of the weaker ones in the fight now. Noah has been just, trying to get away with all the gear that he stole from the Shark, right? The grappler, the mythic rifle, and everywhere he goes, there's players trying to contest him now. Lanoof now choosing to back out because of how much action was nearby. Noah's got to be careful, though, being out and exposed. And yes, he is going to get tagged a few times. As we hop back with the story we were following before this, Tayson, who just took out Marcus. Marcus, who was top 10 in FNCS duos with Flois, just kind of giving you guys at home a feel for the invitational process. Remember, the players that were invited to week 1 to kind of kick off and jumpstart the competition beyond the qualifiers, the open quals, were players that did well in the previous FNCSs. So only the cream of the crop, only the best of the best of recent times in competitive standings.
I had to look at the feed. Fastroki actually takes out Noah. So now Fastroki coming in from that kind of castle outskirts area where he lands now upgrades his entire kit, and his loot pad is looking really saucy right now. And Noah going down with the grappler. So now Tayson is going to kind of take a peek here at the vault. Has to be careful though, Monster. Sometimes someone's hiding here, knowing that someone like Tayson might kind of rotate here. course, we had the benefit of the doubt to look at the X-ray vision, seeing that Tayson was very clear to get that. Tayson does get some big opening tags on the motorboat. This guy was just cruising, and now he's going to get a bruising here from Tayson. The green light is on here, Monster, and this fight may be wrapped up very shortly if this other... Oh, yeah, that's what I would have done, but that is a green light for you to get beamed out of the air.
He's so lucky. So lucky Tayson couldn't find the shot here. But, I mean, this fight's not over. Tayson is definitely not going to give this one away. Not for someone who is in a storm. Not for someone who's tagged for 140. I mean, maybe, though. He was tagged from the side there. So that little bit of extra was just enough to give him the breathing room. So we're not too sure who was just coming out so late from the storm. We'll find out shortly, though. It could have been Mitro, rotating in late from the shark. Could have been, a number of different players. So we'll continue to follow this here.
He popped that mini out in the open, like with the utmost confidence. I mean, at the mini map there was no one around, but I mean, even in pubs, that's kind of a scary situation. As we see Mr. Savage in a scary situation himself. Chapix now with the advantage. Savage with no kind of heals except a shield to his name. It's gonna have to get this quickly because now he's taking some storm hits right now. It's a passive damage, and that is not a passive damage. That's a very aggressive damage from Chapix, and that's a big time name to add to your, I guess, the side of your plane there, Monster.
It's so interesting. Savage Falls was playing the yacht. Red Rush, who was just getting chased down by Tayson, that was another player that plays the yacht. So, yes, Red Rush rotates around the kind of riverway. He plays the beach and then comes in late, almost consistently as a tendency of his loot route. So you're seeing how players that play the same areas play differently, and the causes, all right, the risk of playing differently, the factors, right? So Savage makes it to zone early, gets taken out by Chapix. Red Rush comes in late, gets hit up a few times by Tayson. These are the paths that are inevitable. They're gonna cross consistently all the time. It's now Snappy, Chapix, two huge names here for the EU region. It's going down. You hear the upgraded pistol from Snappy right now. I wonder if he's been struggling throughout this game. Chapix is kind of vibing right here. I mean, he has to fish to close the gap on the heel if he had to, but no. Snappy's going to back up. He's going to play a little more safe. Chapix starts to heal up.
Yeah, and this is like, come on over here. It's not a safe area, but it seems kind of chill. The chill factor just went down completely to zero. As Endelex here, a champion in his own right. We're seeing champion versus champions all across the board. And look at that, just waits, knowing that this player is going to try to get inside his box, gives him the L dance, hard find. No doubt it's going to have a hard time sitting in that lobby, knowing that he just got L dance on their Monster.
That's right. I mean, hard find fell there. In the feed, we saw Tayson finally catch Red Rush as well. So it seems like Red Rush couldn't get it away from Tayson at all. So these are two players now that are kind of sitting here in the Weeping Woods area. We'll see if Andilix and the other crew and the crossing paths here sometime soon. Talked about Mitro briefly coming in as someone who might be on the storm line, and he's somewhere now fighting in a box fight here, and it's not going to be successful for him. This is the second time now Mitro's fallen in the mid game. Mitro is someone who does tend to tilt when things don't go in his favor. It's a game of mentality for someone as skilled as Mitro. Fallen to CRR first, and now Vibes here in game 2.
I mean, that was just a matter of weapon power. Vibes had himself a strong purple pump versus the green tack. I mean, you don't need to be a mathematician to know that the pump is going to be much more dangerous in that situation. And I think Mitro did get a couple of tags there, but unfortunately goes down due to Vibes' strength of play. And now we're looking in here. It's going to be a Weeping Woods finish, it looks like. We've talked about Weeping Woods throughout various broadcasts. It's one of those things, the trees kind of allow people to take height without being brought down. You can kind of sneak your way up there. There is that zip line that cuts straight across, and there is a river that cuts straight across as we're getting closer and closer to Zone 4 here, Monster, and we're on board here with Janice.
Yeah, more importantly, the trees play as an obstruction to your vision, right? So less lines of sights on enemies, hence making the lobbies typically a little bit more dense, as dense as the forest might be here. So the zone is going to reveal itself. This is going to be the decision to make now. Typically, come this zone, players will find their way to safety and then park up. You don't want to take too much risk coming out of this one, but with how stacked these lobbies are, I would not be surprised if someone like Janice just literally sits exactly before getting hit, and he is going to pay the price just for moving just a couple inches, right? He's close,
Yeah,
but you see the risk that kind of happens.
I mean, what do they say? Look at this map right here. I mean, there's not really a big congestion. I do see the north side, of course, a lot more. I mean, the northeast is going to be congested. South players are going to have a little bit of problem having to get through that gatekeeping that you can see potentially mount up here. But you said so yourself. They're going to try to park in here because the next zone is the half in, half out. And that is when things get crazy. Sometimes the circle could kind of pull away from you, and then you're like, oh no, I got to use all my resources. Or sometimes it lands right on top of you, and you're just straight vibing for the rest of the way. As Janice here is now looking for tags, no doubt storm damage will be a factor, so you can see a lot more commotion. That's because a lot of players are going to have to go down Monster before it is safe to chill.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 66 players still in the lobby, and again, this is the problem with the woods, is the fact that the lines of sights are not all there. So trying to get the lobby to kind of focus in on someone like this is kind of unprecedented, but it's happening right now. It's kind of inevitable with how many are here. Janice is looking to push all the way through. What's Janice going to do? He's got to kind of inch his way on up. Yeah, he wants this loot right now. That pressure. Ooh. He is going to find it. Sebi who falls now. And he manages to squeak it all up. He scrapes it all up, puts it on his plate, and kind of bounces back to what was his old builds here. All built in metal too, so nice, safe and sound. It's a big come up. Big impact for him. Here's Vadil now. He's 500 above the threshold. 12 players have to fall within the next 30 seconds or so before the storm starts to damage players. The storm surge starts to trigger. Vadil getting greedy, though, for a fishing spot in the water there. The harpoon trying to come into action. Was unsuccessful, though. This is what you want to do right here. You want to kind of wait it out. No reason to take big risk at all. You just want to let this moment kind of happen for you and then see where's the half in and a half out. Then see if you have to use your launch pads and whatnot. But you got to think about it, right? He has a launch pad, so he does have some options here to make. We're looking at Aqua right now, who's sitting up pretty, as well as Amplify, who's got to make the big cross here. The zone is going to favor the southwestern portion of the map, so all that congestion, all the majority of player who is coming from that northeastern half, they have to move here, guys. They all have to make the dangerous cross. And I heard the sniper shot go off, and I saw a player get melted. It's Dexy who found Lusa just nearby. Sancho, things are getting very intense here now. It's only 10 seconds, then the zone's going to start moving. They're going to have to cross.
Yeah, Amplify had the high ground in the previous game, so let's see if he could be able to recapture that. As we're watching right now, Glory, a lot of people are taking the high ground early. They kind of, there's two different factors of that, schools of thought. If you do take high ground early, you could kind of get some tags that you may need, especially if you want to avoid storm damage and things of that sort. Also, you're kind of investing in your resources, so if you do get knocked down, you're going to have to look for the impact eliminations, but that reinvestment could pay off for you, getting you a couple of those people that are kind of gliding into zone.
I remember earlier we tuned in, Snappy was using that pistol on Chapix. He's been in a tight situation, not only loot-wise, but just like in general resource-wise as well. This was such a clutch elim for him. He needed this so bad to kind of keep him relevant right now, and that was a refresher. And I like how he played it. He kind of made height tempting for players to land on, so he forced players to come to him, even with a little bit of height. No one can, you know, kind of looking at the fight if you're this high in on half and half out. So just a strategy you guys might want to think about employing if you find yourself in this situation. But it's Drop who has the high ground now in half and half out. This is Mr. Savage's duo from the FNCS kind of track, right? And that's someone who's trying to find his identity now as a solo player, making it this far in his own, proving that he is one of the greatest players out there, and you have to respect him. I still see Benji in the feed. I see Wolfies. I see Kiriashi, who's way down in the feed right now, who has to step it up. Players like Nate, who just came in from the reboot round, who are also looking to prove themselves against the best of the best.
And Moraine is in this as well. He's just right underneath this entire situation here. Moraine coming in from DreamHack Sweden, you know, the champion, coming in hot. So this is where it's going to be interesting to see. You know, this is one of the big major solo tournaments ever since World Cup, right? It's kind of insane to see everybody on the grand stage here doing what they do best. And that's Benji. He's doing what he does best. And like I said, his rotations, he likes to go on the outer edge and he likes to go up as much as possible. Now he's going to look for some loot. Free loot here, using that harpoon, no doubt, looking for some sort of heals their monster, because that is the only missing ingredient for his key to success.
Yeah, not only that, he needs resources too. His ammunition is starting to dwindle here now, but Benji doing what he does best, rotating early, staying ahead of the pack. looking back at the zone, trying to find opportunity. There's a player right above him who's let his guard down. And no, he just so happens to move in. That's going to be a free way to skate on up, and height is his, but the fight is his more importantly. He needs this battle right now. Trying to get in here. This player still has a little bit of room. He's on the run, but you can't run too far from Benji. Will Benji find it? He is. It's Lysen who he was hunting down, the controller, console track, invitational kind of person, right? He qualified through playing through that, and Benji's on fire right now. One Elam still has the minis. Finally, a moment now to pop them. More. Just to get a couple tags, he jumps to the box, and no, Benji gets taken out. Gets too aggressive there.
He gets too aggressive. Tiago gets out from one of the best players in the lobby, and we're taking a look at the overall chaos that's happening. And Snappy sitting right there, kind of parking himself right on top of someone's tunnel there. It's a great strat, especially when you're gonna fly right over, getting yourself to the front side of it. Taking a look at the feed, big names going down. Mongrel still in this, Tayson still in this fight. 42 points here for Snappy. He's looking to get more right there. See some fresh builds, trying to break it. And now he sees someone using that bandage bazooka, and that's usually the audio cue to say, it's time for me to attack Monster.
That's right, and he's using that shotgun as a wall buster to really soften up the build so he can find opportunity. And talking about it, he finds some soft builds here with the wood, and he just starts pulling up all kinds of loot. Nate's gonna fall there. Mobile player, he actually catches 2 for 1. The big special right there. There's another player on height. Snappy is being focused now. He has to decide to go down, and yes, he is going to jump down. He doesn't want to be on that kind of focus level here. Trying to pull in some gear from the zone. Sees someone back there. It's someone with a grappler. He finds it. It's a Nos. And now a Nos falls, and the grappler is his. This is his moment to swing things around and take height with a little bit of material that he has. It's do or die. It's the situation to be made, and he does. He goes up. He has high ground. Not a lot of material to hold it, but just enough ammunition to continue to pressure down the lobby here, Sancho. He can take this game with a textbook victory now.
Textbook victory, Milan with the big hit as well, and Delix goes down. Clement is still alive. It's Milan. Clement, and we have Snappy on the high ground, getting that mega power grappler right there, and Meowscles pew pew, the loudest pew pew right now in the lobby. It's coming from high ground. Milan doing his best to protect himself, but that wall buster catches Clement on the low. It's a 1v1 situation. Can the power of the pew pew up top destroy Milan on the low? The low ground peaks are going to be a key factor here. Monster Zappy doing his best. Out comes the harpoon. It's part 2 again of the harpoon. It's time to shine.
He has to hit the shot right here. Milan is going to whiff that first pump shot, a big one, but he hits the second one, making up for lost time here. Now using the stone so beautifully in the right-hand peak. Textbook from Milan on the low ground peaks, and Snappy loses with the lead. He had it, but the material count wasn't there, and he falls in game 2.
Always comes down to materials. This is a game that features building, and Milan was able to capitalize with that big-time shot, knowing that his opponent had nothing.
That's right, man. Huge congrats there to picking up the victory royale. And don't forget, Snappy did come in second. And there's still a pretty big point there to give away for second place. So all things considered, coming out favorable for both these players. Now, gentlemen, what we got to do is take a look at the standings. How are things shaking out after game number 2? Not that long ago, we saw with 57 points there in that first place was in fact Queasy, but now taking a look at the standings, Snappy has actually taken first place at 73 points with Wolfies and Milan and Queasy not that far behind.
And that's what we're looking at, consistency, right? A good game 1, an even better game 2. Second place is nothing to scoff over. Yes, you would have liked that victory royale for tiebreaker purposes, but your top 10 is really shaping out. Even Benji Fishy had an okay game. I mean, he made the mid game, had a couple elims, still better than pulling a donut for points, right? These are players who are still very much in the game here, Sancho.
Yeah, I mean, I see Benji being middle, you know, high tier, and then all of a sudden you could have that pop-up game and kind of like create that lead that he's looking for. But so many players here are still in looking great shape. Mongrel, Kiachi, you have Fanta. You know, these are the things that you kind of want to be. You do not want to have that goose egg. You know, that is the kind of thing that will kind of mess with your psyche, especially here at day 1. But no doubt, every one of these players has the ability to pop off, and they have the fortitude to do really well.
This is another page, though, as we are kind of rounding out what's left of the competition here of players that are clawing their way back in. This is very early in the competition, though, guys. Keep in mind, next up, we'll be approaching that middle of the pack, right? 6 games here today. Games 3 and 4 are up next. Game 1 and 2 are just the kind of pace setter for a lot of these pro players. It's the kind of where you are. You're feeling the kind of the situation out a little bit. So everyone's still very much in the game. If you're in the lead now, doesn't mean you're going to stay there. But if you do, there's no looking back.
That's right, man. And of course, we cannot forget a victory royale with 5 eliminations is 53 points. So that is a great way to spike back into that top 10 if players are looking to get back up there. And of course, I mean, we're only 2 games in, right? There's still 4 matches left to be played, so it's still anyone's game. But with that being said, Fortnite fam, what we are going to do is go to a break. When we return, we'll be back for the next 2 games out of EU. And don't forget, with only 6 games left to play, who will be at the top after day number 1. Stay tuned, Fortnite fam. Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us for games number 3 and 4, we got Ball TW, we got Clay. Now, gentlemen, that last game was wild. I cannot believe that Snappy pulled off the 2nd place there, all off like a crazy clutch elim over on Anas, picking up that grappler.
That was one of the nastiest flicks I've ever seen to pick that one up, because Anas was actually grappling away. So to be able to pick that up, get high ground, and then get 2nd place was definitely huge. And for Snappy, one of the most consistent players, I think, leading up to this. But he hasn't had anything where he really pushes himself into that top 3. And I think that was the same story in duos for him, too. So we're going to have to see if he can keep this up. But so far, so good. He's feeling himself, because 5 elims back-to-back in those games means he's at the top right now.
Yes, at the top indeed, as well as Wolfies. In the pre-show, Bala talked about this. He said, Wolfies, back-to-back great games, 6th place and 5th place there from Wolfies. Kind of different from what we're used to seeing out of him.
Yeah, I think that's hugely different from what we're used to seeing out of him. Zeke, normally we see this guy play so aggressively, but a thing that I was watching when he played at DreamHack Anaheim was that he started to play, I don't know, very, very smart, very, very controlled, very, very passive. But when it came down to the grand finals of DreamHack, he kind of lost that a little bit, started W King a little bit, getting back to his old self. In this case, over 2 weeks, he's probably had one of the most average placements we've seen out of anybody overall.
That's right, and let's not forget, dude, there's some players showing up, there's some not. Like, where's Mr. Savage, right? There's still 4 games left to go, but with that, guys, I'm getting word. It's time to get into games, so let's get popping into game number 3 of EU with Ball TW and Clay.
Let's go. It's time. Game 3, and we still have a long way to go, but the story so far has unfolded. A lot of different names in the running. At the top, it's Snappy holding on against Wolfies, but there's still some other names. Clay, Benji, and Andalex, some of the most consistent players when it comes to the solos modes. They're both in top 10.
They are indeed, and that would be something I'm worried about if I'm in that top 3 threshold right now. I'm thinking, okay, I got to keep improving on my lead. Benji, Andalex, right there behind me. That is a scary position to be in because we know them being very consistent, being amazing at coming back and playing from behind. They're players that can play from behind and get up into that top spot if they need to when it's on the line.
And it is on the line for Milan right now. He's in Misty Meadows with only 3 other players. I think definitely a sustainable thing for Milan. And this is somebody who is definitely playing very, very well. 4 elims in the first game and 3 in the second, plus the win that we just saw him get over Snappy. We'll put him in 3rd place right now with 64 points. And I think this is definitely a good start for him at Misty Meadows. Yes, there might be 3 people dropping here, but it looks like he's got the majority of the loot on the backside, not having to split with either of those.
Not having to split like Vibes is right now. Shots are going to come through. A nice tag there on the player above him. Does get time to pop these shields as well. Only 2 builds remaining. RPG coming through. That's going to drop him down. Not going to connect. Uses his last build to try to put the pressure on. Not letting this player heal. He's going to go from underneath the stair. Going to protect the other player inside the box. Shots coming through. He's losing a lot of HP. But Trulick's going to go down. Vibes tracks him perfectly and picks up his first elimination of this game.
And that's Trulex, but Flick is still right here. Vibes nearby, and yes, it's a quick finish. You got to be so careful with these early game fights. Flick is going to take that, and I think that's going to put him in a good position. A lot of loot here, actually. The loadout very, very strong for Flick. One of the players who got invited, but such a strong competitive player overall. One of the most clutch I think I've seen in the EU region. And for now, though, only 8 points, but his setup is good to put him in a position to catch back up because, again, it's not that far. A good game will put you around 50 points. And with the first place right now being only 73, everybody's still in striking distance.
They are indeed. Alpha only on 1 point, though, is going to sneak up on this player. Kira trying to make some plays happen, but Alpha getting a lot of damage off with that tactical shotgun. The continued pressure there for him. Nice stare through the edited window there. Alpha trying to keep the pressure up. The wall not going to be enough to stop him. The floor not going to be enough to stop him. He's going to take down Kira. I also want to point out Mongrel in the elimination feed picking up an Elim.
Yeah, that's a big one for sure. He's fighting over at Sweaty Sands, but Alpha still needs to find Slicks. We've seen this fight unfold a number of times overall, at least for Alpha, and this actually dates back way into squads for Alpha. Seems like so far so good for him, but it looks like only really elimination points, so it's where he goes after this. For him, Milan getting into a fight on the side. This is a really good engagement for him because, again, he got all that loot in Misty Meadows, and this player coming off of what is a scavenger route, what is lower in terms of loot potential. He's definitely going to be putting up here, and Milan should have the advantage.
He should. He does have time to pop the shield as the engagement came through. He did lose some of that HP. The other player effectively lower, though. Or trying to be taken there. Milan is going to have time to pop the shield. Not going to actually get off the edit. Going to go through. That's not his wall anymore. Nice edit out to the side. And to put those layers in between can be very, very good. But the continued pressure, Milan down to 41 HP. He's trying to play around this big show when he really needs to play around shooting the other player, getting the elimination, putting the pressure back. Finally doing so. But I don't think Milan has got this. He's going to have to hit a big couple tack shots here to put the pressure back. This continued SMG pressure here from his opponent is looking really good for them. Milan, though, going around the top shade, trying to hide out underneath the builds, trying to keep the pressure there. Milan, I think, has found the time with that brick build to get the shield off, and now effectively they've reset the fight here. They're back on the same amount of HP. Milan still, though, I think has got the advantage.
I'm wondering, actually looking at Milan's loadout, yes, he had that shield potion, actual pop. He's going to drop down and push a little bit more pressure, but I wonder if he left Misty a little too early. We have the game sound back, and he's still hunting for his opponent down below, but it looks like running out of materials on that side. He is going to get the high ground, though. Just a couple of builds to take that, but nice cone from Milan, and yes, he finishes it off, and yes, he survives another day. He survives to potentially have another really strong game.
And he hit the big tags he needed. He hit a 50-plus and then an 80-plus tag, and that's what he needed. He could not afford to hit those 20, 30s that we know the tack is capable of hitting if your aim is not on point. Milan, though, on point today. He is showing up. And this might be some people's dark horses here.
It definitely could, but I'm worried right now for Milan. Scully is so near him. He has no shield. He has no heals at all. He definitely wants to maybe duck back into Misty Meadows before this first zone closes. And if I'm Scully, this is the time to set up the beams. And there, I think he was just ready to do it. We'll have to see how that unfolds. CRR playing so aggressively still here. Though, at risky reels, he's on the backs of Dan, close on his heels.
Andon trying to run away, but CR not a player that you can run away from. He's going to keep the pressure up, not going to connect there, using that SMG to try to get the spray off. This player kind of trapped in this awkward scenario. They can't really make things work for them. And shots going through. CR actually losing a lot more HP than he's dealing there. Shots going through, and he does end up getting the spray and taking down Dan. Picks up his second elimination of the game.
And we did see him play very aggressively in games 1 and 2. That leaves him on 29 points so far. It shouldn't be too bad trading a little bit of damage there in that fight because of the surplus of minis he has. He's going to have plenty of time to also refarm any materials he has out of risky reels. One of the better spots for metal. And you can definitely max out on wood there. But the brick a little lacking. It's okay. Plenty of brick nearby. Another fight all over the map. Definitely EU playing a little bit more aggressively in this game, just to kind of feel things out. A lot of people maybe switching up their strategies. Blackie onto the player right in front of him. A full metal box, though. He's actually backed all the way up, and this is going to be hard for Blackie to follow up with.
It is indeed, but he's keeping that pressure up. He's continuing to make that player go out of the full metal, now into break. This is going to be even easier for him as Walls and Piece Control trying to go over to Blackie. He is going to get both of those pieces, and Mini going to go down. A very good play there from Blackie to get that elimination.
Solid play out of Blackie. Somebody who barely squeaked their way into the reboot round, now surviving in game 3. A storm fight unfolding on top of the mountains down south. It's Chapix on the receiving side of this. He's got a flopper, though. He drops him in. Nice stare to cover him up and make sure that he doesn't trade any damage. And then also gets the wall, too, but a misplay because the wall, as he edits, makes it so easy to jump through. It doesn't matter, though, because Diablo gets put down. Chapix remains cool, keeps his composure, and finishes things off with that tac shotgun.
And that is the confidence you see in these pro players that you would expect to see unwavered there by his HP. Did not even think about going for the flopper. Thought, you know what? Shoot me. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to hit for more damage. And he does come out on top. As we pan over to Salty Springs, we've got Tiago hiding out in this red brick house, looking to make something happen. Maybe set up an ambush play. Maybe just waiting for Zone. You see Zone now revealing itself. He is going to be in it. People are nearby. His loadout looking good. He's in a good spot. Again, 25 points in that first game is really good there for him. Really in contention as well.
Starting to make his rotate out of Salty Springs. He was sitting up, set up, just like you said, Clay, hoping to find somebody getting some extra loot, but did not end up actually happening. Tiago now is going to make his way towards center zone. Try to get a little bit of a positional advantage on the rest of the lobby, but Vidil in front of him is going to stop that for now. I'd love to see where some of the other players in this game, obviously it's the same every time, but some of the big players at the top of the leaderboard, players like what happened to Milan out of Misty Meadows. Where's Benji? Mr. Savage, so many big names playing these grand finals today. Tiago's going to follow this up, though, and he actually knew that this was coming. Fadil tried to play what Tiago was trying to do, set up the trap in the shack just there. And because of that, because Tiago did not see Fadil continue to build on the outside of that, he's expecting that. He's expecting a free Elim, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Chapix, though, we saw win that fight earlier on, just barely makes his way out of that zone on the Misty Meadows Lake.
Barely indeed. Looks like he does have a med kit that he is popping and did end up getting off there. Actually coming out with a lot better loot than I would expect for someone that spent that much time in the zone. He's looking at a good rotation here as well, assuming more people have already rotated out. He's on the back half. The zone is starting to move in 20 seconds as well. Chapix is in a really good spot. He used all his soft mats as well. This is a really good rotation, a really easy rotation here for him. He just has to be careful that he doesn't fall into these storm fights yet again.
That's definitely going to be the difficulty. Not exactly sure where that second zone is, but what I'm seeing for Chapix down on the bottom right of the map is a free path, nobody on this mountain. And sometimes, Clay, this mountain can be so scary when it comes to just that. He pulls another medkit, though, and he can actually choose to spend some time in the zone if he does need to find some other position, or if there's somebody gatekeeping him in front of this, because as it closes, this should be fine. It will be a 2-tick once this closes, but for now, it's only a 1.
And you mentioned it. This mountain is actually really scary because of the steep incline that you have to go. There's a lot of safety behind players that can just hop off into the gorge and get into that waterfall and go towards zone. Probably so got a good rotation. We can see that there's nobody really in the vicinity that he has to worry about. There are some builds around that he might need to be concerned about, but overall, Chapek's in a good spot, can continue to keep up his rotation. We see 68 players left, so that Storm Surge is not going to happen in this zone. Maybe in 4th and half in, half out zone, we will see Storm Surge start to pop up, which normally would be a concern for someone like Chapek's, but the early elimination is really going to put him up there.
And you talk about the Storm Surge, you talk about how many players are up. I think what we're going to see is definitely Surge in 5th zone, but we are definitely seeing players play a little bit more aggressive here in Game 3. The halfway mark, essentially, for today. We've got 6 more games tomorrow that will still be the same exact format, so these guys are going to be leading up and continue to accrue points in the same thing. Anas on the side of zone, he's a little bit of trouble, might get himself in a storm fight. There's 3 players here, he needs to get through this cornfield ASAP, otherwise this could get crazy. And we do get that peek of the 2nd zone too. So close there, Anas, though, the sound from his AR as he switched off of the tack to get that shot off tipped his location off, and he's not really going to be able to find much except maybe 1 or 2 shield tags.
And we all know you got to be careful on this corn. It's very easy. Peeker's advantage is very much there. If you're in that corn, you're going to have the advantage. Anas, like Bala said, the AR swap gave him away, but it didn't stop him from getting the elimination down Norwood, continuing to pressure down onto another player as well. He wants to get these eliminations. He wants this one as well. He really wants that loot. Shots coming on through. Anas going to get a nice beam, and that's his key to go in. Benji going to be the player that he is fighting. Benji in a very bad situation. If Anas keeps this up, Benji going to go down, but Benji with a very smart rotate to keep putting those layers is going to give him time to heal, but Anas not going to fall for it. The pressure going to continue there.
And something happened there. It's Anas with the floppers. He has a medkit too, so plenty of time to take this. As I was talking about way back with Chapek's in his medkits, Anas now onto Benji. Benji actually tried to back up in the zone, tried to give himself space for Anas to leave, and finally he's doing just that. But man, this is going to be difficult for Benji to make it out, but he thrives in situations like this. He thrives when he has low materials, when he doesn't have heals, when he's low HP. Right now, Benji, sitting in that 7th spot, has to continue to play with the consistency, because that's what he's known for. That's what he did to make it to where he is right now over these 2 days. Should be able to make it out of zone, possibly find a campfire, but looking at this congestion, it's going to be rough, because positionally he's going to have to work even more after this.
Rough indeed. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it out. But speaking of rough, Blackie here is in a very rough situation. 9 builds remaining, no shields, no heals. Does have that legendary pump and does have that AR so he can hop into someone's box. But he's really going to have to make a play here in the next zone. Otherwise, he's not going to make it much longer than 3rd. And he's going for the play onto Queasy.
And Queasy was the game 1 winner, so Blackie now trying to make a play to make sure that he gets a chance back into this. Queasy was not happy with what happened to him. Soft spawn, and it's going to be a big jump into the box. You talked about the legendary pump, and that's going to be the key to unlock Queasy's door. And he lives to see another day. 64 builds. Blackie now feeling good, and he's not that far away from zone, so shambles are not rough or not. He makes it in. Who doesn't make it in is Anas, who was fighting Benji for so long on the side of Frenzy Farms. He's down and out. Curious if Benji's still alive, because that was definitely, like we said, rough.
Wasn't Eden Blackie getting aggressive here in his box? He doesn't need to be that aggressive onto Kiriachi, but we know that Kiriachi wants to be aggressive onto him. That low HP could be the catalyst that Kiriachi wants to push this fight. He is very good in these box fights. When he is the aggressor, when he is on that front foot, when he is getting into your box, Kiriachi is one of the best at getting these eliminations in these close quarters.
But Wolfies is right there too, and that's somebody who will pounce on the opportunity if you don't have a full metal box. And I don't think the opportunity is actually going to present itself as Kiriachi and Blackie are in full metal box, full brick boxes, which are very well built. Thiago also looking down below to try to knock somebody down. I think that's where Wolfies is actually bringing his attention on, because it's a metal that's not fully built. Possible heavy snipe. That fight up top still happening, by the way. Chapix just took out Milan. So Milan had no luck off of that rotation. A nice big pump from Blackie onto Kiriachi. And there, Wolfie's finally open. That's instantly the cue for Blackie to turn those stairs on and make sure that he doesn't get taken out. And he is! Wolfies finds the gap, finds the moment, uses the heavy sniper to open things up, and find with the AR another elimination. Wolfies now with 70 points, possibly going to be getting close to overtaking where Snappy was, because Snappy at 73 before this game started.
And you said he was going to pounce it. He was going to move, and he did. He capitalized on that elimination. The question is, where is Snappy? Where is... We saw Queasy, we saw Milan go down very, very, very early in this game, so points going to be around the same. Wolfies can take and run with this. He can take this lead if he wants to.
And I saw Andalex there too, the player in 8th before this game. Another pickup from Chapix. Spraying him down, that's Vortex. 3 eliminations now from Chapix, where we saw him at the start of this, in that storm fight, up all the way down south on the Misty Mountains. Now coming out of that zone, coming all the way from pretty much a lost situation for a lot of players in some senses, and he still holds on to that hope. And his situation is great, Clay. He still has plenty of materials to work with, and a lot of heals too. Plus, positionally, now in 4th zone. And something to note, Benji back up HP-wise. Mr. Savage, we're going to tune in for the first time, because he hasn't actually made it past 70 players alive so far, sitting only on 7 points. What can he do in this game here, though, is the key.
I think the key for him is he does have that sniper in his inventory. Savage with the sniper is unmatched to anybody. He can hit shots that no one else is looking for, and you see him with it out. He's looking for the snipe shot. May come through here for him, but no, not going to find the angle. But he's holding it. Shot's going to go through, not going to connect. The Savage actively looking to get that sniper shot, to get that catalyst that he needs to push him into that momentum, into that rhythm that we know Savage can hit.
And you just have the launch pad if he wants to use it. But nobody going so far. It's the game of chicken and the egg, who goes first. Mr. Savage is not opting to do that. It is a max distance pull for him, but based on how spread out the zone is, look how the circle has players all around it on all sides. He's going to have to wait for other players to get in the air. Benji is down and out, so he's not going to proceed in this game any further, even though it looked like he had recovered. Mr. Savage, though, on the backside has to defend a little bit. A nice edit. Oh my goodness, a mistake here from Kura. Not realizing actually the threat and potential from the other side. Possibly Storm Surge was influencing them in that game. Possibly he had to make a crazy play onto Mr. Savage, and unfortunately it doesn't work out.
It doesn't work out indeed. We'll see what he's able to do, though, with this launchpad coming through.
And we are actually, unfortunately, going to have to hop out of this game. We're not going to be able to see the end. We'll see what Mr. Savage can do right now. I don't think we're even going to see this, but we do have the results from it. Thankfully, it was CRR who came out on top, Zeke, and that's definitely a switch up in things, because CRR, we saw him in the earlier this game actually getting some elims at Risky Reels, but something to note is that he always went down in the mid game, no matter how many elims he got. He does come out on top, though, Zeke.
That's right, and just a small error there in the replay. Unfortunately, that replay did break right around there toward the end, so we did have to back out of that game. As Ball did mention, CRR was the winner. We will take a look at standings in just a moment, and then get ready to hop into game number 4. Truly sorry about that, Fortnite fam. Sometimes technology just likes to do weird stuff and kick Aussie out of our things and drop me randomly even though you can still hear me. I don't know, it's weird. Technology, I'll never understand it. But guys, you know, that was a pretty alright game there. You know, it's hard to kind of get a sense because we didn't get to quite see the ending there for a lot of players. So I guess what I want to kind of talk about is what should we kind of, now that we're in that halfway point, right, with only 6 matches to play today, another 6 tomorrow, now is that kind of point where a lot of these players, if they're at the tail end, they need to make big plays if they hope to try and at least build up a buffer for tomorrow. Whereas a lot of these other players that are toward the top, they kind of want to do the same just to hold that lead.
Yeah, I'd say actually I'd strike a different tone on that. I think it's a balance between, staying consistent and also trying to get that, moment where you do rise in strong fashion. Because over 12 games, it's really about that. It's really about not only staying consistent, but also giving yourself the potential for those moments like Snappy at the top. But we'll see. Here's the standings after that game. Wolfies is actually going to be in the lead by 1 point over CRR. And just for some context, the win for CRR came with 10 eliminations, Clay.
10 eliminations. That is insane. But we expect that from CR. When he goes on a rampage, he is going to go hard. As we see, third place is Snappy. Milan in fourth, still up there. Janice moving up into fifth, and Dilix there as well. Queasy down at seventh. Styler, Umbify, and Airwax, all newcomers to the top 10.
Yeah, the only thing that I notice is Benji falls out and Alex continues to move up, but this is something that we might be, staying tuned with and tracking, is that players like Benji Fishy, who are striving so hard for a championship at a tournament of this caliber, just not being there in the top 10. He's got to be holding on to that kind of moment, and we saw in that game how he got taken out by, I believe it was the eventual champion of that game, CRR. Here is that second page. Aqua also moves up, who was, I believe, way down in top 70 before this game, up to now 41 points. He placed fourth in that game with 4 eliminations. And some other players to note too, Pink, who was in third place before that game, continues to fall actually drastically in that one. Chapix pushes his way up, and Mongrel is not too far away from Benji Fishy, his, I don't know if it's former or still current duo partner of Benji Fishy.
And I know a lot of people were expecting some things out of Mongrel, trying to make his way through. Again, this is a sprint, not a marathon. It's a marathon, not a sprint, rather. All right, there's 12 games. That was game number 3. Sitting in 20th place in game number 3 out of 12, he's in a really good spot, and we know just as well as anybody else, Mongrel's got that pop-off potential. He's got that switch. He can turn it on and just take it home and take the games and just start to run with it.
A lot of players need to do that, right? They need to do something to just kind of pull back out. And, that's the thing, right? This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, with a pretty heavy reset there, As the final game today, you're going to have that whole day to think about, okay, what do I need to do differently? Are people contesting me? What is the game plan, right? Do we need to shift things up a little bit? And we got to recognize here, even looking at 30th, right? 31 points right now is the cutoff. So people just outside there, as Sundown loves to talk about, 53 points, a victory out, and 5 eliminations. But on the other end of that, it's like the competition may not give you that room for 5 eliminations, right? This is the very top, the very tippy top of the spear.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, you talk about the threshold for 30th. Just a note is that prizing will increase after 50th, and then there's going to be steps all the way through. We looked at it at the beginning of the entire broadcast. Some players here, Anas, 30 points for him. He was in towards the end game of a lot of other players, or in that second game where we saw Snappy come out in second. We're going to look now at the page where Mr. Savage lies, 19 points, but also some big names here, Zeke, because Nate, actually the reigning duos champion, only on 21 points right now. Andalex, his partner, way up there, but Nate obviously coming through reboot round right now. He needs to start pumping it up. Vadil, who has played so well throughout all these 3 weeks of competition right now, still laying around the middle of the pack. We move over to the next page, 51st to 60th, and also some others here. Rezon, Verox, Noah. Noah was second place, actually first place after week 2 on day 1, but fell to 12th after that. So right now, not able to maintain that pace in this stage, in this grand finals.
Not able to indeed, but he can make it work. He can turn it around. Again, we're talking about this. We said it for a lot of players. All of these players are of that caliber, of that, they're the best of the best here in Europe, and they can turn it around on a moment's notice. All they need is one game to go their way. One instance, like a grappler find on an elimination in the late game, could change your entire game around. As we move to the next page, you'll see people like Castery, Tinsel, Blackie, Flick on here. All players that can find that moment.
Speaking of that moment, guys, do you think that moment could be trying to simply contest another high caliber player, right? Like, do you think it's worth trying to hit Retail Row, hit Benji? Do you think it's better to just kind of hold on to their current plan? Like, what is that moment that for you guys is that like key factor, right? Especially halfway through now.
I think the moment has nothing to do with the early game at all. And I think that probably that idea of maybe switching things up on your early game plan might maybe be faulty, because the information that you need to actually go and contest some spot like that, like the grotto or the agency, you need actually to know how those players are behaving. So when I think about what the moment is for players going into these next couple of games, it's really going to be getting towards the end, getting towards that taste of the victory royale, like CRR just did, because once you get rolling in a game like that from CRR, for example, that is basically all you need. You need to get those eliminations rolling. You need to get that feeling for getting towards the victory royale.
And it's staying consistent. We've talked about it again, 12 games. Just because you do bad in the first 3 doesn't mean you can't do really well in the next 9. But there is a point where it comes down to it, whether it's 6 out of 12, whether it's 9 out of 12, where you have to realize, I need to put on a performance. I need to make an impact play. And some of these players might make it now, and that might set them up for really good success moving into the next games. We'll just have to see. Is it changing your drop spot, contesting the agency, contesting the shark, getting those power weapons, or is it finding those power weapons late game?
Though I do want to go back a little bit, Zeke. So you asked about the question on early game. I'm thinking of somebody like Mr. Savage, who fell before 70th in both of the first games. Finally had some success in that last one, but when you're falling that early, when you're not getting the setup actually to even be able to roll through mid game, maybe that is an idea. Maybe that needs to be a switch to have the catalyst to at least get through there and give yourself the opportunity for that big game that you're talking about.
Now, with Savage, do you think that is kind of like, is he buckling under the pressure right now? Because you got to think that's kind of probably playing a big factor, right? You know, for someone like Mr. Savage, a crowd. No, all right, not at all.
No, absolutely not. Okay, look, I'll bring you back through the story here. Going back to DreamHack Anaheim, you think about how those first couple of games unfolded for Mr. Savage. It was basically just like this. Like, I will remind you, he was nowhere to be found in that top 5, in that top 10, in that top 20. And right now it's the same thing. Again, we have 12 games. In DreamHack Anaheim, it was 8. This is going to be the story of who can maintain composure over time. And you asked if he's crumbling. I don't think so at all. And I think we're going to still see a lot of Mr. Savage, especially what I saw out of him last game. Yes, it wasn't necessarily the win. It wasn't necessarily getting all the way up towards those top spots, but it was the beginnings in my mind.
I'd have to agree. He got 23rd in that game, breaking through to those placement points that he was missing out on those early games. He's starting to ramp up. That fire is going. He's realizing, like, hey, things are clicking. Things are moving. I can do this.
That's right, and Wolfies is a perfect example of that, right? I think, Ball, you called out in the first games, he was 4th and 5th. That's not a victory royale, but still placing in that top 10, that consistency, just doing that a couple games in a row, landing a handful of eliminations, that's going to supercharge a lot of these players. And for someone like Savage, you give him that confidence, it's all over, right?
100%. And I think Wolfies has gotten that confidence. And I think it didn't start today. I think it started in week 1 and week 2 for his performances there. You saw me look over to my screen in a second, because he actually placed 11th in that game with 5 elims again. He's leading the pack with 13 total elims. And again, those are 4 points per. Even though CRR got 10 in that one game, Wolfies is still up on top of him. So we'll have to see. I think that confidence for Wolfies is there. I think that that placement mentality, that very smart key decision making. I mean, you saw the patience he had playing out of that box when he was fighting against the players across the way. In that last one, it was Kiriachi, remember, in that box fight. He was sitting there in his cone, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He was not jumping in the box, which is what you're used to seeing out of Wolfies, an SMG in his hands, and he'll track you all day close range. But here, he's making sure he's not taking any risks whatsoever.
You mentioned placement. His average placement is around 7.3. That is so big for him. CRR, in contrast, is 34th average placement. That's so huge. If Wolfies keeps that up, he's just going to continue to run with this lead.
And I think that's a sign, too, of what CRR is kind of missing, right? When he has that average placement at 31 compared to Wolfies, that's inconsistency in the mix right there.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, it is actually time to get into the next game, so let's hop into game number 4 of EU. Take us in, gentlemen.
We are hopping in. You see the map unfolding. Sweaty actually losing a player. Only 5 people there now. We see Craggy still very hotly contested. Lazy hotly contested. Retail hotly contested. And only assume the Shark is hotly contested as well. too many henchman bodies there to really dive deep into it. But over on the map, it's kind of the same thing we've been seeing time and time and again.
And I'm wondering, I'm seeing a couple arrows down at the rig. I believe that's where our current leader in the standings is, in Wolfies. At the rig with possibly 2 others. What he did in week 2 was phenomenal. Pretty much never fighting at the rig. We are going to see, though, Retail Row, Benji Fishy. He did drop a couple of spaces in the last one. There are a number of different players here. Moraine, and I know Moki was still dropping here as of the first 2 games, but how does that change? Speaking of fighting at the rig, actually Wolfies takes out Kaiser to start things off in this game. So well done from him, and that's definitely going to extend that slight lead that he had over CRR, and everything counts at this point.
You just can't let it get to him to be aggressive, right? He gets that early elimination. If he says, you know what, okay, I got to Elim, now can be a little bit more aggressive, that could be detrimental there for Wolfies, but with the way he's playing game after game, I think he's going to keep it under wraps. I really like what Benji's doing here against the Swedes. He's just standing still. I think he's just waiting there to try to get a surprise. You see, baiting the chest out as well. Swedes is going to fall for the trap here. He is looking cautiously around. We'll see if he does end up going into that shadow base. He is. Door is going to come through. Cone actually going to go through. He's blocking it off, but little does he know that Benji's right there. Shots coming on through. A lot of damage being taken from Benji's side, and he's going to go down.
What? Oh, I don't want to say. I don't know. You called it perfectly, Clay. That was definitely a bait idea from Benji there. Getting that chest audio makes it so that you're not going to be thinking about players nearby, but Swee's perfectly reading that. Not necessarily perfect, but at least expecting it. You saw the careful way he went into that doorway as the player's coming over the hill. So Benji takes a big hit, and honestly, that is scary. Meanwhile, though, at the grotto, Thomas is following through the actual trash right there, and it's going to pay off for him against Noword. So well done from him. A scary moment whenever you go into one of those, especially chasing down a player, but he must have known the HP situation, the material situation, and the loadout situation wasn't good on the other side for Noword. Thomas is somebody who was playing significantly well in these FNCS Invitationals to start things off, but in week 2 he fell a little bit down that ladder. One thing to note, though, is that this guy is playing so well in all of the different Cash Cups. He literally came, I believe, first yesterday in the Cash Cup that was played while the reboot round was going on. So really nice for him. And he was also playing super well in that charity tournament that was going on with his duo partner. We are seeing now, switching perspectives a couple times in this game, Moki switching drop spots. She's all the way on the other side of the map from where you would expect her to be. And with 3 points, I think that she's looking for basically what Zeke was talking about, a moment of clarity to reach on in these next couple of games.
And this might be that for her. She does have much better loot than we've seen her come out of these POIs with before. She had an original plan to go to that gas station over there that she was dropping at during the prior rounds, but deciding to switch it up, go into Retail Road, did not work out for her, so she's going to Plan C. Plan C could work out. It's looking well as a Nos getting some nice shots there into Frenzy Fishy. Frenzy Fishy looking very, very bleak. Fuels were popped there, though. We'll have to see what a Nos is going to be able to do. Good piece control. The cone over the top is concerning there for a Nos, but nice wall on there. The stair, but the stair went the other way. Nice shot as well. Good continuous damage coming out of a Nos here. The question is, when is that shot going to come through? The cone actually going to get him. He is in it. Nice shot through. Very good awareness from a Nos, and Frenzy Fishy going to go down to that edit.
And with 34 points, Anas still keeps hope alive, at least in this game. And yes, he's going to emote on his opponent, make sure that he knows that Anas is the king of this hill on the side of the map. And I have to commend Anas for that fight. Everything looked so good. I mean, the first thing that he did in that was fantastic was how he was staying close to the walls, making sure those angles from his opponents were very difficult to actually find any significant damage. And then after that, obviously getting the cone in there on top of him, and to break that floor instantly with his tac shotgun rather than trying to run up and pickaxe it will do very well for him. And we will see him now have to make a rotate on the side of the map, but looking at that map, it is on that end, so he doesn't have to go too far. He shouldn't spend time in the zone at all. He's just going to start to make his fishing route with that harpoon, possibly going to start to do what the BL guys love to do, the Become Legends team of Frey, Anas, and different players like that. The floppers. Maestro, though, in a fight. Yes, he makes it count, Clay.
He does indeed, and that's against Swaggy there. There's another player coming in, though. He's got to be careful. The edit coming through, the confidence coming off Maestro here, but he's losing too much HP to be that confident. Sarah with the top of the head is going to protect him for the time being, but these edits going to be very hard to hit if he doesn't get out of that window area, and he does. So now in a safe spot to pop the shields, does have a medkit, but it's going to be way too hard for him to get it off. He's going to commit. I think the metal that he built, they're going to protect him just a little bit. Drobin not able to find out exactly where Maestro went. This is going to reset the fight a little bit.
Reset for the time being. Maestro still stuck, though, in this wall. He really has no other room to work with. And again, he's making this peek on this door. And he does get some control off of this side of the base that Drobin had built. And actually get the loot off of that, too. Get the big pots. Doesn't close things off. Doesn't indicate exactly where he is, even though there's a sound cue for the shield potion still. Want to be able to track that another participant entering the fray. It's Dexy, and things could get really, really sticky. Things could get really, really confusing. But what I'm seeing, the tendencies out of these players right now is that none of them actually want to fight. They're actually just using this house, this gas station, as a position where they'll maybe find some Storm Surge tags if necessary, but also just wait out this first zone.
And you see Dan doing it nearby as well. This is going to be the theme right now. If you're in this middle of zone, if you're in the spots where there's nothing happening, you don't want to take those boxes, especially those players right there. I did not see many of them near the top of the leaderboard, so they're getting a little bit nervous. They're like, it's getting to them, right? It's building up. The pressure is there as we swap over Amplify. 51 points, does have the heavy sniper looking for that snipe. He knows there's somebody over there. He is going to see the player. I believe that may have been a grapple coming on out there from that player. We'll see if he's going to be hit it. And again, these are the impact plays we talked about with Zeke pre-show, right? We talked about how these players need to find that moment, find that catalyst, and this heavy snipe could be it.
There's a brief moment of opportunity, but Amplify not in his position where he could actually take that shot. Unfortunately, the other player now sees where he's at. And I think that tag is going to be all she wrote for this one. I think Amplify, although zone stays close, yeah, he is going to back down over this hill and make sure there's no time for other players to hold him here in this position. He wants to make sure he can get somewhere good for this next zone. And as you can see, again, we kind of shift gears. Game 3 was very aggressive, Clay. Game 4 here, maybe players are playing a little bit looser than Game 1 and Game 2, but they're definitely going for these tags, but backing up and playing for the end game because they know that's what counts. Wolfie's lurking up on Mongol. This is a big one. Starts it off with a nice tag. He's got the heavy sniper too. But he's not actually going to use that. They're both going to back off over towards the house. This is what I'm talking about. Wolfie's making another smart play. Again, disengaging from a fight. This is not something you would have seen Wolfie's after his World Cup performance. The confidence he had. He would have been pushing every person like CRR much would have done. And in duos, it was the same way too with Lecce and Wolfie's. Pushing every fight and not necessarily disengaging for moments like this. But this is key for Wolfie's. And one of the reasons I think not only are we seeing him at the top right now, but we might be seeing him at the top after these 2 days of Grand Finals.
That was very, very smart. And I'm very surprised that Wolfie's had the discipline there to realize, hey, I got the tag. I don't need to go in. But now it's going to be in a bad situation. Is Noah Riley continuing the pressure? He got the early tags on the Wolfies. Wolfies did have to try to heal up, as we do see in the feed. A big elimination. Aqua taking down Mitro. Very big for the entire lobby, as well as Nate going down there to Queasy. Big names falling in this game, and we're having a fight between two of big names as well. We've got Noah versus Wolfies. As Wolfies, again, he's going to find a way to disengage.
Noah, briefly for a moment there, looked like he wanted to follow. It still looks like he wants to follow off that ridge. Wolfies knows, and he bases up in a position that gives him the opportunity for shots like this. Misses that one, but huge, because if he can find any of these tags, it's going to scare people away from his position, give him the path he needs to rotate. It's going to be slightly difficult because he has to go across the central lake of the agency. And sometimes that can cause trouble for you. There's some Remden players still lurking. We're looking at another fight here at 7 Tor. Yeah, so I'm not sure who's up above him, but he's on the back foot. And right now with the 85 builds, he is going to try to make a low ground peak, but it's not going to work. Stairs in his box now. He has to back off to the other side. And so far, no damage found from Seventor, but great control for him. Oh, never mind. The tack shot range 2 from range by Mini. And I'm wondering whether Mini really needed some surge. Clearly had no heals. So maybe he just was holding on to a, glimmer of hope in the fact that he might be able to beam Seventor down and get the Siphon in his heals. But no, it doesn't work. Mini down and out.
Very smart play from Seventor to back out of there, go down the mountain, put the natural cover layers there in between them. Very, very good plays. We swap over here to Blackie. You see 75 players. This is the most we've had in these games today. It's getting stacked and stacked and stacked. Players are not risking their early game, their mid game anymore. And I think the trend is going to continue. You see Blackie, who 87 builds, does need to find an elimination to get that in-game mat count up. But he's sitting, he's waiting, he's moving around, he's trying to get any information that he can. And this is a little bit different from what we've been seeing out of EU, that aggression for a lot of players, not there.
I think whether the Elim is 4 points or not, these guys realize that the best position to put yourself in is to maximize your point potential. A key theme that I've been talking about forever, even back towards the first Winter Royale. That means that getting towards endgame and finding eliminations in endgame are so much more meaningful than anything in the mid-game. Blackie, though, on to Snappy. Snappy's going to be playing aggressively, possibly below that surge, and already starting off with a big 100, and Snappy pays for it in huge regards, because that's another game where he's not going to be able to maximize his potential. Wolfie's also in the feed. That's now up to 2 elims for him. And already a competitor who was in third before this game, Snappy down and out. Here it is, Wolfie is where he was, the position he moved even closer, actually, over towards Risky Reels. So definitely some good stuff, but he's actually still right next to where Mongrel was, so this engagement could go to full. And don't forget that they were Squad's teammates. They play second in Squads. For people who wonder where Mongrel's been, he's been around, just not necessarily streaming as much. Still such a solid player. Wolfies has this player very low. He's going to follow this up.
And this is where the aggression from Wolfies that we have not been seeing is going to come into play. He's being very smart about his engagement as he's taking a lot of damage. So he is going to go in. 4Z are going to go down. And the beam set that up perfectly. 3 eliminations. He's continuing to mount his lead here. We'll see, though, if he's able to hold it. This aggression, right, is coming in. We did not see these in the first couple games. He played strictly placement. He played to get that lead. Now that he has it, now that he's continued this aggression, shots coming through, another player going to come through. He's going to find Fadil just trying to get into the loot or something, but Wolfie's playing really well today.
Oh, no. This is not what I want to see if I'm any other player here in this EU lobby. I do not want to see Wolfies with back-to-back-to-back eliminations in the feed, making things work, because if he starts heating up and he's also playing smart and controlled, though we saw a glimpse of the old Wolfies in this case, that is a scary sight. He might already be starting to mount a response to what CRR did in the last game, the 10 eliminations. Wolfies now up to 4 before even this third zone closes, and before we even get close to where the end game is.
And the question is, how is CRR in this game? Where is he? Eliminations-wise, we haven't seen much of him in the feed. Is he mounting a performance like Wolfie? Is this a dual performance that we can see happen? Because right now, if this goes unanswered, if no one is able to mount a performance like this, Wolfie's going to be in a very good spot as we see Mongrel falling to Tiago there on rotation. A big elim there for him.
I think that's actually the second time we've seen Tiago take out Mongrel, so maybe he needs to make an adjustment on the way he rotates next to Tiago. I did see also Queasy go down, who was still sitting in 6th place after that third game. So that's a big name too. Wolfie's another one. On to Noah. Things are starting to mount. My goodness, is he finding... He just barely got his way in the zone, and he already finds a big one. Again, Noah's such a strong player. They had that brief engagement on the side of that when he was back over on the other side of the agency. And he follows it all up, and he gets that elim. Here's the 3rd zone. Here's the 4th zone, actually, I should say, where it's revealed. It's actually going on that mountain down in the southeast of the map. I believe we're actually going to be looking to players near that. Moki, remember, she was dropping over to Salty Springs. Yes, she's on that south side. Pretty distant rotate to go. And we're not seeing players move at all, which is scary. Moki gets a good crack to start things off. Another one to 27. She actually might make it work, and she does. Yes! Moki survives the onslaught from Pink with that burst AR. And she's going to be moving forward now, happy that she's still alive in this game. Gets another elimination in the books. And possibly now going to find another one, the player in this box. Looking to see if there can be some spoils here for Moki.
Very good tracking there for her inside the box, able to find the player through the stair. Nice build down as well. She's using HP. Effectively, she's not going to have much to heal it up. The RAM boost was set up. She needs to get out and away, and she does with the continued pressure here. She's running out of hard match. She's in the box, but the stair actually going to protect her for the time being. Moki, 31 HP. I don't think she's going to be able to get out of it, as Kylie going to take Moki down. A very good play to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, but that fight in general was just so difficult. I mean, you see basically this entire section, which had so many people right next to them, completely vacated, gone. There's nobody here. Kylie opts to take that fight, and he's going to pay for it because he's not going to survive the next couple of moments here. Aqua also holding somebody else on the north side of this. A big storm fight unfolding on the Frenzy Farm side. That could be where Wolfies was, and he did pick up another elimination. So potential now for Wolfies to be in a big storm fight. That's scary for him because, yes, he got points. Yes, he got himself pushed up in the lead, but definitely not in that placement form. And that's the kind of thing, as Aqua does pick up Tiago. That was where Wolfies was, right next to Tiago. So nervous now for Wolfies because he might be getting a little too loosey-goosey, too aggressive from what he was in the first 3 games.
And I think that was set up by that early elimination, by somebody landing on him. They've challenged him. His rig is at stake. He's able to defend that. And now he's like, okay, I can push this aggression into mid, into late game. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that elimination if he's going to be able to do something. Aqua's a Wisp Skies loadout. First time we'll be able to see him go to work. He was another player starting to break up into that top 20, into that top 30. Can't remember exactly what place he was on, but this is a player we all know we cannot count Aqua out this early on in the tournament.
And it was a rough run for the Invitational for him so far. I mean, barely made it into this stage in week 2 and had a middling performance in week 1. Wolfies is alive still, and he's still W King. He's got heals as well. A flopper, if he really needs to make this work, he's going to dip into Storm a little bit. And yes, this is an ingenious rotate, but he does not stop there. Oh my goodness, Wolfies finds Fant to try to make a crazy rotate. And now he's a little bit in trouble because zone moving. There's players down below him, but he layers right up. He's going to be able to tunnel his way in, but only 11 builds, Clay.
That is not where we would expect him to see. We talked about how great he was playing placement-wise, and now going to go down. This is shades of Wolfies. We did not see it all today, going down so early, not playing for placement, got way too aggressive. We're going to have to see how he comes back to it.
And I did see, as we hop on board with Scully, I saw Milan, who was in 4th place before this game, and I also saw Andalex in 7th. CRR was in 2nd. They're all grouped up at the bottom of this hill, so Scully has an opportunity to have huge impacts on the leaderboards at the end of the day. Wolfie's clearly pushed his way up. Even Janice is in here, who was in 5th, so many players still alive at this stage of the game, though. What can Scully offer? Because on 40 points, he's still possibly in the pack, in the running for this, as he picks up Teak and Alex also on the MXR.
And Scully, this is the game that can start to ramp him up. If Scully gets going, if Scully gets that momentum in his hand, he is so good at keeping it and rolling with it. We'll see if he's going to get it. 3 eliminations. Zone is pulling away from him, though. He does have a launch pad. He is near the low ground, though, so he can easily recycle one as he's looking for eliminations. He is going to find shots. He is going to get elimination there onto Anas as the launch pad was used. He's going to go ahead and just try to beam this player out of the air. Fortunately, not able to find it. Has to use his own launch pad, but a very good play there to look for those eliminations to continue to keep him moving up the point threshold.
And this is key for Scully, somebody who had a legendary run through the DreamHack Open qualifiers, but did not make it all the way through with the semifinals. Same kind of story in FNCS duos for him. But when he makes it to the grand finals, he does so well. Definitely was a story that we followed all the way through the duo portion because they clutched up multiple times and then made it really work for them in the grand finals. Scully now starting things off with a nice pick off. Now layering up Moraine in this, Mr. Savage in this, two grand final winners of DreamHack. The solo competitions, Thomas HD, who we started at the beginning of this game, started off so strong. Andelec still alive in this game. Aqua as well, Airwax. So many big names. Who is that on height, though? I can't quite see. It's Janice, yes!
And you talked about him having that potential to win the game on high ground. The issue for him is the players grappling, launch padding on up. Andelec getting very close to high ground. Has got to be careful about that. His HP is very, very low. We see Aqua just sitting there waiting in the middle while Scully's looking to launch pad here. He looks like he could go for high ground, but quickly avoids it. Does not have the builds or the HP to really challenge it. But you know Scully's not afraid to do that. Gonna get a nice mid-ground tarp here for him. Does get the chance to pop the flopper as well. This is good for Scully, but what is concerning is his 6 builds remaining. His Aqua is now on the high ground.
Surprise, surprise, it's Aqua again. The story that we always see is, where is Aqua? When it comes to grand finals, when we look at 7th zone, he's always here in this spot on height. Again, Aqua with Sky's AR, with the grappler too. 3 eliminations as well. He's definitely starting to roll, and I don't think he loses games from this position, Clay. I think that this is the chance for Aqua to possibly catch up to Wolfies up at the top of the leaderboard.
It definitely is, whether it's the Sky's AR, Brutus's minigun, it does not matter here for Aqua. He has got the high ground, and you know he knows what to do with it. Taking down Amplify, eliminations rolling in, going over old builds. This is set up perfect for Aqua as Mr. Savage goes down to Thomas HD. Aqua doesn't need high ground. He says, you know what, I'm going to go down for some mats. Player was right nearby, but he's got to be careful about giving it up. He says, you know what, I've got a grappler.
He gets another one too. Yes, that's Lizen. Perfect play from Aqua. Yes, he doesn't have the mats. He didn't find it. Might find some now. Yes, and the drum gun too, but Op's not even to take it. He doesn't need it because with what he has, a couple still builds remaining, but also the grappler, and with old builds in the way, possibly even going to take over towards that. Thomas HD just goes, no, he's still up. Scully also getting beamed from high ground. Jan is still up in this game too. What is going on? Yes, another one for Aqua. Top 3 now.
Aqua getting everyone. Scully in the game, though, it doesn't even matter. It seems like Aqua is running away with this. The points are what he needs. He needs to keep going with it. 87 points. So many up for grabs here. The Victory Royale. 2 more elimination shots coming through here momentarily. This player trying to challenge for high ground, but I don't think they know it is. Shots coming through. Janice going down. It's Scully. It's Aqua for the Victory Royale. Aqua dropping down. A lot of damage taken. A lot of damage down. Aqua, though, with the shotgun shot, could have put it back in his favor, and he does. 8 eliminations. A Victory Royale there for Aqua.
GG. Aqua takes it. 8 eliminations will skyrocket him up to 106 points. And in those final moments, it looked like potential Aqua might have lost that with the way that the game was playing for him. Low materials, such a rough position. But with the grappler, it doesn't really matter. He finds the way, and I almost thought he fell to his elimination there in the final moments. But no, that grappler actually so key, so clutch for Aqua. And now 8 eliminations, Zeke. It looks like we might have performances that are going to need to be strong, that are going to need to be not only wins, but high elimination points too, because he just basically matched what CRR did in the last game with 10.
That's right, man. It's still anyone's game. Anyone can set the very tone of the tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. We have to wonder, is the world champion Aqua now holding down that #1 spot? It is actually still Wolfies, but look, he's contesting in top 3. CRR there right behind him, still in 2nd place.
That is crazy.
Too close.
That is way too close. I mean, when we talk about this format, we say good games around 50 points. It's still close at the end of things. Aqua pushed his way up, but still only 106. He's tied with CRR. That isn't necessarily where we would have expected him after that game, because the first 2 from Aqua were kind of weak.
They were indeed, but he got high ground, and that's where he operates the best. We've seen him with the minigun. Now we're seeing it with Sky's AR. It's what Aqua does best. As we move over to the next page, we'll see familiar names. Queasy, Tiago moving up into 12th there with a great game. Styler, Lazen, Eyedrop. Kiriachi, though, is someone I'm really concerned about moving up there. That's going to be a lot of mental games on the lobby.
Yeah, I think for sure for Kiriachi is that mental aspect. He needs to be flipping a switch like Wolfies in terms of aggressive plays, because that's kind of where we've seen him falls. I mean, we look down even further. Benji Fishy is falling all the way down now, almost to where Mr. Savage is, but Mr. Savage is rising. So the switch is starting, Clay. We saw this at DreamHack Anaheim. Mr. Savage now in 27th. He started off way down at the bottom of the pack, now moving up. Zeke, this is looking possibly like a repeat, but I might be speaking too soon because we're still only 4 games out of 12 into this tournament.
That's right, man. And I mean, just going back to the point you made earlier, it's like Savage made top 10 in that last game. So you can already tell that fire is being reignited. He just needs that catalyst to get him jump-started and into these games. More names, though. Jachu there, Slicks, Mongrel there in 38th, Wakey, Mexi, Hen is there, Lechi. No one is safe right now, Clay. No one.
No one indeed. And this is why the format is working so well in these stack lobbies. Paula mentioned it very early on in that game when we were watching Blackie. People are so concerned about optimizing their points and optimizing the maximum amount of points you can get that they're not taking that many early game fights. We saw Wolfie's first 3 games. Placement. Did so well. Took a lot of mid-game fights in that game, and then he ends up losing a lot of points that would have put him so far ahead of Aqua and CRR.
Just think where he would have been if he got not only those eliminations, if he just started playing a little bit more passively after those first 3 or 4 that he started off by risky reels. Imagine if he had turned the switch, flipped it, gone for good positioning, and then also gotten towards where he was getting that average placement so high. I mean, Wolfies might even started running away with that, but so far that's not the situation.
That's right. With only 2 games left, who will stand in the #1 spot after day #1? Well, Fortnite fam, we need to go to a break. When we return, we'll have more action out of EU. Stay tuned. Welcome back to continued coverage of the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke. Joining us for the last 2 games here in the week, day #1 of the Grand Finals. We've got Shot Wager and Sancho West back at it again. Gentlemen, that last game was pretty wild. And I gotta say, Aqua is trying to show the world he is very much still relevant. He's like, guys, you cannot not be talking about me when you're talking about GOATs of Fortnite. I'm a world champion, baby.
I mean, the man's not a goat. He's a lion, king of the jungle, because that entire build fight at the very end, the entire game, was just so hard to decipher and move around with. But he was there every single moment, either hiding in the shadows, lurking in the forests, or just striking people all the way down to the very last elimination. So, man, Aqua, since Worlds, even before then, as a solo player himself, has been an underrated king, and now he's in the limelight. It's dope to see, and this invitational is like barely even getting started. We have 2 whole days. This is just the start of day 1.
And we're seeing that the power of the mythical weapons in the hands of these great kings or lions, as Shayo say, combined together, it makes them very strong to get the victory royale. He was able to grab it, holding on to the very last second, and everyone was saying, where was Aqua? Where was Aqua? Before you know it, he's sitting on height and that power position. But I mean, we're talking about some great performances. I like to call out Scully. I mean, Monster mentions him at the beginning of the cast, having a kind of a different kind of landing zone in the pipe areas down south of the Slurpy Swamps. Being very successful in racking up so many elims at the end game there, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about what happens at the very end and who wins. We have to remember, there's people popping off all around the entire map, all over the leaderboard. I think Balo mentioned the relationship that Benji and Savage have right now. I feel like every solo tournament, these guys are head-to-head, either on low ground, wherever it's at DreamHack, or it's just like on the leaderboard, side-by-side, passing each other, going up and down. I'm pretty sure they're the favorites of a lot of people in this tournament to win the whole thing. But obviously in solos, there can only be one winner, and they're not even in the top 20, or like, you know, they're very close to it. So so many different names, so many different people. It's just really dope to see, Zeke.
And that's the thing, man, is with 2 games left here on only day number 1, that's still very possible, right? I mean, we've seen Wolfies pop off. We saw Aqua rack up eliminations in the Victory Royale. Like, this is still very possible. You just need that catalyst. You need that moment where you can say, this is it. This game is mine, and full bore with all the confidence behind you, right? Like, on top of that, we still have a whole another set of 6 games tomorrow. So it's not over until the final leaderboard, until everything is said and done, right? So a lot of these players, I feel like for some of them as well, some of them might feel like they need to kind of buckle on that pressure. But for some of these other players, you'd be like, I got 2 games left. All right, baby, you put me in the hot seat. I'm about to show up.
It's tension. Yeah. It's tension. There's like a different type of vibe right now, because even for me casting, right, games 5 and 6, it's usually the ender. It's done. But for a lot of these guys, it's just the pit stop in the race right now, but it's still kind of the final games of the day. It's something a lot of these players who are new up and coming aren't used to. I think the last time we saw it was Katowice, but like other than that, a 2-day format hasn't been used to this extent before, and it's solos, which is, you know, that much more different. So it's just going to be cool to see what confidence looks like once these games are done, and how game 6 is going to specifically look. Is it going to be that classic stacker? Are we going to see a few changes, or are people going to hold true all the way to the very end at their drop spots in their mid-game rotations?
And momentum's going to be a key factor. Who's going to be able to take that momentum from game 6 into the next day? I mean, there's a lot to talk about. You could go over a lot of VOD reviews. You could think about what you need to do to get better. But regardless, we're seeing that when it comes down to it, it is the execution and box fights, the execution and rotations, and it's the execution of excellence that leads you to high points.
I love it. I can't even put any better. Guys, it's time to go into game number 5. Let's take it in with the excellent Sancho West and Shy Wager.
Let's go. Taking a look here. It is game 5. We got 2 more of these set lobbies to go before the end of day 1 here at the EU Grand Finals. And we're taking a look here, Shayo. This is almost a kind of repeat. A little Sweaty Sands getting a little bit less populated. And we're taking a look at Lazy Lake. Lazy Lake has been consistent. You know, Airwalks is sitting right there in the top 10, just on the edge there. What do you see here developing as the first zone is revealed?
I'm seeing a change of routine for some people. I'm also looking at the player count not dwindling whatsoever, while people are already landed onto the entire map of Fortnite. 95 players holding strong. As I slay that, Teak gets taken out by Slicks, but at the same time, people are changing their routines. They're just holding out and playing for a little bit more information, because right now, it's all about staying alive till those placement points get divvied out. It's about getting as many points as possible. There are only 2 games left here, Sancho, and this is game 5.
Game 5, and this is a nice spot for Aqua. This is what's known as like Fish Island in the community. You have so many opportunities to fish in like about 6 or so of fishing spots at least, and sometimes you have a nice upgrade station. He could kind of farm this area, walk away with a stronger pump if he wanted to, but it's a very chill spot. If you're taking a look at a lot of the research that we did, there's not a lot of people that will contest Aqua, and I don't think you're going to have a lot of people changing at this point as we're on board here with Wolfies, and he's leading the pack like the wolf that he is. And he's doing really solid here at the rig. I did see him in the earlier games that sometimes he likes to mix it up and land agency, but no doubt this rig spot for him is working really well for him, Shio.
Yeah, he likes just going straight up for these power POI positions, likes having the best loot possible, and the high concentration of shields available in all these different vaults around the map. You mentioned agency, the rig has a very similar type of breakdown. But at the same time, when you're at this side of the map, it's kind of different in terms of your entire game and how it plays out. You're always running into people when you want to rotate, right? The rig is at the very corner edge of the map, has the heavy sniper too. Because of that, he'll have an advantage in every single box fight.
I've been watching his, doing some VOD reviews on Wolfies. His combination with the heavy and the RPG, I know he left it behind, but if he combines those things, win those 4 third circles, things of that sort in that mid game, he will look for opportunities to send a rocket into a build and then hit it with the heavy snipe at the perfect time. He racked up so many elims in the previous games here at the Invitational.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Wolfies, if there was a word that defines his type of playstyle for the entire lobby, he's a catalyst. He makes it so that your game either has an opportunity to breathe a little bit because there's someone else around you getting affected, or he just makes your game kind of end and you get focused by the entire lobby because of the loadouts he chooses to just use and abuse sometimes when it comes to being right next to boxes. He never hesitates when he has an opportunity, and that's what makes him such a great player, such a standout, individual in the European scene. But he'll be uncontested at rig. This is reputation on the line, and no one wants to, go head-to-head. Right now, though, Anas once again fighting off against Frenzy at the edge here of the map, and things are getting a little bit spicy. I think we have Frenzy's shield almost knocked off, and Anas is taking over this entire fight. A launch pad denied, and now in the same box, Anas cleans it up.
That is the reputation that we're talking about. Frenzy did go down to Anas earlier, and that made him try to get away with the pad, and Anas was able to catch him. I did see in the feed that Savage did go down to Red Rush, so we're seeing these rivalries come out in these landing spots. We're seeing people win and lose, of course, but I think Anas is totally letting Frenzy know, this is my land. Do not come here any longer. Let's see if he comes back, if Frenzy goes back there in the next day. But here we are on board with Mini. These safe houses are pretty popular with kind of like the outside the POIs. They're still pretty strong here, Shio. You could get yourself some nice opportunities to walk away with the heavy sniper, as we call the problem solver. And looks like Nyson is using this porta potty as a way to hide his opportunity to get it. And oh my goodness, Mini says, nice try, but I got you. 11 points, so Mini is looking for that catalyst to jumpstart their run into the grand finals.
And Mini will own all of that. Unfortunate the cone was there, but fortunate for Mini overall. We'll tune in with both Fremont, Kiriachi, and Lucia all the way at Weeping Woods, and someone's going to end up crying after this one because these are 3 huge names just looking to get out of here, get eliminations, but they're sticking around, going for these fights. Kiriachi will be the one to activate things on the wall, looking for his next shot to divvy down, but overbuilding at this moment, making this fight a little bit too hot. There is another party lingering around. It's a 3-way battle. Fremont is low. Anything can happen. Fremont taken out. Now Kiriachi both controls a launch pad and this entire fight.
Controls it very nicely here. Kiriachi is one of the favorites out there all around the competitive Reddit, subreddit, all that stuff. Kiriachi has been a name that a lot of people are saying to look out for, and Lusa's going to have to look out for Kiriachi as well to try to gain it. At this point, Shio, they know who's around. They know that no doubt, and they see in the feed that someone just got eliminated nearby. I have to be careful, and it's going to be another battle for Weeping Woods as we're seeing Sweeze, the reboot winner of the EU area. This is interesting. Sweeze is actually doing pretty solid here with 48 points. So that is one of the things I want to keep an eye on. Can someone who's been competing, this is day 2, at competing at a high stressful tension area here, Shio, can they continue to be successful and ride that wave that they got from the reboot round?
It's success in that tension as well. He was first overall in that reboot round, so he knows what that word means, momentum. He knows what winning's like. But at the same time, these are against now the top 80 players who didn't actually get to play against yesterday, at least when trying to qualify for this portion of the competition. We'll see exactly how Sweeze does, where he moves, what his game plan is when it comes to staying central overall on the map. It gets risky if you're caught out, especially in a lobby like this. You'll have the likes of Verox, Lecce breathing down your neck. You never want that happening at all. But Sweeze will be right beside an entire gas station that he can just mine up over and over again. He'll have a good base, but I'm pretty sure he wants to stay mobile, get tags, and be ahead of the competition by at least a few steps.
Yeah, and Sweeze is ahead of Lecce right now on the leaderboard, so he's doing really nice, working his way, and he gets the third-party hit right there, and he's going to keep on the pedal. He's going all in with that rocket launcher here, Shiloh. He's going to have his nice opportunity to steal another 4-piece there. That was a great use just to get that guy away from his loot. We've been seeing in solos, a lot of people like the vulture loot after an Elim.
Yeah, and right now, the Elim does not stop, and it won't stop coming at all. It's going to be Sweeze and Lecce fighting hand in hand. I thought Sweeze would have the upper advantage, but now Lecce controls the fight vertically at least, but he gets affected from the back. There's another big star moving right over. 78 players left alive, and 3 of the biggest ones are here at the gas station, Sancho.
Yeah, and Sweeze says, nope, I'm going to go ahead and just get my way out of there using the river as to boost his way out of that fight. And that's a smart disengage. You see Lecce, you see Benji, all right, you take care of that, you two titans of the Fortnite scene, as Matzo here using the rocket launcher, pestering Master on the low. Let's see what happens here with 50 points so far, doing really well in this tournament. That's going to put him at a very great pace for the rest of the ride here. Maestro, at least in the top 20 here, and he has himself a stack set of loot. And I think you just got to be careful going up against that rocket launcher here, Shio. You don't want to expend too many mats because that rocket launcher certainly gobbles him up.
Yeah, right now he has the option of having his own as well, but he's just going to be box fighting. A pattern I'm seeing, though, developed in this game is a lot of people are overreaching around boxes to get shots off. A third party comes in and affects you after that. You throw your lead. Right now, Maestro, the risky kind of move to move past the wall, not his, finally has the advantage over his opponent, going for a few more shots. Does control all these walls, but is going to have risks when editing them. Once again, on the outside of the fight, like I mentioned, because of this, the third party will beam right in. There's so many around. This is happening near Risky Reels. We know people stay at the agency 24/7. No one will be able to move, but it's Matzo that gets taken out. That's him just getting in, bait and switching. You know, am I going to just aggress on you over and over again? Am I going to calm it down? Won't matter if you're in my base. I can pick and choose. Maestro with a very nice decisive fight.
Yeah, sitting at the top 24, but now we're on board here with number 1. That's Wolfies. 125 points, has a fantastic kit. These are the ingredients he likes to use, and he gets those nice tags to open up and give him the green light. And I'm going to see this before. It's going to rinse and repeat. I'm expecting the big heavy sniper play to come on in. He's poking and prodding. This is an opponent trying to get away. No doubt looking for that big-time ramp boost. He's going to sit right above him here, Shio. And he's going to, again, they talked about it a little bit earlier. That discipline to disengage, that one little shot to Wolfies is time to back away.
I was going to say, is he moving a little bit too fast in this competition because he has this big lead? But, you know, we're seeing right now that he knows exactly where he is. The self-awareness of both his position, his points, very smart. Breaks off that fight, as you mentioned. Now moving forward, one of the trickiest places to rotate on the map, Salty Springs. A lot of people try to converge over here from Sweaty, Weeping, Holly, Hedges. It gets very tricky in solos with 100 different entities all over the map. It'll just get sightlines together 24/7. It's not possible to really get out for free. Wolfies has to make 2 boxes, waits it out. Ensar moves up forward first. He'll now follow through, and that means he won't be able to just make up his own boxes as he moves along. He'll have to follow someone else's story overall.
Looks like a lot of people just looking for storm tags here, Shio. They're just kind of getting a little bit of hits and just moving along their way, going along the rotation. They're, of course, not in the safe area. And the Wolfies is trying to make sure that everything's good to go. But this is that opportunity, that natural high ground that Wolfies is going to push up against. Enzar was up here a second ago. Wolfies is now taking his time, slowly making his way. Enzar is trying to gauge to see if it's worth it. No doubt it would be worth to get that name out of the lobby. It'd be worth to get that name in your elimination feed. But Enzar choosing wisely and backing away. Doesn't want to get that bite from Wolfies.
And Moki's also in the distance as Kuriachi moves in from the back. CRR on top of the house too, and we know how intense he gets once he lands just one shot. I think Ensar's caught in between both Wolfies and CRR. And CRR's on his box, but that's just Salty Springs, and that's outside of zone. Meanwhile, the real story developing, the people building bases inside the safe circle, inside the zone. Frenzy Farm, Risky Reels, we're talking about Rivers now being involved in this endgame. Natural low ground, player skill going to be shown over all throughout the rest of this match. And Wolfies needs to get there still. We're following him, but he has a very tricky path in finding a good base and holding a nice spot.
Ooh! But the tricky shot goes right in. Wolfies gets another nice tag. He's going to keep using that, letting that player box up. I mean, once you get hit with a heavy sniper, Shio, that is like, oh, all right, I'm going to box up here and not move for a hot second because someone has their eyes on me and someone has a nice hit. And Wolfies catches Enzar. You try to get me earlier, and Wolfies returns it. And he's looking for more action. The opportunist of Wolfies is racking them up right now, and he says he's going to be aggressive. He has to be careful, Shio. His aggression could lead him to slipping away from the lead, because he does have Janus short on his heels, especially with those placement points that Giannis has been getting. Wolfies now going to kind of slow down a little bit and let the Storm do some damage to make them move.
Doesn't do too much damage though, but there's so many other people still involved at the edge over here that Wolfies can have a say with. That being said, you're right. He has to tone it down and speed it up when he needs to. Right now, it is going to be a total switch over to Kuriachi. Wolfies. The decision making, did you know he was that low? Just keep in mind that every single individual here, Moki, Kuriachi, Wolfies, Ensar, CRR, they all were at the same point of lines in position, moving towards the zone, but they're all in different health pools now, all in different situations, because they're using their brains very differently. Wolfies is disassociative. He doesn't want to be next to anyone. Meanwhile, so many other people, Anas included, are being box to box, taking damage. Because of this, easily getting picked up like we saw Kuriachi do. But sometimes it's tight enough, it's just so secluded that it's easy and no one can affect you. Anas picks up Squeeze, and now he's out of game 5, and he has 2 big eliminations now, Anas, to move over with towards the end of this game, and a whole lot of ammunition and loot.
Yeah, Anas squeezes Squeeze right out of this set lobby. Anas, with that crazy rotation, remember, he was on the edge of the island, making his way all the way over here, likes to land at that base camp, the hotel. Now on board here with one of the Solari boys. Has the legendary heavy sniper, and this is what I've been seeing. A lot of the use of the heavy sniper. If you get a big-time headshot, that'll be a great opportunity to get those 4 points. 22 points right here for MEX. So no doubt looking for the catalyst, the momentum to take him in. And all you may need, Shio, is a nice headshot with the heavy sniper to jumpstart your run. Oh, there it is! Oh, left eye gets bruised right in that eye with that heavy sniper, and it's a big-time hit. Now it's the question. Yes, of course, Emo. But should I go over there and get the loot? I mean, he's sitting pretty stacked. Doesn't really need to upgrade his kit and doesn't really need mats there, Shio.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a stretch. No possible way a Mexer will stay in this box and just wait things out. That's just a free pickup or a free elimination pickup to get. But it's just hard to land, too. Good on him for knowing that angle, taking the shot. Anas, though, in a very different situation. Doesn't really have a base, doesn't have a say in what he can do to other people. But he's saving on materials. Waiting out, getting actually into zone even. He's not safe just yet. Finally gets towards the Frenzy Farm house, and now walks in on old bills. He's being very conservative though. And yes, that kind of keeps him quiet, but then he doesn't get these opportunities like we saw with a Mexer, having a say on people, like we saw with Wolfies, getting beams and tags. Maybe 2 eliminations are enough. You're getting a little bit tense there, 100% with that RPG out. It can get a little bit crazy. But I don't think he has the shot just yet.
Shio, Wolfies went down in the feed, brother. His run is done here in this game. So game 5, Wolfies goes down in the high 60s. And now we're going to have someone that could have the opportunity to take away the lead with a big pop-off game. This is what I'm talking about. The tensions are high as Lechi is someone that is around the middle of the board looking his way to climb up higher and higher. And Anas, sitting around the 20s, could no doubt have the opportunity, all the ingredients to move up as well. And Tomas, or I like to say that guy had a little spice there, Thomas is literally dominating recently in Grand Finals custom stages, out of Cash Cups, and also in general, 8th in week 1. So many big-time players are getting closer and closer into the circle.
And the circle, once again, is going to just be over free ground. There's a few people. We saw Thomas. We see Anas just clinging onto this house for as long as possible, getting as many mats replenished, but it might not be enough. Anas, though, finally, the patience pays off, and it's Thomas who gets punished. And look at the loot. It's gold all around. A minigun. I believe that's Brutus's as well. A gold AR. Pump shotgun, he is set now. He was almost shambles in terms of rarities of items, but now he's looking so good, and he has momentum in this game, Sancho. He's just ramping up. Lecce, meanwhile, he's in a completely different headspace, not close to the zone, has to fight his way off to the next portion of the competition, and he does, as Diablo gets sent back to the underworld.
Diablo getting, just getting exercised big time there by Lecce there. And Lecce, this is, did really well in the qualifying round. Did really well in week 2 as well. That's what I meant. He did so solidly, and we're expecting a nice performance as Moraine gets an Elim on Mage. So this is where it is. I mean, this is where that professional attitude, that mental fortitude could be a big factor in letting you get to the rest of the ride here, as Styler is pressuring Lecce, and Lecce is doing his best to survive that fight there, Shio.
Yeah, Lecce getting bullied by Pocket C4s. Never actually see them all the way this far into the game, but possibly 2 used over there. Might have been a cheeky strap, but doesn't pay off. CRR, though, just look at the zone, look at his position. Everyone conservative waiting at the edge. You'll have setups like this then. Joe Bond getting taken out. The squad's god now. No teammates to help him, and no life to live for this game. Chulek's taking out vibes. I don't think CRR's done yet in this position. He has a long way to go here, Sancho. It's pulling all the way up to that big hill near Risky Reels. If you're up there late and people are already built up, it might be impossible to play out the rest of this game.
Yeah, CR has to make a decision here. He does have a pad in his inventory, or he's going to wait to use a community pad. He could bait the pad out. So many options for him, but regardless, he's going to have to make that move all the way north. We're taking a look at the rest of the circle. We're seeing where everybody's kind of posted up right now. Tayson is getting some damage from Aqua. Aqua is going to go to the high early there, as Anas does get tagged. He's trying to make that rotation, but it wasn't enough. It's just a little bit of a tickle right there as Anas there. We're just keeping an eye on him as Lecce picks up at the Elim in the feed. Things are going to start heating up here, Shio.
Every time I see Anas do a double edit jump pump, I know something good's going to follow up right after it, because he hits big shots. Going over for a little bit of control of the builds that he has in his box. Doesn't see much just yet. It's not a moving zone, but it feels just as tense, because this is all about survival right now. Storm Surge might not be up, but the positions for a lot of people are slightly outdated. What a combination from Anas. Takes out Nowhere. Once again, he doesn't get a chance to play out the rest of his game. He got taken out by Benji earlier on in a very similar position and time. This time, Anas with the classic RPG pump combination now only has 1 left. Where will he use it? Not sure. Finds another little cache of items to just get up a big shield to top him off to 200 effective HP.
Things are getting stacked right now as Anas is starting to make his way. 60 points so far in this day 1 here, the EU Grand Finals. Looking really well, and that rocket shotgun combination is looking really well. And now we move on to the first time 6 zone here. The rotation is going to push us all the way north. There is a bit of a climb here they have to deal with. Not too scary, but Anas is sitting really pretty right now, especially with that pad in his back pocket.
He's just winning things out. Needs to just keep his materials in mind. Another trap set over here. RPG pump combination. It connects, and Anas once again onto Clement. Gets another refresh, another RPG combo. This man is setting things up on some of the best players in the European region at a time where pressure is so hard to divvy out, to put down. But now he has to move. No more box-to-box gameplay. We're in the moving zones here, Sancho, and people are flying straight in.
Moving zones, and this is that mountain I was talking about. This is the one that a lot of people may have an issue here. Says Mini on board with Mini and looking for the big time placement points and elims. This is Mini's time to shine right now. He's just going to use a low rotation here. I like this play right here. Not going to go ahead and go all the way up. We're going to risk that possibility of maybe sticking to the low side of here of this mountain. Don't want to use so much of those resources, because Mini does not have a lot of material to work with here, but does have a lot of bullets. Looking in the backside, using that harpoon, did get attacked for 75 and upgraded themselves to the heavy sniper style. So many people are tagging right now in the backline of the storm. Many looking for that jump shot, looking for that launch into higher up at this board.
But Mini gets pulled straight back to the rest of the map once again. Cannot focus on the storm. Has to now move up. A good position for shots earlier on, but now no more left. Frey goes down. The back-to-back spray is there. It's Milan that gets taken out. Too Mini moving forward with every single available item in its inventory right now, and he's just still moving. No chance for stopping right now. Looking for the next shot. 6 builds available. It has to be shots connecting, and it's ZQ that gets taken out. Another one placed on a tear. Mini is unstoppable and full health. No floppers though. Every single tick of storm is going to be so monumental in stopping Mini's game, but at this rate, at these many eliminations per second, it's going to be fine. Better than floppers even, and good for a score as well.
Mini is feeling litty right there. Literally started this entire match with about 10 points. Now catapulted themselves with 46 points and has the opportunity to get the victory royale. Doing some nice tarping right there, Shio. This is the thing that I'm talking about. The jump, the catalyst to get you to turbo boost your way up the board. And Giannis is popping off as well. But we're on board with Anas. Anas has a lot of opportunity here. Doesn't have any rockets. So no doubt hoping that he could find some to knock out the high ground.
The early game warrior now transitions all the way to the late stages, and he's on low ground right now. 240 materials left, but he's just staying low to the ground, knows exactly what he wants to do. Just shoot. Now has the drum gun. He gets an upgrade, and it's him versus MXR, and he's still moving forward, staying low, knowing exactly what he controls. MXR is looking for a crack in this man's defensive capabilities to try to get a shot in, knows he has an RPG. Now Anas with maximum builds is slightly baiting MXR up top, is going to move up for height. It's going to be a build fight. Blocked off a cone potential there. Anas doesn't see it. It's an RPG, and he brings him down to his level. Anas wins over MXR in Game 5 of Europe. Both from early straight to the end. He was dominant box to box, and now he's feeling real good on top of that leaderboard.
Woo! The big time combo of the rocket launcher and the pump shotgun proving true, and a nice ride there for Anas.
Guys, the action is heating up. We've got one game left. There's so many things that are like unraveling out of that story. Not only did Anas get the victory royale, but there's people like Janice, who placed 3rd in that last game, who has also placed 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 of his games. He's like, hey, I see Wolfie's over there racking up elims and points. Watch me do it via consistency, baby. We got to take a look at the standings, though. This is how we can identify who is currently leading the pack. Is that performance enough to push Anas even up into the top 10? Let's take a look together right now. Janice, he has overtaken Wolfies by only 4 points, gentlemen. Only 4 points.
And he's still moving forward. Like, it's not done just yet. There's one more game. Everyone with a victory royale right now is on this screen. Might be one person missing in that next one, but Janice all the way up top. The placement, speaking bounds, I think he has some of the least eliminations out of this top 5, only just 12. Still, just look at the names here, Sancho. It is such a close competition of some of the GOATs, and it's people that we saw Anas just take out last game as well.
You mentioned before that Wolfies was the lion, up there, but these goats are making their way up the mountain of this board, and this is what I'm talking about. Moraine, the former champion, still around. Queasy with the victory royale very early, still around. Amplify had a lot of high ground opportunities in a lot of these matches, so it's just that one little moment, that could tip the scales in their favor there, Shio.
Absolutely, and now we're just looking past that top 20 at everyone else, what their game plan is, what they're doing. Some successful people off spawn. We have Slicks, who we saw get one of the first eliminations of that game. 56 total points, a good place to be in, but this is kind of the pedestal these guys put themselves on. We can see Kuriachi here as well. Sweeze did so well on the reboot, top 26. Rezon there too. We move on to some other people who are on that similar pedestal. Benji, Letchi, Putrick, who's mobile player, Chapix, Frey, Fanta, all these guys surviving so long, but are just in the 30th to 40th slots in the entire leaderboard, Zeke.
But you cannot count them out, man. Right, Zeke? You cannot count out Benji and Letchi. It's not the thing to do, especially like people like Mr. Savage or Thomas. I mean, these are the people that could have those pop-off games, and it could be literally just around the corner, Zeke.
And we talk a lot about the kind of outer bubble here, but I think one thing I actually want to talk about is CRR, because this guy has basically just become what Mitro was all those years ago, where it's like, Mitro, you just always knew whenever you saw him, he was going to show up. And now that's CRR. Like, CRR is still in 3rd place, and at any moment, he could overtake and shoot for that 1st place. And this is after the first 5 games, with 1 left. and 6 tomorrow, he could challenge for that number 1 spot.
And it's not like a spiritual successor type thing going on either. We saw CRR actually take out Mitro in one of these games where they just came box to box in the mid game. So maybe there was an exchange over there of power. Maybe now the whole dynamic is switched up. We don't know, but it's all these players who've had stories, had eliminations on each other, you know, partnerships sometimes in the past, up against each other. And it's heartbreaking to see it sometimes, but there's so many cool moments that we see in games too. The competition's so raw. I'm not even seeing flopper plays right now in these end games from these winners. It's just methodical eliminations time after time. Box fights won in record-breaking settings in seconds as well. These guys are just amazing right now.
I mean, the accuracy is just, it's insane. The tracking is really nice. We saw people tracking people from a grappler that normally not hitting shots you would miss, or myself would miss 1,000 times, but they're not missing, Shio, and they're being really cool. And another story is I'm looking forward to is the rise of Giannis. I mean, he's been doing really well in placements. The average is going to do awesomely for the rest of the go.
That's right, gentlemen. It is time. Let's get ready to hop into the final game on day number 1 from EU. Take us in.
Oh boy, Shayo, it is the final game here of day 1 of the EU Grand Finals. And man, let's go, baby. I'm ready. I'm excited. I am amped to see how this book ends, or at least the halftime of it, because we do still have day 2. And of course, later in the broadcast, we have the NA East day 1 ready to roll. So, Shayo, what we got here, baby?
I mean, it's game 6. We're looking at the drop down once again. I'm talking about the zone right now. Kind of central, but this time going towards the southern side. I was about to talk about this situation right now. Anas might be staying at home for a long, long time. Just because the zone could pull somewhere down here. You won't have that much of a trek to move towards like last time all the way to Frenzy. That might be very good for him. At the same time, might limit him on how many eliminations he can get in the mid game, as he won't stretch. Eliminations are one thing though, Sancho. Placement, a big other one. Janice kind of using that type of situation to get up top on the leaderboard. It's so important for endgame.
Absolutely, very important in game. And you know, we kind of talked about this at the end of the day. This still is a battle royale, and no matter what kind of battle royales you play, having zone early, you kind of mentioned it, you kind of hinted to it, could be a problem for you. I mean, you don't have the opportunity to stretch out your loop path so much because someone is going to be in it now. Someone may cross it. As we're on board here with CRR and Tiago getting some big name eliminations today in day 1. Let's see if Tiago could add CRR to that elimination feed. But CRR is setting up this ambush. He's going to wait for that prime opportunity to kind of get those big time shots. And look at that, quiet as a field mouse hanging up top. Tiago almost. Now Tiago's in trouble as the mouse strikes and gets that big piece of cheese. And Tiago, not right now, not today. We'll see you in day 2.
Yeah, Tiago now, you mentioned it, it's one of the last games for a lot of these players, and we'll see these potent strategies of patience basically played around the entire map. CRR obviously just doing it on a sole roof very early into the game. That being said, a lot of people are a little bit more aggressive when it comes to fights on this plain island. Frey Islands over to the left as well. Anywhere really near Pleasant Park, people like to get up close and personal to utilize mechanics like this. These box fighting triangular peanut butter edits. Sometimes that shot does not land, but we've seen mobile player Putrick at the top of the leaderboard so far. He wants to keep moving up, and this is his last chance today to do so, Sancho.
Yeah, not bad run, 48 points. No doubt, just trying to have those good vibes going into day 2. Sitting here running low on the ammunition now, but not running low on the damage. Does a big tab with 40, goes right in and finishes Noah. And Noah has been having some success here, but now Putrick has to be careful here as Ensar, which we saw earlier in the cast.
And Ensar will be the one right now to once again try to infiltrate someone else's game plan, be the third party in someone else's rotation or game. They won't actually find that much success in the early shots of this fight. Putrick finally gets the tactical shotgun as well into his inventory. He just had a mere green pump before. He wanted to control the loot that was dropped from his earlier elimination. Although in doing so, Ensar shielded all the way up. Now, while that fight goes on one side of the water, we'll see Anas actually taken out by Frenzy this game. So the winner from last game will now not have a chance to really further his spot overall in the leaderboard. No placements divvied out, no elimination points. Anas is now frozen in time while everyone else starts to move forward.
And Frey, the owner of Frey Islands, hearing a ruckus. I think he got tagged a lot by the Putrick, so he's going to have to chill there in that airplane crash site. And now Putrick right now, with no shields, uses his last opportunity to heal up right there. So now it's a matter of just getting the shots down. Low on ammo as well, as looking in the feed, CRR does get down by Vidal. So no matter what, even though this is almost like the tensions are high, big-time eliminations are happening in this game. And now Frey, Putrick, and Ensar are having a little standoff here waiting to see who makes the first move.
That's kind of the landlord of that entire area. Frey comes by asking what the heck is going on. Meanwhile, somewhere, the grotto, we don't see too much action from, and Solo's really at the drop spot. People just like to disengage. It'll be Noka moving in. Has Brutus's minigun, has the vault key card as well. No one's opened it, and there's no one really camping beside it right now. This was a quick kind of extraction. He will be the one, though, to have the opportunity to go back in, and it's Thomas once again taken out by someone he can't see, and now Noka really puts on the flames. He's looking to get this next elimination quick. A launch pad put down inside the grotto to move in space. I mean, interesting kind of development for Noword. I wouldn't blame him though, Sancho. He's been eliminated now 2 or 3 times with launches in his inventory, with a lot of materials, with the best guns. Never had to say, I guess you have to use them now in the early game.
You gotta use them, man. If you don't use them, it was a waste right there. But Maestro is not having a waste of a day right now, doing really solid out here in Frenzy Farms. And now we have a classic box fight situation. Nice little stair flip right there. He's getting a little bit closer into it and have an opportunity to kind of just pick his way right through. Not overly committing right now, letting the weapons do the talking for a bit. It's a nice little reach into it. We see a lot of different box fighting play styles play out. Some people like to get right up there with the pickaxe, but you have to be careful you get edited on. So Maestro is taking his time, using the harpoon. We've been, that's a weapon that's been kind of like the underdog use here. It's been a big time player in a lot of play styles. As Maestro gets out of alpha, train hard goes down, but that's what I'm talking about. Like the harpoon there, it's been kind of like it's been being used a lot here in day 1 here of the grand finals, making a big time showing.
It makes passive players kind of get on that active side of their fights because they're just kind of trying to see exactly where the openings are in your gameplay. Right. When you're using a harpoon, the recharge time on either switching items or waiting for that spike to come back to your weapon, it gives that player an opening. If they're playing defensively and it's working and you switch them on the offensive, like we just saw right there from Maestro, you can get into a 50-50 position. If it's what you wanted and you planned for it, you end up winning. Right now, though, Putrick still held all the way back inside zone, boats all the way around, actually breaking off his base, getting up close and personal. He's going to look to hopefully end this fight. Has a medkit to prolong things, but he might not have to use it if he gets that tag, and he does. It's Kaiser actually going down.
Oh my goodness. Kaiser showed up with the boat. He was boating his way right into that fight, using it like a tip of the spear there to get Putrick kind of frazzled, but it didn't matter. Putrick was able to turn the tide right there quite easily and capsize Kaiser's run here for the rest of the day. I'll see you in day 2 here aboard with Genji's Moki. 9 points. Still, regardless, I have to say this. The Gamer Dad in me is going to come on out. Everybody's doing well here. You're one of the best players in the world in your region. No matter what happens here today and tomorrow, you got to hold your head high and know that you had a great ride. But Moki is going to try to continue that ride today. Getting up a little bit closer here, 9 points. Some nice pressure on these fresh wood builds. Now we have a little build fight. She has great materials, great resources if this fight takes a little bit longer. As the storm has about 2 minutes, and there's no one in sight here, Shio, to third party this.
Both Moki and Shade have a big chance. This elimination here, even this game, could mean so much to them with the next 6 that are going to be playing tomorrow. If they just have a slight pedestal to boost themselves off of, if it's just slightly higher than their overall points, it'll be so good. A ramp actually blocking Moki from following through at the same speed that Shade kind of escaped, and now she'll have to look through these trees to see exactly where he went to, chasing him down. A higher elevation, the launch pad will move actually further and faster. And although slightly delayed, she stops right between 3 trees, gets tagged slightly, but now the fight breaks out. It's kind of even on elevation. The edits and damage are there too. Let's see who wins this one out.
Mookie showing why she's one of the best players in the world and has Shade on the low health right now. Mookie on the official broadcast, showing what she does best. The big flick of the wrist right there, and gets a nice hit with the pump. And Mookie ride continues on. And you can see, you can kind of feel that ease of release right there. The way she's jumping around, feeling good about it, making sure no one gets some tags on her. Now we're on board here with Mongrel, who's been kind of walking around here in Salty Springs. He's going to need some pop-up games here very soon in order to compete for those placings. And that's a big-time pop of 126. And Vandale goes right out of the server.
Vidil's gun's apparently not working. Them themselves are also scared of the potential that Mongrel has in these box fights. He gets the easiest pickup I've seen coming in. I think he was reloading, moving into that box. But yeah, Mongrel, Mitro, Moki, it's all about the M's right now. We're following them through. It'll be Mitro hunting down Trulex at the moment off of a disengage. This will get Trulex very upset. Might see a hold over here, but one thing that can break the hold, one item in the game that only one person can hold, it'll be that grappler. It'll be Sky's loot, and Mitro has it. He's looking for his next opportunity to both reposition and deal down damage. It's the second zone, 67 people alive, the last game of Europe. This is everyone's last chance to get any type of points onto this leaderboard.
Absolutely, and this is not the person you want to see with Sky's loadout. He's going to have a nice opportunity to do what Aqua did earlier in the broadcast. And I think that, you know, we got to keep tabs on Moki. Moki has a lot of floppers as well. You kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, not a lot of strong flop plays making, but I'm expecting Moki to kind of utilize that. And here we go. The old school classic Bush play here, Shio.
Yeah, this is not a Chapter 2 Bush either. This is a complete Chapter 1 strat, and Mitro just always knows naturally where the player will try to escape to. People always say it's a 50-50 where you're going to put that ramp, but if you're just experienced in fighting, you know the position of where the zone's going to go. You'll know the best place to kind of stop players in their tracks when they try to retake the high ground on you. Mitro, with a very good decision, now can just catch up to the zone. The grappler lets you play around with time so well when you're moving around the edges of the circle. And now, with just a few more people going down, we might see a little bit of Storm Surge get into play as half and half continues to grow ever closer. Mitro, though, will be looking very good moving into that state of the game.
Yeah, and every one of these players has the ability. They have it in them. They have that one full send pop-off game. And we know Mitro has been getting eliminated early, but that's just one of the gambles you have if you keep landing at a power positioning spot like the Shark. And Clement, one of the only people to come from week 1 here, got rebooted right back into this match, has been having some great runs here, but Janice is the star right now, taking the lead into the number 1 spot here, day 1 of the grand finals here, Shio. But is, you know, taking the lead, a lot of people are, you know, there's that debate. Is it an elimination-based tournament? Is it placement? It's that combination, man. If you could marry the two together, you're going to succeed and go a very long way and cash out at the end of the day.
And now we'll see the perspective of exactly how Janice plays in these games, what the difference is that we've been seeing from every other player who are in these earlier box fights. He has 0 eliminations thus far. He's surrounded by players on all fronts, a mountain on one of these sides as well. Not even building at the moment, forcing Kinzel to be the one to make the boxes out first. He's slightly highly more elevated than everyone else behind him, making it so that he's kind of the king of this rotation. That being said, it's a mountain people are already based on. The fact that it just appeared might just give Janice a little bit of a window to get past these players as they just fortify their bases. And he does just that. A nice position, a single metal box on the side of this entire middle mountain. And now he gets to just dictate where to move next.
And we're seeing the tension right now. It's brewing. It's like a storm forming. The calm before the storm on this side of everyone's kind of just parking their way into the circle. They're seeing a lot of people not trying to take too many fights. No doubt Storm Surge will be a factor here because we're on board here with Blackie. Blackie with 33 points. Not of a great kit in terms of power weapons here, in terms of damage output, but doing very strong. And look at the ability of just kind of farming and chilling out. And he almost opened, and now he just starts his opening engagement right now. And a lot of people are focusing in this in his glory. Gets sent out into day 2, and Blackie here now is going to have to play some defense and hold on tight. She'll hold as everything else is collapsing. Blackie's dreams is collapsing right here to survive here into day 1, but that's what happens when you take these kind of fights, when people are parked up into high elevation places here, Shio.
I mean, right now, you talked about the tension, no one's shooting. If you start a fight, you're going to get the attention of the entire server right onto your box, right onto your kind of party you're having. But Blackie has the position, he has the base to just move kind of back. Still takes a few damages onto those shields, but I think it's good overall. He'll be able to just heal right back up. Martine taking out Frenzy, so the Anas Eliminator now also taken out. That story finally concluded from the edge of the map. Still only 3 people so far, Sancho, in this zone closing have been eliminated. Although a lot of people have taken damage, everyone is holding on for their last say in day 1.
So all you gotta do, man, sometimes you gotta survive and endure and do what you can just to get any kind of placement points. I mean, the big factor could be, 1 point, man, could be thousands of dollars. 1 point could be getting into that top 10. So that's why you're seeing these normally confident, aggressive players just mining and waiting for those being that right opportunity. And Loki gets one right here. Big time hit on left eye, and that's unfortunately the end of the run for left eye. 2 times getting picked out in these early circles.
Yeah, Losic just getting that pick off. Maybe left eye needs to keep both open. Yasin and Chapik's now just caught in the fray of a lot of people. It's so noisy on this side of the server. Noka looking for shots all the way up to Moraine. The Swedish winner, or the Sweden winner, might just get taken out immediately. From DreamHack, and now he's down to the box where Blackie was as well, moving in towards the zone. We know how hyper-aggressive people are on this side of the circle. Everyone just looking for a chance at eliminations, but right now Blackie just surviving with a sliver of HP, finally taken out. Look kind of troublesome for Noka overall over there, but now he's on the way to his next moment in the game. It might get stopped, though, by both Fastroki and Pink.
We're seeing a lot of mini congestion areas here. A lot of these catacombs, as monsters like to say, kind of getting congested as Milan, one of the early winners here, the broadcast of day 1. All of a sudden, the rocket launcher kind of slows down that push for a second here. Now he's going to use as much information as possible here. Using this kind of peek, he's going to try to take this wall, see if he can get in. The defense is out there. Now, got the harpoon, and here it is. The underclass weapon here, where it's going to be an nice way to get inside more boxes and kind of scorpion his way into more. And there it is, that 180 hit. Altor, day 1 is done, as Milan's day 2 is going to come up, and I like the momentum for him, Milan. He's going to, I feel like it's someone that we haven't talked about. Someone no one really predicted would do well, but it is doing well, and that momentum is going to be strong for them in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, so many other players as well to take account of. Amplify, who's kind of had a lead on the entire lobby multiple times, game to game, just gets taken out by the 1-star individual who ends up winning out these games. Frey as well, the flopper specialist, although in some of these end games, maybe in the top 5 as well from time to time, can't clinch out these wins. And it's not like he's playing Janice's playstyle. He's looking for pop-offs, not really consistency overall too much, even though he's getting there. 46 points, we know that's somewhere close to that top 50 slot towards 30th place. This game could push him ahead of everyone for a confidence boost that could mean so much. But you have to remember, this is the last moment that he has to have a say in at least half of his games. And he's halfway towards half and half zone as well. Will have to make the plunge, the dive to get there. No launch pad available, surrounded by really no one either. It'll be very visual when he makes this rotation. A lot of people will see him. That could be bad, but if he times it right, he might just be able to sneak in. He goes slightly earlier. Not many people in front of him stopping him. On the back, though, a few people see him move. That could make them move as well. Now getting caught by a few opponents, but no one's shooting just yet. It's a free rotation almost. A close tack might be a crazy man trying to break into his box. Frey, though, can just stop it. A 360 pump shotgun with an AR afterwards. Not sure if it was on purpose, but this is one of the issues of moving earlier. Grappler now available for Frey. We'll see if he can keep moving forward.
Oh, that was Mitro. Mitro had the grappler, and he was making his way. That was the crazy man that was in the box. Now Janice is here in the cone looking for some beam opportunities. See if he can catch someone with their back exposed. And now he's looking for a way to rotate. The circle itself, Shio, went into the congested area. So there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be kind of up for grabs here as they're going to make their way. It's a little bit up in the mountains. Some people could walk. I'm seeing a lot of people making their way on the left side. There's only one person that's way out in the north side of the storm that's in shambles, as they say. It's going to be a very dangerous rotation from them. But as you can see now, a lot of people are just looking for those edits and trying to get these sliver of hopes to try to get some tags here. As there's 39 people left in the lobby. And Jadis gets some big tags on his Wade partner. And Frey is adios.
And from Micho all the way to Janice, this grappler just gets handed up the leaderboard. And now, the big question is, will Janice change the way he kind of plays? Usually, just waiting out in the shadows a lot of the time with the loadout that he has. This time, no floppers really available in his inventory. He won't have too many shields to operate off of. He has 6 minis and a big, but they might get taken out really fast. He has an aggressive loadout. He has an overtaking type of loadout, but it's not the playstyle he usually plays. So, a switch up now from him in Game 6.
And a big factor as well, doesn't have a strong shotgun. The green tack shotgun can do damage, of course, if you get that max hit with the headshot. So I think Giannis is going to have to do his best to stay away from the low ground.
And he's here now. He's safe, but the lobby knows exactly where this grappler is. So it might prove kind of dangerous for him to use it that early. At the same time, though, many other people... Frey's dual partner, Flick, is here at the backside on Savage, actually dealing down some damage. And now Savage will have to use the flopper as we move in and see the entire server from a mid-ground perspective. Sebi all the way near the back. Stair tarps coming out left and right. Launch pads being used. Sebi, though, will be in control on position on the entire European server. Knock down a few flights. He'll just have one elimination. Look back for more. Does not currently have height.
Scully still up in it, still lighting up the feed. Sebi just getting in from the week 2. Doing really well here with 28 points. It's good to have it. Rocking the Travis Scott outfit. Looking for an astronomical gain here right now. As Sebi's doing his best with a nice tarp out right now. Barely in. Now he's going to edit down the floor and look some more tags. Has to be careful because that was a fresh brick wall. And that gave someone the green light to take some tags. And Savage does get an elim in the feed.
Savage survives, now has shield to play with. Taysom, though, alive as well. We know how disastrous it is when you just come up against his box next to that zone. Sebi, though, has the tools of destruction for endgame. Has the position on his old tarp to take edits, and he does. It's Mongrel with no materials, lost all the way in the forest with no help, no guidance taken out by Sebi. He'll get to heal up all the way back to 150 effective HP. Look for his next target. He is controlling this entire mid-ground layer, but the builds, Sancho, they're so high. Noka and Scale all the way up top as Queasy makes new height possibly. This has to resolve though. Who will hold height here in 7th zone? It's Scale.
Yeah, here it is. Flick right now, raining down terror. This is another mythical weapon in play still. Wolfies picks up one on Airwalks. This thing's getting tight, really difficult and tight and claustrophobic here for our competitors as Flick tarps out just a little bit to gain some, get ahead of the storm just a hair. Milan gets an elim. Verox gets an elim. Queasy goes down, one of the victory royales. And now Flix is just looking for someone who's trying to breathe inside the storm. And Cammy goes down here, Shadio. It is really close to that top 10, baby.
And no one knows that Flick has that Tommy gun just yet. There it goes right in the drum gun. Going straight into the box of Diablo. He gets taken out. Savage, though, still active, taking out Verox in that feed. A top 10 situation, and it's way up high in the sky as well. Multiple people need to waterfall down. This is not even ultimate height. Flick, though, treating it like it's an early game off-spawn contestation, 50-50ing into boxes of some of the greatest players. Wolfies getting taken down, and Flick rides the huge wave of momentum as Scale gets pushed down by Janice, who grapplered all the way to the top. Sebi on low, top 6. Scale taken out. Sebi taking out Savage on low ground. It's going over old builds here, Sancho. Everyone knows what they need to do. Janice needs to hold height. Sebi needs to make sure low ground is clear. Hen goes down. Now 4 people just left. Janice looks to hold his lead on Europe in day 1.
Yeah, that's right. Janice waiting for that prime opportunity to get there with the grappler. Now is sitting at height. Does not have a lot of builds here, Shio. So it's going to be the Giannis to use some clever trickery with it. And he does get punished here as Flick continues on to the rest of this ride. It's a top 3 situation here in the final game of day 1, Shio. Tayson, Sebi, and Flick. Let's go.
Yep, and now it's going to be flicked right over top on Tayson. Chooses maybe to get that grappler. He did. I think he might have left it behind in Storm. Either way, while they get busy, Sebi is free all the way on low ground. No floppers, I don't think, in his inventory. We saw them use them earlier, so it might not be possible for him to win that heal game all the way at the end. Flick, though, trying to get safe, but at the cost of a little bit of HP. Every single dot is so important. Every single tick of health, and he takes so much. He has to go for this elimination. It's not possible. E11 Tayson HD on top right now, has that grappler once again and drops down, surprising Sebi from the back. Both of them an even HP overall. Sebi slightly lower. He's looking for a chance to survive. One flopper. Does he have two? Can we see a little bit of heals? It'll be enough. Sebi, a climactic, tense finish. Don't have to see weapons trade at the end, but just the brains of every player navigating the zone. That's Europe. That's Game 6. We have our victors of the region so far.
Sebi went sicko and got himself the victory royale. I called it. He needed the astronomical finish, and we got it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys, that was a crazy game. I'm actually hanging out at House Party. We got the boys, and we got Levin 2K with us. How you doing, man?
Hey, yo, what's up? I'm feeling good. We've had some great action to watch from EU today, so I've just been enjoying it over on Twitch. And yeah, it's been great.
So for some of you guys who don't know, Levin, you're a fellow caster. You make your podcast, you get analytical and argumentative, and I've seen some stuff on Twitter about the unpopular opinions. So let's get this ball rolling. What are some hot takes after we just saw the end of day one for EU? What are some hot takes that you're seeing from there?
Just because we've seen some great players from a bunch of, the top players today. There's been a bunch of underperformances per se, right? And obviously this is the first time we've had like a 2-day final. Some of the players.
He dropped. For me, at least.
No, he's back. He's back.
Oh, no, he's still here.
I'm here. Yeah. 2-day finals, right? A bunch of players underperforming today. I rep the UK hard. If you know me, you know I rep the UK. But some of my UK boys disappointing me, right? Pink, in the beginning of the day, he was playing super, super good. He's had a drop-off. Benji's had some struggles today. Obviously, Mongrel's had a couple of issues. I want to see if maybe tomorrow they, rise up or whether, this is just their finals.
That's a good take. I'm interested, though, because, like, Mongrel, for example, played pretty decently first couple and then kind of fell off. I'm wondering if, like, Sweaty Sands is a big issue for him. I don't know if you've been seeing anything from him in the replays or anything like that.
I think so. I think there was a game that he wasn't able to get into. He had a couple problems there, and I think that kind of ruined his momentum. Mongrel is a player where a lot of the time he relies on flow. When he gets into his rhythm, you can't really stop him, right? So I think that kind of messed up his rhythm, messed up his flow, and I think maybe if he can reset for tomorrow, get back into things, because he's my favorite to do well before we add the finals to that. I wanted him to do well, so. Hopefully he can get back into his rhythm tomorrow.
And speaking of someone in that rhythm, Janice, so many amazing placements. Only placed outside the top 10 one game, 11th place average placement. What do you think? Is he going to be able to hold it going into tomorrow in the next 6 games?
It's one of those things, like, you wonder when someone's placing that consistently, like, can you actually maintain that over, like, a 2-day period? And this is what makes, like, the 2-day format so interesting. Like, if he's able to do, like, what he's done today, tomorrow, when it comes to all-time solo performances, you've got to compare it to the likes of a bigger World Cup or some of the things you've seen earlier. Like, if he's able to maintain, like, that kind of level, it would be ridiculous. I'm not too sure. I actually really think the games will look quite different tomorrow. I think we'll see a difference in quality of the game today. I think a lot of players are going to get desperate, right? If you didn't have a good day today, you're going to try to switch things up, whether that be your landing, your rotation, how aggressive you are. I think we could see a big change in the way the games are played tomorrow.
Dude, that's awesome. The inside. I love it, Levin. Let's go, baby. All right, what we want to do now is open the floor, let you plug any socials, where people can find you. Floor is yours, man.
Hey, if you like competitive Fortnite, if you like to talk about competitive Fortnite, argue about competitive.
Oh no!
Oh no!
All right, you're back. You're back. Go ahead, keep going.
You can find me on twitch.tv/112k. I'm doing an NAE's viewing party as well. You can come chill and watch that. You can find me on YouTube 112k, Twitter 112k, anywhere, man. 112k on everything.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, coming to hang out with us, Level. We really do appreciate it. For you guys out there, you need to follow him. He's incredible. And with that, guys, I'm actually going to hop back over. We're going to take a look at the final standings here in EU. I will catch you guys a little later on.
All right, we are back. Let me put this back on so I can actually hear you guys. Gentlemen, that was an incredible last game. I mean, what the heck? Clay called it out. Janice, 11 average placement? I don't even know.
I mean,
go for it, dude. Just take it. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's just it's methodical, right? He had a game plan from the beginning. He didn't want to win overall every single game, but he wanted to perform when it mattered all the way to the end spot of the entire tournament. He's playing the format basically perfectly, and because of that, he's in first place here at day one after the 6 games.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about playing the format versus just going for the victory royale. You know, we know this is a battle royale in a sense, but you got to play the format, and that is what Janice is doing very well. And Sebi, like I mentioned, Sebi almost didn't get into the week 2 qualifiers. He got in, avoided the reboot round, and no doubt that worked out. Catapulted himself up to 17th place. Mr. Savage, you still see, I mean, we mentioned from 11-2K, you know, Benji, some top players kind of just waiting for them to pop off, and that could definitely happen in day 2.
The thing is, every time a player pops off, another player just kind of falls down the ranks. Kiriachi, who we saw somewhere to the top 20 sometimes, almost in that top 10 at one point from early on overall in his games, now at 35th place. A lot of these players, Vidil, Frey, that we see in every end game, pushed all the way down. Lecce and Benji now in 42nd and 43rd, while other people rise. They have to make room, and other people must, you know, just go forward and down on that leaderboard.
Yeah, Lecce, Benji, but we're seeing like some still high-level play. Someone like Blackie at 50th place still does really well and still gets those really high-tier eliminations. All he has to do is just put it together, rack up some of that placement points, get a little further down into the rest of the games. And I'm expecting Blackie, you know, the skill's there. You just got to get those placements.
That's right, guys. Tomorrow, don't forget, we got another 6 games. So, of course, Fortnite fam, that wraps up day 1 here from EU. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with more action out of EU. Now, of course, don't go anywhere, though, because after this, we got more NA East. After 6 games, who will stand in that number 1 spot out in NA East? Will they try to replicate the games and the placements they saw in EU? Well, only one way to find out, Fortnite fam. Join us after this break. We'll see you guys on the battle bus. Go find some food. See you in a little bit. Hello and welcome to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host Zeke, and joining us to kick off the region of NA East, we got Sundown, we got Aussie Antics, and we got special guest star Bala TW that's going to be hanging out with us as we kick the show off. Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have all of you here joining us. I can't wait to get into things. If you guys have watched EU, you know we are in for quite the games, and no one is safe. Now, of course, we're going to be talking about things, but first, let's talk about the show itself and how things will be running in case you have been watching the first time. Hey, hope you've had a great day. Thanks for taking time to come in and hang out with us. We appreciate that. Well, let's go ahead and kick things off together. All right, we're going to talk about the format of the show itself. Yesterday, we had the reboot round where the top 20 players in every region qualified through after 20 games into grand finals. A second opportunity definitely has been paying off for some of these players. Today and tomorrow, we'll be taking a look at grand finals. That'll be 12 games, 6 on both days. And then tomorrow night, we will crown FNCS Invitational Champions. Now, games will be running for every region. There is 7 in total across the day. And we ourselves will be broadcasting EU and NA East. There's always a break between, so come back tomorrow if you want to check out some of that Fortnite action. Of course, we got to talk about the format itself. How are players earning these points? Well, don't forget, that Victory Royale is worth 33 points. Great starting place with top 10 being a great secondary place to try and land. If possible, you can still earn a single point for hitting as far out as 75th, and every elimination is, of course, 4 points. Now, what are these guys winning? What are they walking away with at the end of the day? Well, not only will one player be crowned the FNCS Invitational Champion, but there's actually also quite a bit of prize money on the line for these players competing. We'll take a look at the region breakdown. Here you go. Now, don't forget, this is every single region will have an amount of money available to the players participating. And now, specifically, though, what does the NA East breakdown look like? Because EU had its own breakdown, as with all these other regions. We can actually get a look here at what it looks like for NA East. I mean, I'm not going to make the joke, guys, because I do it a lot, and I hate myself for it. But, hey, quite a bit of money. All right, with that being said, we got to talk about the players. Stop, Volley, you're making me laugh. We got to talk about the players that are participating here, because don't forget, 80 players qualified through week number 2. And yesterday, during the reboot round, 20 players got a second shot and were rebooted. Here we go, taking a look. Now, Bob, this is a list from top left all the way to bottom right. The initial 80 will be how they qualified through week 2, and then the final page will actually be the people from yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of big names in this field in the grand finals. You see people like Scope, you see people like Unknown, somebody who has been a champion in prior FNCS. The same with Zate coming off of the Duos champion. So, I mean, this is going to be a tough field no matter how you slice it.
A lot of players here, Sundown. What do you think, man? I mean, obviously, we got a lot of big names. Mega, right? We talked about this as one of the players that is incredibly consistent, right? Up there with Zayd. I think this is something Ozzy talked about. But there's a lot of really powerful players here.
I think one of the key things we're going to talk about today and over the course of tomorrow is kind of the old guard versus the new, and whether or not we're...
Sundown, did you drop? Are you still talking?
Oh. I think we dropped Sundown, so I can take over because me and Sundown had an at-length discussion about this earlier. It's going to be that old guard versus the new. We got those players like Zate, like Mega. They've qualified for every single major grand final FNCS tournament, but we have some new faces in here. I would say SF Roller, not a lot of people saw that coming through. We have Bully up there as well, coming so well. It's just, Furious. I don't know who's going to come out on top today. We have Booger, maybe has to retain a bit of that crown of being the World Cup Solos champion. Maybe they're going to be able to back it up today. I'm not entirely sure.
And on that last page was the players who made it through reboot too. And at the top of yesterday was Clicks. I mean, he dominated. And this is somebody we know and we are familiar with in solo competition. But when it comes down to grand finals is the question that we pose to Clicks. Is he going to be able to perform? He's in good form, but following through is going to be the difficult part for him.
Yeah, and we got a pretty good snapshot of what that looks like from EU, right? A lot of these players we expected to do well, that we anticipated was like, oh yeah, no problem. They didn't make it up there, while as other people, New Guard and also people that kind of were flying under the radar, showed up in really big ways.
And just to touch on what Cam was saying, what Sundown was saying before this was, yeah, it is fight a battle basically to hold on to the thrones in NA East for people like Zate, Booga, Bizzle, Stretch, those guys up against new guys, new faces like Roller, who really came out of nowhere after the FNCS Duos competition and taking first in week 2. And also people like Furious and like Jack. Yes, there's names that we might be familiar with if we really watch the pro scene and the practice scene, but when it comes to top of the line grand finals performance, I think it definitely is trying to hold on, because if we've seen anything in the last weeks, is these new guard are coming up.
It's going to be kind of that tail as well. Is it going to be those consistent old guard who maybe have that more placement format, maybe not going to be as scared coming into this, but you got people like Sway, who we saw put on some serious eliminations yesterday in the reboot round. Are they going to be able to do it against those same big names, or are they going to fall short? Because 12 games, it's going to reward consistency. If you get higher limb consistency, you're still going to do well, but playing that endgame, more safer playstyle that we know from people like Zayt and Mega, it's going to be interesting to see how they turn out. But you touched on that. In EU, it didn't really seem to spell out that way.
Yeah, and we actually saw this exact example from Wolfies. Wolfies had a stellar performance to start the day, and then kind of fizzled out almost, Bala, right? We kind of saw him slow down because he got so focused in on eliminations.
He got a little too aggressive in that third and fourth games and ended up losing a little bit of his lead, but he's still up there. So when you think about NA East and who's kind of the king of consistency over day 1 and day 2 in the last 2 weeks, in my mind, it kind of has been Stretch, and it has been Furious too. Not necessarily some of the people who've won like Commandment and Roller, who came out on top in both the respective weeks, but Stretch and Furious, because these guys performed in both days on both weeks. So that's the kind of player that I'm looking for to be consistent, like Ozzy's saying.
Well, we also haven't really seen kind of the set matches solo format for a while too. So like these stack solos, so it is really anyone's game coming into. We haven't seen how people perform. We assume people like Clicks and Sway maybe going to have a harder time going a bit more aggressive, but eliminations being worth 4, there is actually quite a few points on the board for that. And sometimes we saw it during World Cup, right? We saw it, people can go super aggressive and catch them off guard. It can work. That aggression in a stacked format, a lot of people just sitting there playing their game, playing safe. All of a sudden you have someone like King coming straight through your box and it throws you off. So you never really know.
And you alluded to it too. Booga is in this field. Booga, the world champion, in his first return to a real grand finals solos performance. So you talk about World Cup. The way that he won was explosive performance with eliminations on top of what he did. And that's what we're kind of seeing in the EU. So is he going to have that momentum going into it? And does a 2-day format actually hinder him or hurt him? Because a lot of people were asking, if we held World Cup on a different day, would it actually have been Booga at the top? Would it have been him at the top of the day holding that trophy?
Is also the set match format across 2 days, right? We talk about a lot of these guys, they're going into the same games each time versus the same players. So you have a lot of time to adjust your playstyle and change it. So we've seen towards the end, World Cup being a great example. Last game, Booga didn't go to his usual drop spot of Lucky Landing because all of a sudden a few people were going there. Like, things are going to get shaken up over a 12-game format and people can really change up their playstyle. So not entirely sure how that one's going to play out for it.
That's right, and this is kind of like the meta within the meta, right? We talk about there being an overarching meta developing per season, but in these tournaments themselves, there is actually a meta, right? Because you kind of talk about it when you're facing off and you know, I'm going to agency, and I know these other 2 players are qualified through. They're going to contest me. What am I supposed to do now, right? Like, what are these fallback plans we have to kind of talk about? Like, this is a lot. There's so many moving parts to this story.
Absolutely, and you talk about drop spots, and we start getting a little granular because we're coming in close to this grand final starting. Bizzle is somebody who has had those uncontested spots time after time, and he is coming off of actually playing recently a solos final back in February, DreamHack Anaheim, and coming in second. He's still dropping at that same spot, and I'm pretty sure he still has barely anybody contesting him in the same manner, so we might see Bizzle coming up again.
Well, a lot of opportunities here for a lot of these players in NA East. Well, we're ready to kick off the FNCS Invitational for NA East. Let's get ready to send it into game with Aussie Antics and Sundown, who's now back. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so
Sundown,
much, Zeke.
You can hear us.
Sounds like everything's
back.
back and working now. Apologies for that. Pulled a little bit of a... when working from home, things are a little bit more difficult. Have no idea what actually went wrong, but everything going now as we drop on into NA East Finals Game 1 of 12. And honestly, here's the map, seeing where they shake out. And what do you think, Ozzy?
I'm just happy it wasn't me is all I was going to say. I didn't drop out so far. I'm still hanging strong. It happens to the best of us. But yes, we're shooting back into one of those POIs that is going to shape up the tournament massively as Scoped goes down. Scoped going down 96th in game 1. He's lost the fight for Grotto. Right now, Icy taken him out. And we see 2 more players on the minimap as well, kind of within range. But this looks like it's going to be his job now. Looks like he's got Grotto game 1 to himself.
For now, as we can see in the bottom right-hand corner, it does have that kind of yellow triangle lurking by, so it is typical to kind of loot around the outside and then rotate on through. We've seen that a number of times. As we switch on over to the World Cup solo champion himself, Bugha, plenty of shields, does have the blue pump as well. And a totally uncontested drop here in the southeastern corner on the mountains, and pulls zone as well.
This is a very good job to get uncontested for a lot of reasons. It's got a good amount of loot, but this natural high ground is very good for getting those very necessary storm surge tags that will probably become a factor today. So having that high ground, having a lot of sight lines on a lot of people around you, and getting zone like this, he's also got that grappler too. He's got a fair few fishing hole opportunities around here. I mean, I wouldn't advise maybe pushing south towards Camp Cod. A lot of people down there probably not going to be too happy about it, but around the Misty area. So I think he's gotten a pretty good start to game 1.
And as we see this, we're just kind of like swapping around, seeing where some of the key players are. Mega against somebody else we've talked about in the past, landing over here at those off-colored cabins or the tri-colored cabins, depending on what you want to call them. I know there's a more colloquial name in the community for it. I can't recall it right now, but Mega is one of those players. We talked about him and Zate being the 2 representatives in NA East who have qualified for quite literally everything they have played in. I mean, 2 of just phenomenal players. Mega, just one of the absolute young lords to kind of come up and really put FaZe Fortnite on the map and be a part of that team, and just already stacked here in terms of loot.
Yeah, but we talked about it a little bit earlier as well, though. So normally making those finals, but haven't had as much success in them. Obviously, making them is a massive achievement either way. No one is going to try and say that Zate and Mega aren't phenomenal players, but in solos as well, FNCS, someone like Zate, who has been not more known for a team player, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but it's been so long since we've seen these guys play out in solos. Who knows if they have worked on it a whole bunch, the mistakes they maybe made in the past, but it's an entirely different meta. We're on an entirely different map since the last time we played solos. If I want to talk about predictions coming into this, I actually think predictions is going to be probably the hardest to guess it's ever been. It's solos at the end of the day. There's 100 players. It's a very unpredictable meta at the moment. The aggression is being heavily rewarded, where people can make some interesting plays that cost other people. So I don't know. Do you think our predictions coming into today's Sundown are going to have as much merit, or do you think it's going to be that hard to predict?
So I think the bigger thing that's going to be different, particularly for NA East, is the change for 12 games. A lot of players are used to kind of pacing themselves out for what it looks like over the course of 6 games, kind of putting in that amount of effort. And I would say for most of these players, they play super hyper serious in about like maybe 3 or 4 of their 6 matches, and then 2 they end up either throwing away or feeling like they're desperate or out of it, or either they're trying to hold somebody else back. As we now swap on over to SF Roller, who won the week 3, coming out kind of shocking a lot of players, playing super aggressively. People wondering if it'll transfer over. I think that a lot of players are going to have to rethink that mentality over the course of 12 games, because it really comes down to, yes, one big game can change anything, but if you're consistently able to put yourself in a good spot, as we saw with Janice, and take advantage of players, as Roller is able to do right there, 31 tags pushing straight forward into the box and trying to clean up on the fight.
Yeah, really good damage there. Opens up the fight with some heavy shots. Takes him down to Whites. Oh, takes him out of the game. Shaz is out of here. SF Roller, the winner of week 2, has put himself on the board nice and early, and he picks up Meowscles' rifle. So fair bit of damage, as you saw there, lying in wait with that AR. He's now got one of the best ARs in the game to do it with. 88 critical damage from that. So really nice fight from him. Just again, taking this advantage. We talked about a lot during our cast yesterday. Those more Battle Royale-esque moments coming into it of waiting in ambush rather than just relying on your pure building mechanics.
And again, proving if you can get that first shot on somebody and take the aggressive, even in this top 100 group, Roller has no problem pushing forward, particularly in an early game fight. Can't stand still like that, going down right away. Zuki Class picking that one up, looking to make it a 2-for-1. See him sighting off the player, opts to just turn around and secure this hideout. That's from the benefit of kind of landing over on the rig or on one of these henchman spots, getting that guaranteed heavy sniper.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much potential for early game picks, for mid game pushes on boxes. Like, it just enables so many different players to make plays. And Class right there, 4 points right away and pushing them that much closer to the top 75.
And that's when we talk about these 12 games and the set lobbies, the fact that maybe next time won't make that mistake. Now, understanding those rotations of people around you. So as these games develop, a lot of these players from NA East, they do practice a lot. They have their scrims. They play their games a lot together to make sure they know each other's rotations. But now they're knowing it a little bit better. Maybe going to be careful of Class over there. But yeah, a bit of a misplay knowing there's a guaranteed heavy sniper spawn just over there and then standing still with no walls. It's a mistake he's not going to be too happy about. Has 11 games to make up for it. But game one, you really want to get those jitters out. You really want to at least get towards endgame and just kind of feel it out, experience it a little bit, and then maybe calm down, because there's some players who we talk about old guard versus new who haven't really played in that many stacked formats like this. When you've got people coming in here like Booger, like Zate, who have been on the stage playing for millions of dollars, and you have to think their composure will come into this, especially in these early games.
I think it's probably a little bit of mix of both, because we've also seen kind of players come onto the scene. I don't want to say not know better, but just play either with the composure that, hey, I've been here before, or hey, every match is the same, I'm just going to play that style out. But I think as you kind of increase the number of matches, like 12 is a lot of games of competitive Fortnite, particularly if you're playing kind of that placement style. Like, if you were watching EU earlier, we talked about Giannis, who was able to place in first, and his ability, I think his only placement outside of top 10 or top 15 was at 54th in like game number 4. Jeez. Otherwise, he was up there every single time. But that's 20 to 25 minutes consistently of playing safe Fortnite, of avoiding some of the best players in the game, of not losing those engagements, and then getting into those moving circle rotations. It's incredibly difficult, and it's also avoiding sharks like Unknown Army, who is just running at people already on one elimination and doing a very traditional Unknown Army style thing where he expands a box out a number of ways and then kind of baits the player into engaging in this box fight. This player's now locked in this Aussie.
Yeah, he's backed up against the wall. So Unknown's Army's elimination was actually on Grazka. I saw that earlier because I was looking at where everyone was going based on their games previously. And Slurpee being a drop that has 4 very big names added. Unknown trying to limit that number now. Doesn't go for the shield though. He errors at the top. So he got cracked, has no shield. This player thinking he's going to be on the back pot. Probably thinks he's popping his meds, but no, he's not. He's pushing out of the box on only 100 health. And it worked. He took down Frosty. We talked about it with those players like Clicks and Sway at the start. A lot of these players come into this with a preconceived notion of how other people are going to play it as well, but Unknown Army always one to throw that out the window. He is an aggressive player through and through, and it often works for him.
And you see him swinging that Axe of Champions there, repping the fact that he was a past FNCS champion, taking that one over in the squad side. You see fired over here against Sharpshooter, qualified through on the mobile and console track, but pushing himself forward. Somebody who's done incredibly well on those console cash cups, just running through players on the iPad, just showing off a lot of incredible skill on that side and great game knowledge, but might get dropped here.
Ooh, he's popping a med kit, I believe. So if he can hit that one, maybe push in aggressively before he gets it off. I think he has cancelled. I'm not sure. Decent shotgun there. He's got a purple pump in hand. Can he put it to work? And he can. Takes down Sharpshooter. Unfortunately, he's been playing well, like you said, on the iPad, but now in the finals, falls a little bit short. Not a bad fight, though. Had good edits, kind of got him down in towards his box. Could have had the potential to make that a good fight, but the 160 pump ends it. And Unknown going back into Slurpee now only has Jelty to deal with, but Colazo off in the distance. So far, it looks like out of the 4 people who are dropping Slurpee this game, Unknown's brought it down to 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm game planning for this tournament and I know where Unknown is dropping, I'm going as far across the map from him as possible. Don't put yourself in his rotation path on the early game. Don't put yourself in his rotation path on the mid game. Because even if you don't think it's a good push and you might have the advantage, he's probably going to push you anyway. And if he thinks he's going to win the fight, then I'm not sure how many players can confidently say they'll be able to turn them around. But Jelty is a player who doesn't particularly care. The Spanish-speaking player who plays for Timbers, able to push him out. But somebody else who's around the backside, I think that was Tilt. No, this is Zate now, who might be on the other side of Unknown's pressure.
This is a new guard versus old guard here. Unknown obviously making it to World Cup as well, going toe-to-toe with Zate, but I would say that's more of that story of that aggression versus that passive playstyle. Zate probably just looking to skirt the edges of Slurpee, maybe get some more materials, maybe fish for a little bit longer in these pools, but no, Unknown has a different plan in mind, and Zate goes down game 1. That's massive. We have Scoped already gone, we have Zate already gone as well.
Yeah, and now you will see on the right-hand side the Storm Surge threshold warning going off. What that means when the circle closes, since there's 85 players remaining, it will see 15 players be pressured by Storm Surge. What Storm Surge does is it punishes players who have been the most passive in the lobby, the ones who haven't interacted and done damage to other players, and forces them to kind of get tags and get out and cause action. So that will start happening in the next minute if 15 players don't get pushed. So you'll see a decent amount of action driven by that. When the Storm Surge does come down from the sky, it hurts. There's 25 damage coming through every 10 seconds. You can try to outlast it, but it's very difficult. But right now, RBK Big Brain going down tonight, but Unknown swooping in like a hawk, already on 3 eliminations, going for 4. He's not going to have to worry about Storm Surge, considering he's accounted for nearly a quarter of the players dropped in the lobby so far.
Yeah, he's not have to worry about Storm Surge at all, and that's why this strategy can work now. Unknown's gotten those early eliminations. I've talked about it to you multiple times with your strategy when you're playing. The easiest time to find those eliminations is the early game, when there's less eyes on you, less chance of being third-partied, and then you kind of box up, play passive in the mid-game, and then you push through to end game. Unknown already has 4 eliminations on the board. He's at 16 points, and placement hasn't even started kicking in yet. Obviously going to have no concern with Storm Surge whatsoever here, so he can choose to turn around and play passive now and go for those placements. Or, I mean, it's working so far, he might just keep running through people.
Honestly, I really, really, really hope this weekend we see an maturity and an advancement in Unknown's game, where he recognizes when he's having these good games, and he realizes that now, hey, first round of placement points just came through. I am loaded on loot. I am loaded on materials. There's going to be a ton of people here on the edge of the zone. Please leave. Ooh. Instead, catches a cheeky elim onto Fired, and I mean, as Hamlins would say, give me them toes.
Give me them toes. He's taken down 5 of the 30 people who have almost gone down. Almost 30 that have gone down here. This is an incredible run for Unknown so far. And yeah, we saw it yesterday. We talked about with clicks. When you get into those aggressive kind of games and you're kind of feeling it, and you know that it's popping today, and you push through with it, and it's working so far. We have Night off in the distance, and I think for a 12-game format too, a lot of these players may be going to change their rotations to avoid Slurpee Swamps. So far, it's looking like just don't go anywhere near it. Doesn't matter what you need. It's not worth stepping anywhere near Unknown right now.
And typically we've talked about, too, how at the start of the region, a lot of players will play a little more passive, a little more relaxed. You want to kind of get into your rotation, see who else is going to be on your path, see what loot you can get, kind of get in the mid-game, see what's going on. But again, since everyone's kind of been pulled towards the southeast corner, Unknown taking out a solid percentage of the lobby and forcing us down to 68 players remaining, as we see Perplexity take out all L2, no IQ, as he gets caught on the edge of the storm rotating. So name proving to be true there, but Perplexity cleaning it up there, and now going to be rotating through the swamp. So needs to be careful of all the other sharks we've seen lurking, as Rogue Shark himself goes down, and Bully picks up an elim on the nut.
Rogue Shark and Knight, 2 players I've been looking at keenly. They've been playing so consistently in duos, a little bit in solos as well, so seeing if that can translate over today. But obviously Rogue Shark going down game 1. That elimination onto all L2 no IQ was Showbeans as well. That's who Perplexity took down. Bit of a name change. We're always going to be playing with that, as Cast is having to keep up with everyone. Also, RBK Big Brain is also Arab, which is kind of amassed a pretty core following in the scene at the moment due to his smart gameplay, but unfortunately finding himself out in that mid-game around Slurpee was his demise. But Perplexity, look at the loadout. He's got everything he needs to close this one out. Missing a little bit of shield. If he takes some tags on this rotate, unfortunately, he's only going to be able to rely on those floppers to kind of heal himself back up. There's a lot of people on this edge as well, so he's going to have to try and pick this line very, very carefully.
And you really don't want to rely on floppers this early in the match. If you're relying on floppers at this point and having to kind of go back to those, it's going to be super difficult in the late game to make any form of plays unless you're able to get a refresher. You can see him kind of hanging out towards the end. He got Av up on top there. God Pump, which is Saf, is taking it right back to Unknown. He says, how dare you eliminate my duo partner? Give me the Clay special. Straight forward with the harpoon gun. In his face with the attack. God Pump. No, it's a God Rare tactical shotgun as Saf takes down 2 back-to-back. Unknown Army. That is the danger you play with. We talked about wanting to see a little bit more maturity, a little more kind of poise when you're set in that stacked loot, and instead the veteran Saf makes it pay. But you have another Timbers player kind of lurking, trying to catch him as he rotates out.
And that's not a play you typically see from Saf. A phenomenal play, the double elimination, but taking that aggressive fight on edge zone. So we've talked about, again, maybe these older Vanguard who are used to playing that safe placement format, maybe they're going to go a little bit more aggressive. 4 points for an elimination is heavily rewarded, but at the same time, beautiful push from Saf. Gets 2 easy eliminations, gets to top up all his mass, all his loadout. He has his choice, and yeah, a little bit of payback. Saf and Zate, that duo that's been together since pretty much the beginning of competitive Fortnite, getting a little bit of payback for Zate on Unknown Army there, and maybe Unknown's going to change his playstyle. Maybe we will see that, 1 or 2 eliminations early on around Slurpee, but we'll relax a little bit as he pushes into these more stacked endgames.
It's just weird hanging around the edge zone after you've already got your picks out, as we see Crims hanging out right in a solo box and Tilt taking advantage of that when he desperately needed that refresher, but another player right on the other side trying to play Loot Goblin as well.
That was a very big refresh. Upgrades from the rare tack that we saw Saf put to such good use to the epic pump. I saw some minis there. I saw big pots and floppers. So he is very well topped up now. We see Commandment on our screen now. One of those players that is so well known as being one of those smarter players for team game modes. But can he make his way out in the solos? So some of the players here who've made a name for themselves have made their name for themselves since World Cup. They never even really got their solo World Cup opportunity. So Commandment gets a really nice elimination on Polarized. Only had to hit a couple of shots. Was caught out in the water. This zone is going to be very tough. I see about 5 or 6 people on that little misty island, the henchmen spawn. It is going to be a very tough rotate for them. I think they're all looking at each other, waiting to see who has the launch pad, and for their sake, I really hope at least one of them has it.
You really hope you do, because you can see right now just everyone piling in around the outside. Storm Surge is going off. The next threshold will be top 50, so everyone going to be desperately looking for tags. The Heavy Sniper, the master of tag weapons, particularly if you're able to land a headshot. You have Calc posted up there in the bottom tabs, also on the low ground. Commandant picking up Perplexity, I think, with what was either a couple of quick rifle shots, but more likely that Heavy Sniper with the headshot, putting him way above the threshold. And yep, you can see him peeking over towards where he was able to catch that, firing off another shot as Avery picking up another Timbers player there. Have no idea who Timbers P is, so I apologize for that. Seen you in a number of the games, though, playing well. You have Hunt posted up just there. Spicy, the return from NA West coming over from the top. Oh, Timbers P is P-God, the World Cup qualified player, so back over playing for Timbers as well. Vanquish Legendian on the other side with Jacques. Durant running through him, though.
Jeez, takes down Jark, someone who has also, again, been playing very consistently recently in solos and duos with Acorns. So there's a lot of duos in here today who are going to be looking to see if we have those interactions. Our duo teammate on teammate, it can be quite interesting when it happens. Like, you want to be happy for your elimination. Sometimes it's funny, but you never really want to take a good friend and teammate out of such a stacked game. But it's all competitive here. They're going to start trying to make their way up here. We're seeing some names that we haven't been following too much. There's Furious, who performed insanely well during the qualifiers. He's now going to try and see if he makes his rotate. Sees the launch pad. I think he's going straight for it. Neon here needs to be careful. He's got that flopper, but he's sitting in stall for quite a while trying to get this launch pad, trying to break it out and find his way through. He does. Takes a lot of damage for it, though. There goes the flopper. You talked about not having them in the end game now. Only 60 health, 47 shield. It's not the position you want to be in as he's flying into a lot of enemies, but finds a nice little base. No, goes straight in. The player sitting here, tabs. No, teammate of Colazo finding great purchase in duos. Unfortunately, solos here today just kind of left that edit open and didn't see it coming. I think that's more of that Epic Whale special, right? He's kind of coined that play, flying straight into a box and just surprising people for that reset.
I mean, that's what it's about, just trying to take advantage of that, get in the box and kind of take that 50-50 fight. Use your greater health pool, or in some cases, just when you desperately need a reset, sometimes you have to dive in. I mean, we've seen players going all the way back. I think one of my favorite plays going all the way back to the World Cup days was somebody jumping out of a ball or through a window. I think it was Landjock who ended up doing it. But you talk about desperation plays, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that when people are going through. As Commandant ends up picking up Lucky, Class gets D-Gen there, and we get a wide look at the lobby to see who else is there. You got Coop, Neon, Calc, Hunt, Noel, Commandant, Roller, all on the backside. Mega, Zum, Legendian, Jelty, Mikey, Stretch, Jamper, up kind of in the high ground towards the backside. Acorn also hanging out on the low ground. So a lot of names who we've seen before in weeks 2 and week 3. A couple of reboot round heroes also hanging out in there. And Durant, 6 floppers. He's going to start eating some sushi in the storm.
Yeah, he's going to try and use these to get a better position. Needs to wait to see where that launch pad is. Has time to try and find the good one. You don't want to go through too many, but there it is. He spots it. Wants to late rotate when most people have their eyes on that front zone. They're not looking back at you. Needs to time this perfectly, though, because most players will start looking for their tags and their shots once they get into that front side of zone, which no one has yet. So I think he timed this one very, very well. It is going across a straight water zone, and he makes it just to land so he can now build. Beautiful timing there from Durant. We see Stretch picking up an elimination in the feed. Acorn, Mikey taking down Kellen Class. We got people dropping left, right, and center. Jamper taking out Tilt. He's just going to try and keep his nose in that front side of zone and keep himself as safe as possible. Only has 41 builds left to his name, though, so might need to look for a refresh regularly soon, but at the same time, he does have those floppers to go for another late flopper play to get that easy refresh.
It looks like Mega has just been running through people kind of on that mid-ground tarp during the rotation. You see a ton of people going down. We are going to go back over towards the land, so Durant trying to get ahead of it. Zum is going to end up picking up Calc just before the top 20. Zum turns it into a double as Avery also gets Jelfie, so into that kind of next threshold of placement points as we hit top 20. Again, every top 10 will end up being additional points. Zum will end up going down the storm. Durant trying to turn an about face. It gets absolutely railed inside the box. Somebody returning fire, saying absolutely not there. He's now going to be forced kind of to shotgun and play around the outside because he only has the one build as Canada takes down TJ, and we close in on our top 15.
Yeah, we're talking about old guard versus new. I saw Mega take down Furious there, so that was a very old guard versus the new. And then, oh, good angle here for Durant. He gets one elimination. Can he get the second? Trying to find it, misses the pump shot. Unfortunately, toe-to-toe doesn't miss the second. That's Roller who's gone down. So we have Roller and Furious both having phenomenal performances in the other weeks, but struggling today. Just making inside top 20. Kalazo goes down, who qualified on the 20th place yesterday, having his first taste of endgame here in the FNCS finals. 5 players alive. Durant on the low ground, struggling, trying to find an angle on someone to make something happen. He's got a little bit of a breather to try and get these minis off. Has a lot of loot next to him, but not a lot of white meds that I can see. We have Neon on the high ground, Kanata looking healthy, Mikey and Durant. We also have Stretch above that. We talked about consistency. Stretch has been one of the most consistent solo players through all the weeks leading up to this, and it's showing here today. They've made it into top 5 with the current FNCS solo scoring format. Any person who goes down, we might see another one shortly. You are going to gain more placement points. Neon trying to use this grappler to get above him, but Stretch doing such a good job to just keep dropping those cones, place as many builds as he can to block it off. And here we go. Neon sees his opportunity, but no, Stretch is ready for it again, and Neon is full sending it on Stretch. He's not going to be happy about this. He eventually takes it. Only has 21 builds left, though. Stretch forced to go down, eventually concedes the high ground, gives it up to Neon, and now he's out in Storm and needs to start putting some pressure because Stretch is not giving this one up easily.
Yeah, but Stretch will end up falling there, unable to catch himself, running out of builds. Just the constant pressure from Neon in the grappler, wearing thin, making it a question of economy, and the double refreshes coming through gives him 33 builds when he had 3 previously, plus the grapple, plus Sky's assault rifle, plus the high ground, and 200 effective HP. There is absolutely no way Neon should not take this away from Mikey. Mikey now trying to play around and just rat on the low ground, looking for an opportunity, but as long as Neon just chills, he should be able to win this match. Like, there's no way you should drop this.
Yeah, he's got 6 eliminations on the board. A phenomenal start for him. So he's going to have very high points. He's got Epic Tack in hand, Sky's AR, but you can't count it out. Player on the low ground probably has something in the back pocket. Maybe has a few mats left as well, but solid shotgun shot could maybe end this. It's 100-100. It's a tall ask. Can he do it? Neon trying to push his way through, takes the edits, but goes around and takes the high ground. Maybe he's lost his advantage here. Maybe we spoke too soon. The grappler coming out, but it being blocked off again. The 1v1 situation's breaking out. Neon trying to find his way up, trying to find any angle he can. He goes back around. 15 builds left to his name. Wrapping. He's gone down to only 10 health, and he does. He gets in on Mikey. 10 health is all he needed. He timed it to perfection, but Sundown, he brought that closer than what he thought he was going to. Mikey almost wins it.
That's super tough for Mikey. I mean, I'm not, like, Neon misplayed there. Like, had the entire high ground, had 30+ builds, had HP advantage. He doesn't know that, but you have to assume when you're down towards the end, if you can build out for the high ground and you have the grappler, you might as well just do it. You don't need to drop down and put yourself in kind of that one pump potential. It got kind of lost in the storm, but then did the good old loop-to-do around the back and just blast him in the face with the mythic AR. So getting a little bailout there, but ultimately comes away with the W in the first game and with 7 eliminations. So lots of points coming through for him after that.
That's got to be a really good feeling there for him to start the game on such a high. Let's take a look at the standings and see if that performance, which I'm pretty sure is probably going to have him leading the pack right now, but the question is, where's someone like Mikey, right, who placed in that second right there toward the end of the game? We'll see he's actually in third place. Ooh. Durant there, who was right there at the tiebreakers as well. But look, someone else, Colazo. We interviewed him like last week, and he was like, hey, I'm not that great a solo player. Turns out you are. Well, pretty good. Stretch, Bizzle, unknown.
So Colazo came 100th and then 20th, just qualifying through, but he's known as being one of those endgame placement specialists. So in these stacked lobbies, he's doing a lot better. But I think one of the main things there obviously was Neon, what the effect he had on Stretch. Stretch had that high ground. The game was in his hands, and Neon just would not give it up with that grappler. So very unfortunate to see Stretch's game go down like that, but a lot of big names here up on the board, Sundown.
Tons of big names, and particularly in the end game, if you look going through there, you saw both Bizzle and Eclipse were able to push in towards the top 10, two people who have been there consistently over and over again. We saw God Pump, aka Saf, able to come up with a number of plays and shut down Unknown Army. But additionally, on the other side, we've seen a number of kind of these new players able to manufacture eliminations and get into situations where they are able to have these pop-off games, as Neon exemplified, using the mythic items. Not necessarily perfectly, but better than his opponents who were unable to secure them and able to push forward for the victory. And then on this side, now you can start seeing just securing an elimination is enough to put you up kind of in the top percentile. And that's kind of where it should be for the top 100 group. With that being said, expect this to change over the course of the entire tournament, because we got 12 games. This is only one match. Everyone's going to settle in. Like, a ton of these 50-50 fights are going to end up going different directions. So I think we can expect to see a lot of these names shake up, even just from match 1 to match 2.
And the other thing we got to talk about as well is, with a lot of these players, because these are set matches we're talking about, 6 today, the moment that someone is eliminated, that's it. They can no longer rack up points for that game, right? So if you're eliminated, say, like 99th, that means you just kind of have to sit there and wait and kind of run back in your mind. What happened? What did I do wrong? What do I need to change up? Do I just run this back? Do I have to completely change my game plan coming into this next match, right? All of these little interactions will matter, and ultimately will dictate what the leaderboards look like for the rest of the day. And as kind of Sundown mentioned there, Aussie, there was like so many people there, right there at the end. There were top 10 that were eliminated back-to-back. Saf, Colazo right there, Duran, right? All these guys that were like so used to seeing in NA East were just there. They just made it to endgame. So my question to you is, do you think this is going to continue, right? For a lot of these, for someone like Neon with a great starting performance, is that kind of enough juice, right? For all these guys that made it there, is that a good start? Yeah. Do they need to keep pedal to the metal?
I think most of them will be stuck in their game plan. They have their game plan. They've played tournament after tournament after tournament. It's going to be that mental struggle. It's going to be not getting inside your own head. Okay, maybe I'm not playing aggressive enough. Maybe I'm playing too safe. Stick to your game plan. We saw that in EU. You've got to go for consistent placements. If this is what you've been doing in your competitive practice, in your tournaments, if it's been working regularly, don't drop it just because of one poor game. At the same time, we're also seeing an effect of the drop spots right now with those mythic weapons. Like, that grappler was instrumental in closing out the game. So it's going to be whether do you maybe change your drop spot to go for them. But I think most people in NA East, they're very big on just playing out their games. They got to this point with their playstyle. Most of them are very confident. They know they're one of the best regions in the world, the best players in that region. Any of them could win it. Stick to your game plan and play it out. Hopefully just reset, maybe go back, look at the replays, see how you could have rotated differently, but don't just throw it out and just completely change your game plan. I think that would be my call.
And I've also think that, like, kind of the player pool has maybe thrown a little bit of a curveball in here, because so many people are stuck in their ways in terms of where they're dropping, where they're going to rotate. But we're seeing a number of players who are coming through, Neon being one of them, Roller being another, Durant playing incredibly well in that game, who are coming through the open qualifiers and aren't these super established old pros who, yes, they're doing well in the first match, and I expect them to continue doing consistently, but those guys aren't necessarily going to play by the rules. They aren't going to do what is the, like, super smart rotation where you're disengaging out. If they think they can wait in a bush for a half second and ambush you, as we've seen a number of times with both Durant and Roller, they will do it, and they'll go flying at you, and they have no problem taking that 31 or 62 tag and turning it into an early elimination. And honestly, I think that's going to end up kind of shaking up the game more as we go over the course of today, and particularly tomorrow, because I think people are going to end up being more careful. We're seeing a lot of people getting picked just because of, I don't want to say stupid decisions, but it's almost like careless. It's people not protecting their sides when they're opting to try and ambush somebody or not completely covering an angle when you really should be, particularly in this top 100, because somebody else is going to take advantage of it, and we already saw it happen twice in that first game.
Well, I want to pose a question to you, Sundown, as well. So when you see those people on the top of the leaderboard, would you rather see someone who's maybe got that consistency like Zay, or would you rather see one of these people who hasn't done as well? And I'm talking from a player perspective. So would you rather have someone at the top who you think maybe doesn't have the consistency, or would you rather see one of those big names? Because they're throwing spanners in the works. If I look at the leaderboard and I see Roller up there and I'm like, wow, in week 2, he dropped a lot of points. Or would you rather see someone who's safer, who's going to be more consistent? Because they're setting your pace. You have to chase them.
I mean, I think it depends on kind of what your playstyle is, and I think it's also really difficult to tell after one game. I think you kind of get more of a shape of where you need to be after 2 or 3, particularly in a 12 game. I'm a big fan of looking at it, kind of breaking it up in thirds. You think of it as the early, the mid, and the late over the course of the whole tournament, and it's like, hey, I need this number of points during this stage. Okay, now I need to adjust what it looks like, because if you try and look at it in kind of anything bigger than that, it's really hard to bite off. But with that being said, I think you'd almost rather see somebody you're not aware of getting those pop-off games, because it's like, okay, like, yeah, that's going to happen, but like, I'd be extremely worried seeing Zay or Unknown Army putting off like a massive 70-point game early on, because I know they're going to do well over the course of a 12-game series. And right away, kind of looking at that initial grouping, I'm going to call out Bizzle and Eclipse and Saf. Right away, 3 veterans, all made it into the top 10, all picked up a number of eliminations, and they have been in almost every single major solo tournament, and they don't get nearly enough credit for that high level of consistency we've talked about. And each one of them has the potential to not only place like consistently high in each game, but to actually take home the tournament.
Man, I love it. The breakdown there, out of this world. And that becomes the biggest question, right? Is like, will they have that moment? Will they get that catalyst that will just kind of rocket them up the settings? Because a lot of, even looking at the snapshots from before, 137 points in OCE and Asia, and then 138 from Janus in EU, right? So being able to just hold on to those points, drop big numbers, and just carry that momentum into day 2 is really going to make a massive world of difference for a lot of these players. Now, of course, we've seen players, people like, Mr. Savage, Benj, didn't quite perform, but that's okay. As Sundown mentioned, there's 2 days here, so you still have another day to reset. But gentlemen, I'm getting word the next game is ready to go. So let's go ahead and hop back in the game with Sundown and Aussie Antics.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Hopping on in match number 2, NA East. There's the map, and honestly, what do you think of just this general spread right now, Aussie?
I'm just noticing a few key points, unless it's probably hidden under all the henchmen, but I was seeing only one person at the Shark, but it's looking like a pretty normal spread, I'd imagine. I think, again, NA East being one of those regions that does have a lot of these players having versed each other a lot. They have really good practice scene. I think they know where each other drop. I'm not seeing anything really of crazy note on the spread. 3 people at Slurpee, you've got 3 people at Craggy, those major POIs at Contest, and we've got a few people taking those scavenger routes like you've talked about in the past to try and get a bit more loot and maybe avoid those confrontations.
Yeah, now we saw an initial engagement over on the side at the Grotto Scope. It did get cleaned up right away. We've seen 1 player go down so far, but DJ now utilizing kind of that rapid fire SMG, does have a remote explosive as well, immediately topping off to the effective 200 HP, and then probably gonna go hunting here.
Yeah, looks like he's going to try and find him. We saw what happened first game, Scope going down. Obviously, Scope building quite a name for himself rather quickly in the scene over the last 6 months or so, performing very, very well in a bunch of team game modes, obviously with Tfue, and performing very well as a solo player, being known as one of those incredibly smart controller players, rotating insanely well. Honestly, like, for me, mind-breakingly well. When I watch people like Colazo, AV, ooh! DJN coming down and finding an insane beam on ICV, and now we got DJN trying to make his way away because he's being beamed back, but that was a very big, very fast elimination. I did not see that coming so quickly.
That was a gift. That was a literal gift. Scoped had pushed ICV out straight over there, the rapid fire SMG, we talked about it, but just quick little burst over the side. And then you saw Nut rotate over, but we're going to hop on board here with Azures versus Walkman. Azures has all the pressure here. Looks like the editing fight going his way, and Walkman, no return damage at all. However, it looks like we have 1 or 2 players lurking nearby on this semi-scavenger route. He's a little bit northwest of Salty, so not a ton over here to really fight over, but generally enough loot for one person.
I think a little bit further, though, is when you start to get a little bit further west that it does get really dicey. You've got the heavy snipe and the minigun at that house. It's a really difficult house to drop on because you're surrounded by henchmen, and the really only loot you can get to instantly without having the henchmen obviously start beaming you up is the one chest on the roof. So if you're contested, it is one of the worst 50-50s in the game, but if you can get it to yourself, I think it is actually one of the best places to drop on the map, but it is a little bit dicey. You've also got 3 different henchman chests in this area, kind of like just littered around the bushes. You've got one near the broken car
one of the best areas to drop on the map.
I think it is.
One of the best areas to drop on the map.
Guaranteed heavy sniper, guaranteed minigun with henchman chest to get guaranteed shield, but unknown going down to tilt. A little bit west of Slurpee. He's actually found himself pretty far from Slurpee pretty quickly. I have to think he maybe got pushed out of Slurpee.
It looked like he was just trying to hunt whoever he thought was most vulnerable, taking a fight against Tilt there, but Tilt is no stranger to those box fights, no stranger to close range fights early on, and as we say, somebody no stranger to close range fights, Sway, who scored nearly 80, I think it was 80+% of his points in the reboot round on eliminations now, yet to find a point here in the early match, now down to 4 builds, does have the Midas drum gun, does have a ton of extra shields as well, and the drum gun will just barely be able to bail him out of that fight. 12 HP coming through, going to be able to top off. Does not have the white HP going through, but fired. Ended up on the other side of the bullets going Burr. Canada lurking nearby, but I think rightfully going to disengage, seeing that Sway had now established himself up. Sway picking up the first elim, and that's a storyline I'm going to be interested to see because when he got rolling yesterday, he was very, very, very good. However, he did not convert into placement nearly at all, and I don't think you're going to be able to place as highly in this bracket without just converting on the available number of points that come from placement.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, you and me were watching the games, we saw how easily Sway can even convert eliminations endgame, but he would convert those eliminations around that like first rotating where the placement points are about to really start sticking in, and then he would just go down. So it is a story of whether he can kind of contain that aggression, but I luckily had the drum gun in the back pocket. I think that's really the only weapon in the game right now that could have saved him for that one, going down to 12 HP, but I was going to call it. Sway found himself without the builds, his ultimate win condition. He is one of the best builders in the game, but when you're versing some of these really good players and there's so many eyes on you, going for those big fancy high ground retakes is actually sometimes worse than when you think about people like Booger who revolutionized the box fight tactic. Just sit in your box and take a fight at close range. Third partying becomes harder. You have a lot more control. It's just not as risky. And ooh, we see Neon picking up such an easy elimination on Jay, doing so well to kind of stretch his lead out here or maintain it with not a fancy play, but very, very good attention to what's happening around him, thinking maybe if I box up here, take one little tiki tag and he gets the elim. But also worth noting, he boxed up. He didn't leave himself exposed like we've seen so many players that you commented on earlier in game one going down to kind of silly mistakes.
Yep, and in order to get the eliminations, you have to take the shots. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott, but now Scopes trying to miss none of the shots here. He has that Brutus minigun making it sing. However, kind of hitting that maximum fire rate, so going to be pushed down there. Does need to be careful of the light ammunition. Has enough to make it through early on up to the 250, so plenty to work through the early builds, but also doesn't want to necessarily gimp himself for this mid and early game because he's not going to have a ton of opportunities to really kind of refresh back into it. And Scope desperately, after going down so early on last game, really wants to pick up an elim here. It's tough when you go for an ambush like that and then don't immediately convert because, like, what are you going to do? Be like, surprise, I'm engaged in a fight, and then leave? Like, you're both in the zone. You're kind of committed to this fight. Like, you need this refresher, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time as I've been watching Scope quite a while now. Last time when he was playing, he got quite tilted, posted on Twitter that he's not having the tournament. This isn't his tournament. I don't want to play this anymore. And then ended up winning the whole tournament. So obviously someone who can bounce back from having a rough start. Takes down Mikey, who had a phenomenal start in game one. Not such a good game in game two. And this is what we talk about with the 12-game format. Anything can change. Last time Scope went down to 50-50. You mentioned it before. Now he survives the 50-50. He's taken down Mikey, and that has a huge impact on the tournament.
It has a massive impact. Like, we talk about each one of these eliminations kind of being worth more when you get up into this top 100, but you're directly competing against every single one of these players, not only now for qualification spots, but we're talking about actual prize money, trying to push yourself up farther, and then getting those spots mean there's somebody else who is pressured by Storm Surge, somebody else who is taking a little bit more damage, who has to use more resources, as we now say, raised by Kings, Big Brain, aka your fellow Arab, aka the content creator, now trying to big brain his way through, and you actually see him hanging out just outside the shark now, using the porta potty to rotate. If he's able to find another campfire on the other side, what he's going to look to do is just kind of wait this time out, making sure he's firing off into the bush to not get jumped there, but he does have enough resources where if Storm Surge becomes a factor, he could survive through it.
Yeah, definitely. And Arab, knowing for being that big brain player, so that's why he prioritized the islands. I know he's been talking about it leading up into these games that he wasn't actually going to drop here anymore. He was trying to change it because a lot of people were here, but I know coming into this from talking to Arab personally, he had a lot of confidence in this drop. He knows this drop, and it goes into his kind of smarter gameplay with doing stuff like this, baiting out the bush. The stair comes out and he just waits. No, the bush gets broken, so he now knows he's here. His surprise has been ruined, but he takes the wall and he goes out. And there's certain drops that are going to work to your different strengths. Arab is a smarter player. This is one of his strengths, and he can outplay people like that. He can bait them into having the advantage on his back foot. He is known as a content creator, but he has kind of transcended past that, doing phenomenally well. He came second in a week of Duo FNCS, now qualifying straight into finals here from week 2. Didn't even need the reboot round, and it's because of plays like that. He plays to his strengths. He knows that he can outsmart his opponents, so he goes a drop that rewards that.
And honestly, particularly in solos at this level, you have to do absolutely everything. If you're not being cheeky in a bush, if you're not hiding in a cone, if you're not making sure like you're leaving a trail for somebody that's obvious and then doubling back and checking it and like manufacturing eliminations for yourself, somebody else will. Like, go watch Mr. Savage. He's done it ever since the World Cup. Somebody else is doing those little things. And if you think, like, oh, I can get away without sitting in this cone for 5 more seconds to check this path, that's fine. And you will be safe on your rotation. But the person who did wait and caught the player in rotation because they were aware, like Azur's here, able to check the side, get the couple early shots, and begin pressuring forward, they're going to get the one who ultimately walks away with the elimination points. Azur's continuing the aggression forward. However, getting traded back a little bit, needs to think if he really wants to double down on this fight, as they are towards the outside of that circle, and zone is about to start moving.
Yeah, he got the 70 wide tag, so he's got to have this play on the back foot. Aegis trying to find his way through if he can, and there it is, and it's Stretch. One of those players that has been so insanely consistent through every week of solos so far. Then we see Aegis throwing a bit of disrespect down on him, but Stretch, he came 3rd in week 2, and he came 2nd in week 1, so one of the players with high expectations to perform well here today, and we saw him go down 5th in game 1, so a very good first game performance, but picking up next to no points here in game 2.
And that's what it's all about, just saying who's able to kind of progress forward and make the best of it. We've talked about it. 12 games is a lot of competitive Fortnite. Those of you who are just joining us, welcome here on this glorious Saturday. This is the FNCS Invitational Grand Finals. We are in the NAE's portion. It is also my mom's birthday, so going to give a quick little personal shout out there. Happy birthday, Ma. I'll clip that for you at some point. But hopping on board here with Overtime Polarized up on the high ground, trying to make sure he's well above not only the Storm Surge threshold, as he's sitting at 381, but making sure he's in a position where if he does have to rotate immediately after this, he's not going to be overly threatened. So wants to make sure that little scarecrow above him, the empty build, is actually empty before heading a little far more centrally.
Can't brush past that one. Happy birthday, Mama Sundown. That is adorable. Yeah, see, ooh, polarized play. Ooh, not really as much of an adorable play here. The heavy snipe straight into the body shot takes down Eclipse, one of those names you were talking about as having such good performances in solos, and unfortunately here today goes down game 2 to Polarized, who's just getting his first points on the board. He's gotten 2 eliminations this game, taking him from 2 points to 10 so far.
Some really good quick little rotations. Unfortunately, that was Eclipse going down there. We talk about the power, the heavy snipe, the one shot to the head being an elimination, and then the body with the immediate AR follow-up. A little less painful now after that ghost tampering, but it still hurts. Hopping on board here with TSM Commandant, aka Commandment from Team Solo Mid. Honestly, one of the favorites coming out of NAEs. He's had some fantastic performances from week 1 into week 2. Been one of the most consistent players in solos just all around. But again, kind of one of the players who, once getting to the big solo event final, can sometimes struggle to really put up that final performance and pull it all together for the W. However, sitting okay right now. 40 above in terms of the Storm Surge with 20 players or with
Nice.
excuse me, with 2 players who need to go down. Those 2 20-plus tags will put him well above. And the thing that's really hurting here is his lack of extra shields. Ooh, and a great shot onto Hapt, and he's immediately going to sprint over to that and see what can I get from it with only his Gray Tac, the common AR, and then the heavy snipe. So he was definitely hurting, needed the refresh, and leading on the heavy sniper to make it happen.
That was a beautiful shot straight down the line. That was really, really well played. I was going to say Commandment, someone I've watched a fair bit as he regularly plays in our cash cups with EMAD, and I find that quite respectable, playing on such a high ping deficit and then having to rely more on that smart play than having to rely just on pure mechanics. So someone who does play a lot of competitive Fortnite, and it shows here today, putting himself in such a good position to pick up that elimination. We see Zate, someone who plays a lot of competitive Fortnite, struggling a little bit today again, only been a game and a half, 1 point on the board. We saw him go down to Unknown Army last time, and maybe changed his rotation path. His Unknown Army went down early, but maybe Zate just avoiding that completely as Arab picks up another elimination in the feed, taking down Starving Aiden. So that's 2 eliminations for him, and Zum caught sleeping, gets the very nice open tag, and then Zum places the walls but doesn't place them close enough, and Zate just gets a freebie.
Zum, hello? Are you there?
Hello?
You're in the FNCS Grand Finals. You need to put a roof above your head, man. Zate taking advantage of that, catching him off guard. I mean, we kind of talk about it, how you need to manufacture those opportunities. That one seemed a little free. I think Zum actually might have been doing a little bit of inventory management there and then kind of got caught out. It looked like he had just looted something. So, if anything, that's just super, super, super unfortunate timing. But it looks like Zate is opting for a little bit more of a safer rotation, completely avoiding the warpath that Unknown Army was on last game. However, we saw him get ended right away by Tilt this game, so it's not going to be a factor here as Bully is in your box.
Yeah, he's trying to get in your box. So far, there's only one wall holding him out from being in your box. He's now in your box, but you've gotten out of it, so Bully trying to find his way through this one. It won't take him long to get in the box, and there it is. Takes him a couple seconds. Really nice play. Harpoons the floor to instantly break it. Walks up to it by crouching under it, but then stands up, which means that when the other player tried to place the floor, he's phased through and he gets a free tack shot, and that's all he needed. Really, really well played by Bully to get in your box there.
Showing some good level aggression right there, executing on the box fight and making sure he was able to close the fight out before taking too much damage. As we now get a pan over, you see Sway, Weigel, 2XC, Ghoul, Furious, Polarized, Perplexity, Bully over on the side, Jelty, Doxy, Fishy, Coop, Shaz, Vanish Banked, Vexy, Wiggs, Johi, tons and tons of NAEA's players we've seen before. 66 players still remaining as we head into the 4th Storm Circle. We have 1:15 minutes before that rotation will start. I would expect to see a large number of players go down on this rotation. Storm Surge will start to get threatened kind of towards the backside. We do see Sway with that drum gun. No additional aggression since the early game, which was out of character from what we saw in the other rounds. And what we really want to see from this player is we don't want to see kind of what happened with King at the World Cup, where you look really, really, really good in the early and the mid game, and you're able to kind of get these flashy plays and grind it out. Like, yes, that's good, but that's not a complete Fortnite player. You need to be able to get into the placement points. You need to be able to get into the end game and kind of be able to take advantage of your slaying capability in those opportunities. That's what really enables you to be kind of really great and truly competitive. But Sway now just trying to get aggressive and get into one of these old boxes. Now turning around, using the drum gun, putting as much pressure on this opponent as I can. His opponent now recognizing the drum gun's there, and Weigel just barely going down. 24 HP, but the Siphon coming through. Sway needs to find a little bit of space in order to now heal up, because you can't take those trades with the drum gun when you're not at the kind of the effective max HP. You'll end up losing in more circumstances than you would want, because you want to be essentially winning in every circumstance. Take every advantage you have. As Furious now, again, trying to fly against it. And this is 3 hyper-aggressive players all next to each other.
Yeah.
Bully, Furious, and
Very
Sway
close.
right on top of each other.
I was going to say, if I'm in set lobbies and I know that there is Sway in this game and I see a Dark Bomber running ahead of me, that is not the person I'm rotating behind trying to use his builds. That is definitely someone that I want to avoid. Like you said, if you know unknowns in your lobby, you avoid that POI. So similar thing happening here, but Retail Row, an interesting zone to see it finish. This is going to play in the hands of people like Scoped, who obviously dropping Grotto, like Colazo, who was top 5 last game. He's been dropping Retail Row since the start of Fortnite. It's been his competitive drop in every game mode and every tournament since competitive Fortnite started. So he's obviously still going to be over here somewhere, having a really good early game to be able to rotate into this one a little bit closer. But when you talked about Storm Surge, sometimes getting zone is not always the best thing because everyone's still making their way towards you. It's a lot harder to find those Storm Surge tags that are going to be so crucial. But now we see plenty of people banked up on this edge as Avery goes down. It's going to be an interesting endgame. If this goes further east, it's going to cause a lot of problems.
Those problems mainly being the change in verticality in that mountain that's hanging out right there, and everyone is posted up on it as that fourth zone does now finally resolve. We see Bizzle still in the match. Shaz got taken out last time, hanging on to Meowscap's PRPR rifle. The 44 and 88 tags from the headshot that come through when that thing is at its closest distance really hurt and are able to kind of rocket you up, particularly in the Storm Surge threshold. You see Shaz not having to deal with that. However, only 2 players will be going down from it as Shaz begins tunneling out and trying to gain control over. Oh, he has a nice little supply cache there.
Yeah, nice. He needed those minis too. You talked about not wanting to have to rely on white meds towards the end of the game. Floppers, bandage cannon included. You want to have some shields as well because now for tags like this, the white med's not enough to heal you up, but you don't want to be running around 130. I'm assuming he's seen it, right? Maybe he's just waiting for Zone to pull a little bit more to make sure he doesn't take any tags to get it. I think maybe run out there, grab it, and just use the bandage cannon to secure it. But Bizzle getting some heavy pressure on him as we see SF Roller on the back foot as well. 100 health, no shields. He might be looking for an impact, and he is right now. This would probably be your definition of shambles. Has 56 builds, has a loadout to get an elimination, but not the health. But we've seen how good SF Roller can play when he's aggressively pushing forward and finding those eliminations. So if he can try and find his way into the box or maybe find someone rotating past, he could get that refresh, and that's what's going to make or break those really good players to those really great players, being able to find that pick that you now need without having to go too aggressive for it and risk too much. But Roland not in the greatest position, but it's still not over for him here.
Yeah, talk as much trash on the dude as you want. Every single time he's pushing into a box, I at least see him reverse heading the cone so he can't get immediately flown on. So I'll give him props to that. That's more than 95% of competitive players. As Stowe, with a absolutely brilliant cone on top of Rogue Shark, edits him down and drops him into the storm, picks up the floppers for it as well, but now he kind of needs to haul a little bit as he's on the edge of the storm. Does have the flopper to kind of save himself and give him a little bit more wiggle room to work with as the zone does settle, and honestly manufacturing a little bit there, but with the 27 builds he's gonna need to find another pick or just be really patient because Ozzy, your worst fear has come true.
Yeah, it's going straight across that mountain now. This is going to be a very hard zone for players on low mats like that. We see Kalazu looking around again, someone who dropped a near here, so maybe has a decent amount of mats. Same with Scoped up there. Illist in a really good spot, has Sizzlucky directly above him. So these players are looking really good. They have that advantage. They're already at the vertical limit for that mountain, so they can just tarp straight across. These players I'm seeing down the bottom, like Zucky, like Knight, like Elige, Mega, they're going to need to make their rotate. Durant trying to put some pressure in the sky, and that he does. Clicks also in this game, picking up an elimination on Bank, and Durant gets straight in his box, so he gets 2 eliminations. Does he make it 3, or does he go down? No, he makes it 3. He picks up 3 eliminations. That one was on Neon, who was our leader after game 1. So Neon going too aggressive here and going down. And Durant, who is in 2nd place, now picks up 3 eliminations, 1 of them on 1st. So that is a huge turn for this tournament.
That was massive. Absolutely. Like, we've seen him get in positions of being able to capitalize on those launch pad rotations plenty of times before. But Neon just going straight gung-ho into the box. Durant being able to trade it out. Calc picking up an Elim there as we see Alish also going down, closing on the top 30 as we go down the backside of the mountain. Now the real question is, do we go back up the mountain? Because if so, all the people up here on the high ground are going to have the advantage as we hop on board here with the calculator himself trying to make plays, working from the top down as we do go back up the side of the mountain. So sorry to everyone on the low ground who just burned all of your utility. You drove the short straw. You can now burn everything to try and get back up as Calc eats 2 huge bullets from Polarize. He's going to go down there. Sway is going to pick up Plague, so made it into the end game. And as I say that, Vexy picks him down. Polarize now rotating around the front side of the zone. You see Krem's a little bit behind him. Scoped sitting underneath that. Illist just above, actually holding ultimate high ground right now, Ozzy.
He had high ground before the zone even went up the mountain, so just beautiful positioning so far from Illist. He's played this one so well, and sometimes you just need the inventory and you need the loadout to even get into that position, but Illist clearly had that. He has the high ground. Kanata making a short pad onto front side. We're seeing some big names in here. I see RBK, Big Brain still in there. We see Coop, who obviously previous teammates, Durant, Nuts, Stowe, Jack. We got some big names, but Illist trying to put down some pressure from the high ground, but even without pressure and eliminations, he's just getting free placements. He's avoiding all of this that's beneath him right now. No one is looking at him. We haven't seen that grappler come out into effect yet. Anyone trying to take it from him. Kanata takes down Crims. 28 points for Illust. I have to think, unless he has a massive misplay, he's going to jump up quite high. And Kanata picks up another elimination with Scoped taking down Mega as we push towards this top 10. And we have so many big names. Arab going down, unfortunately. Kanata going down to Stowe. This is now top 10. Every single player that goes down, everyone else is going to receive guaranteed placement points. This is where you really want to hold on for as long as you can, as Illust right now in a great position to apply pressure from above, but there's so many old builds that he can't find his way in, but he's just getting more and more placement points for free. He has 20 builds, 4 floppers, 6 minis. We called it last game. We almost jinxed it for Neon, but you'd have to think Illust is going to be able to close this one out as he takes down Scoped, a big shark in this lobby, and we haven't seen the grappler come into effect. I want to see if someone has that. Maybe Jelty, from what I just saw from that movement. Jelty might have that grappler to be able to take Illust high ground, but without that, this is going to be a very hard game to take from Illust.
Which he should just be able to work top down. I mean, this rotation going back and forth over the mountain is so absurdly frustrating if you're not able to control the same space as Jelty is able to pick up Coop, and particularly because it's gone kind of not necessarily on the same axis. It's just given the player who had the most materials, which effectively has been Illust, working the top down the advantage here, but now he's going to be forced to look back out in the storm. Does have the floppers to pick it up, but this zone is an absolute nightmare.
This is an absolute nightmare to find his way down here. Illust, 4 players alive. Someone dropping down in front of him. 2 Harpoon comes out trying to break them down. Illust only has 1 build left. That's it. He drops down. Goes all the way to the very bottom. Illust going down to 4 damage. The high ground ended up being his demise. He got a lot of points from it, but now Stowe has the high ground. Polarized. Assault having their fight down there. Assault goes down to Polarized. It's a 1v1 situation. Stowe has the rockets in hand. Can he make the play? He's trying to thread them down. He has 12 rockets in the legendary RPG. 25 builds, 3 eliminations. Can he make it 4 to close this one out? He gets knocked down. He goes down shotgun to shotgun in midair. He takes the shot on Polarized and closes this one out before he hits the ground. 4 eliminations, and high ground being the ultimate win condition, but Illust was just a little bit too high.
2 HP being the difference, and just look at that build going back and forth. That is so absurdly frustrating to deal with when you're in that end game. If you're up on the high ground, just desperately trying to recycle over whatever you can, use whatever your bats, but the back and forth, I mean, it's an adage old at time when it comes to competitive Fortnite, but Old Man Mountain will claim his tone, but particularly when it comes to the moving zones, he's able to claim it there. So many players going down, whether it's fall damage, running out of materials, or just getting railed on from Illust and the other players from above. I mean, that was a heck of a finish there.
That's right, guys. Now we got to ask ourselves, where is Stowe on the leaderboard? Where did that end up bumping him all the way up to? And it looks like Neon from first is now in second with Durant contesting there. Stowe is put all the way up into 3rd place after just his 2nd game.
You can see how quickly it changes up here. So Neon was at 61 points going into that game, only picks up 7, but he's still in 2nd place. We have Polarized jumping up quite high. Illust, who had that high ground. Kanata jumping up into there as well. Kalazo dropping down just a little bit as he was inside top 5. We have Coop flying his way up through the leaderboards as well. Scoped, who picked up 0 points game 1, is now 26 points in 17th place. So it just shows how quickly you can change up.
And I mean, honestly, the really impressive thing right now is Durant being able to climb all the way up to the leaderboard. You can see as we continue rolling over some super stacked names on that 21st to 30th page there with Eclipse, Knight, Unknown, Clicks, Sway, Saf, Tilt, Bully, all kind of just stacked on top of each other there. Very much so in contention, but again, on the outside looking in. However, only about 1 elimination kind of here to really separate them off. So again, we talk about this format and everyone being a little bit closer in terms of the skill disparity between 40th and 31st. If you are able to knock off 1 other player, you're jumping up 10 points. So we talk about just 1 decent game being enough to kind of rocket you up. Every single one of these players, including Acorn, Spicy, Hornet, all very much still within striking distance. And again, I know we've stressed it a number of times, with only 2 games down, we still have 10 more games of Fortnite to play. So we have a typical tournament of this Fortnite's worth of games to be played over the course. But again, with the set lobbies going through these games, I don't want to say they're infinitely more stressful, but man, it feels like it. There's a lot of pressure, and these guys are putting it all on the line right now.
That's right, Sundown. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on for those first 2 games out of NAEs. Now, Fortnite fam, we are going to go to a break, but you don't want to get yourself too far, because when we return, we'll have more games, more casters, and by the end of the day, we'll know which players are coming out in that #1 spot from NAE. So stay tuned, you won't want to miss the rest of the games. We'll see you in just a couple minutes, Fortnite fam. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. Joining us for the next 2 games, we got Monster Deface and Clay Staling. Gentlemen, we've watched a pretty interesting first 2 set of games. Looks like the new guard is giving the old guard quite a run for their money.
It's not what we expected, not at all. I mean, that first page, that top 10, but hey, it's the shakeup, right? Anything can happen. It was only the first 2. Everyone's kind of getting their gears going. You can't count out the pages of, page 2, page 3, right? The top 30, top 40 players. Everyone's still very much in the running right now. As long as they can keep their composure, let's keep it swinging.
That's right. Well,
speaking of new guards, Colazo up there. Mr. 100, Mr. 20, right there scooting in, and now he's in that top 8. Ooh, looking good for him.
Yo, what else is looking good is the fact that we're getting right in the game, boys. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so very much, Zeke, for loading us up. But yeah, here it is, Clay. We're jumping in. It's game number 3 right now. It's the day 1 NA East Finals here for the Invitationals. Solos competition. Let's look at our map right here, bro.
Yeah, we got Salty Springs uncontested as well. There's only 2 players there in Sweaty. It's actually going to pool to Sweaty Sands. This could be a very interesting zone there with the northwestern islands, my bad there. Oh, in play for zones, we all know how hectic that can be.
That's right, and I mean, we're jumping in with our first taste of some action here. It's Outcast Kel is going to land a couple nice burst shots right here, all finding their mark. No shield on this opponent right here, and he's going to get traded out. Some good tags, and I mean, it's looking like a close battle right there. He's going to get chipped with a low ground side shotgun shot as well, and all of a sudden, it's kind of fair game. I mean, that player has 10 HP. He only has about 60 up here on height. He's going to go and do a little reset. It's Nexi who's in a battle with right now. He's looking for some angles. It's kind of scary, this early taking a battle, right, with no shield. It can go ever which way between the 2 players right now. Last thing you want to do is kind of sit around and waste time right now, so we'll see who can end the battle quickly or draw out. Nexi is going to break the builds, and oh man, the good angle from Kel gets the advantage on that one, and Nexi gets sent back to the lobby.
That angle was so smart there from Kel to go out to give him that good top-down view as he started falling down. That was the last pieces to be broken. Very, very good play by Kel to get that elimination. He had set that up beautifully. As we move over to Tabs G here, who does only have 2 points in the day. Again, we're only into game number 3, so there's still a lot more room to improve here for him. He does have a player right in front of him, though. He could look to get this. We do see Agers going down, though, to COD Genesis. That's a really big elimination.
Yep, Agers falling early in the competition right now, like you pointed out. Tabs G's got to do something soon, or his morale would continue to stay low. It's only 2 points so far in the competition. He's coming right across, past with the legend Bizzle himself, who also tends to have this rotate to himself. And little does he know, the ambush was waiting, and Tabs sets up a big one. This is exactly what he needs, some momentum in his favor to find these elims, pick up those points. With that one single elimination alone, he effectively doubles his points coming into the late half of the game here, game 5. So well played for him. I mean, 2 points just shows that he only got placement once, maybe twice across the games coming in. So quite a rough start for Tabs here. But if you can snatch these last 2, I mean, that's okay. Or excuse me, game 3, but that's okay. You get your momentum back in. You get your footing back in the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what both him and Hap need to do. They need to get their footing back in again. We're still early. There's still a lot of Fortnite left. You should get eliminations like Hap looking to get right now, but he is going to be spotted out there by that player, but still going to push his aggression. He is going to go into the fight, continuously building there just to make sure that player is getting cheeky shots off. You saw him sitting there waiting for it. Now shotgun shots being changed here. No one getting any tags. There is Hap looking to get the pressure in with the SMG. Does get that first tag in the fight, so now the fight's gone in his favor. He can look to make it happen as we get a wide pan there. It's going to be Jaybird on the high ground. Shots going through Hap. It's a lot of damage there, but takes a little bit himself. Has to worry about that, but he's continuing to put the pressure from the prior shots. Trying to ramp boost his way on in, trying to SMG spray on down this player. Going down, putting those layers in between is going to be able to stave off the pressure for now. But Hap continuing, Wing into the box. Player not going to get taken. The piece control was just not there. This player continuing to escape for now, but no, it's in the box, and that's Jaybird going down.
Kind of scared to think that Hap didn't even land an opening shot. He just had this player kind of spooked, caught off by surprise in this kind of ravine, this valley here, right, between the river, and still took the fight fearlessly as if the player had no HP. These are the kind of caliber of player we're looking at, we're dealing with, the confidence right now coming into the game. The jitters are out the way. Game 1 and 2 kind of, wipe the dust off the shoes, and now they're coming in polished here. We'll see, though, as we jump back with Durant. Durant off to such a prominent start. The beginning stages here, 74 points. My gosh. I believe he rounded out at 10 eliminations total so far in the competition. So he's definitely looking to turn things up. Remember, this is a completely Western zone, so even his rotation right now, it looks like he's playing it a little safe to kind of guard his positioning that he's sitting on the leaderboard here with a coastal rotate all the way around, taking his sweet time, enjoying the sun right now.
Definitely enjoying it. Again, 2 games underway, and he destroyed both of them. A 3rd place that first game with 4 eliminations, a 10th place with 6 eliminations in that second game. This is strides of what we saw Wolfies do over at NEU. That, same sort of dominance. We'll see if he's going to be able to continue the domination here in the North American region. As we see Wiggs is going to get shot at, though, does get out of it, doesn't take any damage. He did have that big shield there just in case he does end up taking any. What's concerning about him is his lack of materials as he's rotating through this already looted area. It's going to be very hard to find mats that he can recycle there. And you see, luckily, though, for him, it isn't the softer mat category. That brick and the wood, his metal is looking decent here.
Well, that's right. And I mean, remember, guys, if you're just tuning in, you're wondering, how do we get here to the FNCS Invitationals, the Grand Finals? This is the combination of 3 weeks of competition right now as we're approaching that middle of the pack day 1 right now for the NA East region. Players have been going toe-to-toe, and I mean, for some who clawed their way out through the reboot round, the stakes are high, much higher than before, as they have to go on a stretch here of just consistency, good games after good games right now. Wiggs, though, looking to line up the big shot right now, trying to see what he can find here. He's going to have this player kind of open out, and it's a moment of opportunity there. Oh my gosh, 2 shots are going to land, take the shield off. The 3 are going to hit the body now, and Elige falls in a second game back-to-back as we get that perspective here of him falling, unfortunately for him. But it's all right. Wiggs is going to be able to quickly snatch up the loot. I mean, Clay, he's back to max now. Extra medium bullets to go with it as well. He's looking pretty good.
And he did exactly what he needed to. Find an impact frag on rotation. There's your mat. Went from about 70 mats there to 140. In a really good spot to continue on his game as we move over here to Neon. We saw dominate that game number 1. 68 points. Still good. He's still in that top echelon of players in the top 10. But the question is, can he maintain it moving forward? Can he keep that mentality up? He is second right now at the moment. You see, loadout looks great. No one is really near him to cause damage to him right away. But you do have to be concerned about that monster. With his 2 mini shields in his inventory, if he takes any sort of damage that's below that shield, it's going to look bad for him.
I mean, definitely is that prestigious minis that he's holding on to right now. He's going to have to play it real safe, real cautious. And I feel like that's what he's doing right now is he's trying to get deep into the zone, trying to get to safety right here early. It's clear as day right now, though. There's only a few people kind of in this area, only a couple in his path, and the first one that opens up and lets his guard down is going to get tagged up here, and this is the fight he wants to have in his favor. The fact that he can swing this momentum, since he doesn't have much, he can kind of come up with a lot right now. It's only going to take 1 shot, and he's going to find it here on Nico, who falls now, and Nico was doing so well coming into the competition, though, to see him kind of go down like so easily is what it seems here to Neon. Neon's just playing out of his mind right now on a different kind of level here. And lucky for him. I mean, Neon's going to have this other opponent, this third party, back off as more people join into the fight right now.
And that's what he needed. He went from not having much to make it towards the end game to having a really good amount of shields in his inventory, having a lot of mats as well. Is in a good spot in the zone as well. So Neon doing everything perfectly right now in a game where RNG is such a big factor. He's making it work, as you see 7 Leo there just going down. That was, you can't get caught taking a mushroom out in the middle of the field there. You're just going to get eliminated.
Yeah, it's the kind of ambush special sitting behind that natural field right there, just kind of hanging out. Probably played the bush for the better half of the game before sneaking up to that tree right there, and Leo didn't even have any shield, so it's kind of a freebie, unfortunately, standing out in the open to pop that shroom. You know how it goes here. Can Stacky find another one, though? As he sees someone is on the water bend right there, kind of running through, and no, he's not going to pay any mind, any focus or attention towards him. Instead, he's going to continue to get his roll on here. As I say that, I do see Roller, Avery, and others still in the game. Zate, who we know lands here in Sweaty Sands, has all the real estate to himself. The zone favoring him right now. I think he's in a little bit of a battle. He gets... No, it's Walkman who's going to get hunted down here by Wolves, but nonetheless, it's still going to be a crucial elimination here as he clears out the main building and gets more control of what's left of this major POI here. Just Wood left now to kind of max out the inventory, and he'll be chilling.
He will be indeed. We do see a Nut there, Furious as well. Zate is the main point there in that garage area where he is at the low ground. Can he come back? Can he start to mount the run? As we speak of people that need to mount a run here today, is going to be Booga, only on 1 point today. His loadout looks very, very bleak. Luckily, he's got the 8 minis, but this is not looking good here for him. If he's going to get, things going, he's going to need to find an impact frag as he's getting tagged up by multiple different people there. Snipes are coming in. He's getting focused by everybody right now.
He doesn't have a lot in his inventory to fight back either. The limited ammunition right now is really going to be a kind of a crutch in this situation here. Sitting in wood, though, also means that he can be a target. Just 1 point so far in the competition makes you wonder what's not kind of going in his favor right now. The World Cup champion right here is struggling so far in the solos competition, but he is still very much in the running as he's going to find a big shot right here. What's he going to do with this momentum? As he's kind of saw there was a 70, a shield crack as well, so this is something that he can wrap out. But the focus is coming in towards him, not the opponent. That's just one of those kind of ways it goes, and yes, he's going to be able to go all the way through, pushes through, catches AV right here. Crucial point. Little dance for it right now. He's getting back into the focus right now, trying to jump back into the swing of things. Take a look at your players rotating, though, Clay. There's a lot of big names right here on this back half right now. Booga, obviously being the biggest of the bunch, but Roller, an exciting player. Acorn, another exciting player that we know has been performing so well. They're all in the storm right now.
And speaking of players that have performed so well, Durant went down to zone there. So not able to make it work and not able to make either the damage come off the Storm Surge or just getting caught out. As we talk about people that's right on the edge, the Roller eliminated there. As you see, Johi eliminated as well. A lot of people suddenly getting collapsed on. So big name there. Durant going down, I think, is the biggest name we saw go down.
Yeah, and I mean, just to talk about the action that was unfolding on the line, Roller falling, and Booga looked like he might have jumped right into the fray there, so pay close attention to that Elam feed as things are kind of happening here. They're all going to have to rotate north. Anyone who's on that southern part is really in for a bad treat to say, because everyone is going to have to cut up here. Now, remember, there's a big piece of land that's not kind of occupied right now. It's only the northern tip because everyone's sitting on the back half, being that there's so much water there. So this is going to play out some weird dynamics. But here's Tilt. Tilt's going to find a little Elam right now as well. He's doing all right. 25 points, very much still in the game right now. One big 50-point Elam, or excuse me, 50-point game of Victory Royale can swing him right back up the food chain here. And this is what I'm talking about. Players who have to cut across the southern portions. Just look at how many of them to this limited real estate, this limited land that's nearby. Clay, we're in a fight now. Furious is running. He's got so many floppers. It'd be so unfortunate if he goes down now.
I think it was just a little pass-by shot and go kind of action. And Furious did have to pop the minis because of it. But that player want to get those tags. This is a pretty heavy lobby. 66 players. If it doesn't get down to 50 before that half and half out, we will see Storm Surge come up and start to affect these players. And for Furious, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue because he does already have those 2 eliminations in this game. With a very nice rotation in the zone, he is going to manage to squeak his way in. But what's concerning about this zone, if it pulls anywhere to that southwest, Neon going down. Furious, good find there for him on that backside. But back to the point, if it moves anywhere to that southwest, Furious, Kanata, Zayt, Talc, all going to have a very hard rotation to get into the safe zone.
Just talking about Kanata and these other players that we saw just outside of the top 10 or close to it. I mean, with Durant down and out this game, with players like Neon who had a lot of points coming into this, right? They're out. That gives the other chances of the leaderboard, the other players just on the top 10, in the top 5, within kind of striking distance to overthrow first. They have the opportunity because now the first and second place players are down this game. So the leaderboards, the standings are going to shake up game after game. This is what matters. This is why you have to stay consistent and play through. Anything can happen with the slip of a moment. As Booga finds his second Elam now, all of a sudden really getting into his focus mode right now as he's kind of all into the game, all focused onto the game. He's already turning up, playing better now that he's able to kind of focus up here. You can see we're hopping in now with Young Kauk, who is looking all right as far as the material count goes, and the loot here, he's kind of chilling. Zone's going to favor his side just a little bit.
It is, but the question is, are people going to get aggressive towards him with all these edits that he's making? He's going to find someone out. Nice 40 tag there, but takes a lot of damage. Someone in his card, he forgot to re-edit it, and Kanata going to take down Calculator, who was just trying to be a little bit too greedy there with his build.
And this is what I'm talking about. Remember, when we tuned in with Neon, he had just shy of 70 points, maybe a little more this late into the game. Kanata already ramping up, closing into that 50-point threshold. That is a player who is very much in striking distance to start overthrowing the consistency, right? He's already broken that top 10 mold once this tournament here. Unknown in this game, approaching the mid-game as well, seeing him pick up Severe there. That's another big name who was just kind of going crazy in the previous runs, a little too aggressive in the early game. Has he dialed back? And if he has, that's going to be a scary unknown if he can make it through to endgame. Booga, though, sitting above the damage threshold, just active enough with his 2 eliminations to keep him unfazed right now by this Storm Surge here. Is going to find a big shot. Is going to jump in the box. That's right. It's looking like we're looking at an angry Booga here. Looking for a better angle, too. Kind of sweeping around now. And yes, he's going to find it here. It's Fryst who falls. As Booga finds his 3rd Elam now. Ramping up big time here in the game.
And that was so good from Bugha to open that up just to let that player come in. It could have been really bad, but he knew he had him low HP, so he was not worried. The confidence did not waver there. As you do see Zayt and Clicks right on top of each other. Graska and Class underneath. Bugha here looking really good there for him, making it to this end game. We'll see. This is where he thrives. We all know it. We've seen it time and time and again. Everybody knows he can pop off late game. And another player that can pop off late game, Unknown. Issue for him, 7 builds here. If it pulls anywhere to this north, Unknown is going to have to hop into someone's box.
I mean, we know he can. We know he will. But, I mean, he has a launch pad. He still has a couple plays. He could definitely pull the epic wear, wavy Jacob style special land in the box right after the pad. He's got a couple options still. But 7 builds, yes, is definitely very scary. Being that he has the pressure on his side, he does have the opportunity here, Clay. He can totally take a fight right now and see if he can come up big here, score something massive. And this is what I meant by the zone being so prestigious. There's not a lot of land here to kind of play off of. It's kind of split across this kind of waterway here. So this is going to be a very scary endgame. But Unknown's jumping in the box. I mean, I see him already pushing towards Mikey's territory here, waiting to see if he's going to come out. Unknown's looking for something big right now. We're sitting with him. It's 3 seconds until the zone moves. Take a look, guys. That bottom right there, that's your clock. That's the ticking kind of time bomb right there. That's the pressure coming in. All right, Unknown doesn't find the opportunity, and now he's cutting for safety here, as is everyone else. There's a player in front of him. There's the window. He's trying to go in it. Oh, my gosh. Imagine if he could have just slipped in there. You know it's impossible, but still kind of crazy to think Unknown would have done it. Here now, he's jumping into the next box. The ramps are already set up, Clay. He's following this player. He's looking for anything. Desperate right now.
He is very desperate. He's trying to get anything going. He does have the harpoon, so he can hop in. So there's freshly built walls and 4 stairs. Doesn't matter. He needs to get in. He does have that epic pump shotgun out at the ready, looking for that hop in. Now, he does kind of have a protection layer here that was from that other player. He doesn't really have to worry about. He does have enough builds to make it happen. He also does have harpoon usage for grabbing all these mats. You see him looking to get it. Is going to pick up the elimination and does get some mats. That's going to be enough for now. He's going to be able to block it off and just sit and wait. And now he's going to look out to frag in these moving zones.
Yeah, and it was just enough. It's enough for him to kind of park here, sit down, and stay comfortable, and at least be able to block some of his angles. That harpoon is going to be so crucial for him to bounce him back into this game, especially since the zone is now favoring this side of the map. Here's a look at Bugha, Stretch, sitting side by side one another right here. What an interesting dynamic of players, ex-teammates, right? All so close to one another, 2 in which are in very much different situations. Bugha, who's trying to claw his way up the leaderboard. Stretch, who's kind of close to the top 10 for striking distance. Both of which right now, though, are in very different circumstances this game alone. Bugha doesn't have any sort of mobility. He has to get to this launch pad ASAP. Stretch does as well. And no, he's just going to go. He's going to go with the ground rotate, recycle some enemy builds right now. Taking his time, though, the master rotations right here. And he's going to get shot from behind. Could be Stretch, who's possibly sitting on the back half of the zone for all we know here. The feed is just lighting up right now, Clay. I see Code Genesis going down. Stretch finally goes down to Class. Unknown goes down as well. These are Titans, big names, legends here in the NA region, all falling right now. This is what we mean by the new guard coming through, swinging things in their favor. It's Tabs who's going to find an Elam here.
You said legends going down. That was one that just fell as Tabs with some nice layer changes there, making it into boxes. Mega was right on the Clipsa's heel, able to get on out. As you see a lot of players on the backside of the zone going down. Zayt, Graska, Zayt getting the elimination, though, on to Frosty, though. Avery on your screen, who's looking to try to make something happen, is in an old player's box. Does have the harpoon, which he's trying to get aggressive with. Turns away for a brief moment, and that's going to be what he needs to kind of dissuade this player from thinking he's going in. But shots coming through. All of a sudden, he's down to 3 HP. Needs to hop into a box. Shots coming through with the harpoon, but not going to be able to get him in when he needs to. Another shotgun shot going to connect, but he doesn't have the HP to really mess around with these shots. And finally is going to cast Jack out.
And he needed that so bad. Kaz is going to fall right there. Remember, he had no HP before that. Gives him a couple more ticks here to sit in the zone. He even uses the harpoon to kind of break on through. What's he going to do here? He has a couple options still. Remember, this harpoon can crack through any of the wood in any single kind of shot if he really had to. The minis you see playing a part, though, keep him alive just a little longer as he's fighting Mega here in a box fight. Fired is coming out the zone. Bank is also coming out the zone. everyone just all kind of boxed up, trying to see if they can get to safety, and finally it's going to pull over the land. I see the grappler there now. Avery's going to find another one with a quick flick as Fire falls here, and suddenly Avery is back in the competition. I mean, he's finding his footing here. Big upgrades as well, Clay. It's top 3.
Big upgrades indeed, as Eclipse is going to come out on top with the grappler. Mega on the low ground. Avery there as well, as Avery's going down to Eclipse. A 1v1 scenario. Eclipse with the power to make it happen, but he doesn't have a lot of builds, and that is concerning. Mega was able to sweep up all those old builds and any elimination builds that came through. We'll see if he's going to be able to make something happen here. As Eclipse looking for that shot, looking for the shotgun shot. Mega, very low HP. Eclipse effectively definitely has the advantage here as it's going back down. This is really bad for Eclipse. He can't keep putting that pressure down on those newly fresh builds. These old builds going to protect Mega for just a little bit longer. We'll see if Eclipse can manage it. He does again. Now the grappler, if he needs to drop down to pop back up, you see him going for it. Not a lot of fall damage taken, but he does lose the high ground shot.
Oh, no
From the
builds.
grappler could come through. He could grapple into shotgun, and I think that's what he's going to do. Shotgun come through,
Yes.
and he does. What a big shot from Eclipse to take the victory royale.
It's a monster shot. I mean, it was all said and done once he had high ground in that grappler there, especially with the angle play towards the tail end. Mega had one opportunity, but the no shield, the upgraded pump, that was it.
Big game there for Eclipse. He was 21st when we saw the leaderboards not that long ago, and now fought Mega for that 12th place spot. Guys, this is going to be a pretty a big game that's going to shake up the standings quite a bit. We saw a lot of players, high-profile players, go down very early on. Someone like Durant was eliminated like 70 or 80th. Like, that's going to make such an impact to the standings, because a lot of times when you're eliminated, that's it. You can't rack up any more points for that game. Let's go ahead and take a look together. Where are these players after this last game? Game number 3, halfway through the competition, with only the back half left to go here on day number 1. Durant, though, still holding on with everything that he has. 75 points, and keep in mind, after the last game, he only got a single point, Monster.
Yeah, but look at how much closer it is now as Neon closes the gap just a little bit for getting some placement points. Eclipse with the Victory Royale is going to propel him up. Mega, who came in second, is going to catch up now. This competition is becoming closer and closer. I talk about players like Kanata, who are finding elims in the end there too. Look, now he's in top 10 too.
Very, very close. The fact that Mega and Eclipse are within a point of each other is absolutely insane. As we move to the next page, you do see Unknown there in 15th. Palazzo down in 17th. Scope now moving up there with that game. Jock as well in 20th. So more and more big names come through. We talked about the new versus old guard. Stretch in 24th. Commandment in 27th. Assault down there. Arab making it up into 30th place right now. This is good for the players. They're starting to get their ramp on, starting to get their, the fire under their feet going just a little bit more.
I mean, yeah, they're all just kind of inching away here right now, as even players like Clicks are not quite on pace for where they want to be. Players like Knight and others here, FaZe Bizzle, right? Tabs, we saw kind of pick up something big there. But it's all a matter of, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So for players that did get off to those good starts, these are still, big names you have to look out for, right? You see now that top 10 is suddenly starting to become tighter and tighter. Anything can really happen. The swings of the points can happen for sure.
Man, NAE's putting on quite the show. And I gotta wonder, is one of these players gonna kind of come out from nowhere? Because as we kind of like to talk about, 5 eliminations in the Victory Royale is worth 53 points. Something as I want to say easy, that's not that easy of a task, but if you can pull that off, that is such a major spike in your points. And let's not forget, this is only half the competition. Tomorrow we are back with the other 6 games. So a lot of these players, even if they aren't doing that well, they still have that day buffer where at the end of the 6 games they can say, look, I've done the best I can today, and I have to just clear my mind and come back in tomorrow with a better headspace.
I mean, yeah, just give props to Eclipse. He did that game, right? He had a couple elims, he kind of pulled a big swing, as did Mega. Mega, players like Dubs, right? These are guys that were just ridiculously scary in solo comp, duos comp. And now, like we said, those are players you would expect to be in the top 5, top 10. And they're proving it once again as to why they are in those conversations.
And the 3rd and 4th game in these halves is really where you do it at. You really reset the mentality. You talk about doing it tomorrow. But right now, you really got to reset it. Going into the back half of these games is when you can really start to reset that mentality. You saw Bugha start to do it. He's starting to get back up there, get back into the routine of things. And this is where you're going to start to see that old guard start to pull to the top of the leaderboard.
And I love that Bugha there just had that run. And I was behind Bugha 100% because I was like, yes, this is the position you need to be in, is when we feel like you're that underdog and now you can start pushing back. Now, of course, there toward the end, he was in an unfavorable position, but he still had a great run, right? It's not over until that last game is played and we see the final results for a lot of these players. So I love that, Clay. I love that these guys have to come in with that. I mean, it's hard, right? Like in a lot of situations, you just want to tilt off the face of the earth, but you just can't. This is the grand finals of the FNCS Invitational. This is when you have to bring your A game, and even when you aren't, you have to keep your mind really, really clear.
Yeah, you gotta have that elite mentality, Clay. You have to have that elite mentality.
100%. Throwback to for Strokey with that med kit, right? We all thought hope was lost back in week 2, but he pulls that med kit out. It's not over until it's over, right? Like, ooh.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, let's get ready to go back into game. We're heading into game number 4 with Monster D-Face and Clay. Take it away.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. Here we go. We're kind of loading back into the battle bus now, and we're kicking things off with that world map here so you can take a look at how things are unfolding, how players are landing down and touching down. It's game number 4, and my gosh, it looks like there's even more players now in Misty Meadows than there ever was before. I'm seeing arrows all over the place down there. Now, the last zone was a zone that kind of kicked things off and favored that northwestern portion. I mean, we have something kind of similar to this one again here. It's going to be kind of favorable for anyone that's landing on that western side of the map.
And we'll see. It may end up just going right into Weeping Woods, which is so hard to navigate in the end game. We all know it. Those angles, you can get found out behind a tree. We'll see as we hop into previous games winner Eclipse, who has been dominating this area today, right? Does own this. And you see, it was supposed to be contested here today, but I feel like they pushed out their counterpart, whoever was contesting him, if he got contested at all, decided, you know what, I'm good. I don't want to be anywhere near this player. He is so good, giving the respect that he definitely deserves.
Absolutely. And I mean, now look, this is where Eclipse is kind of playing his drop. You get to get a feel of the land, what kind of territory he's messing with here. There's a slurp truck just down the road. Doesn't seem like it's in his kind of pathing, but still something to keep in mind is this is what I was talking about. This is what I was alluding to, the players that are at Misty. I mean, it seems to be the new Tilted, for lack of better words, the place you just go when you got to kind of ramp up, right? It's between the Shark and Misty when it comes down to finding elims and trying to make momentous swings in your play. This is one of those spots here. Is Polarized is going to find a big shotgun shot, the shield crack as well. He's going to jump in and just clean this up, making it look easy on Ved on Legacy right there. There's more action. This is what I mean by letting this kind of dynamic play out, similar to one of those old hot drops that we know and love. But lucky for him, Cool's going to back up here.
That is good. As we swap over to the agency, of course, we have FaZe Sway down near the vault area. We got fired up there. Sway does have the drum gun. He does have a henchman currently chasing him a little bit. So we'll have to deal with that just a little bit. Decided actually going away, getting out of there. Fired up on the high ground, though. You see Sway continuously looking back for it. Build's coming out. Now going to be in a build fight here. There's no one I would want to be in a build fight against more than Sway. He's got the knowledge. We all know it. He's got the retakes and just managed to get high ground right there. Fired. Decides against taking the fight. Is disengaging. And Sway playing that very, very well.
Sway, quite literally the innovator when it comes down to this kind of style of play. And I mean, just the fact to see him this far in the competition against the best of the best, someone who, you know, quite honestly lacks the competitive knowledge on the side of things, is still so admirable to see him jump onto players, drop players, and prove that, you know what, if you can just do the PvP side of things, it can get you pretty far in this game. And that's what he's doing right now in the competitive settings. Right now, though, things are going to kind of simmer down here for the agency as we swap over to the Grotto. We have ICV and Nut going toe-to-toe right now. Nut's been playing pretty well so far in the competition right now. He's at 31 points. Very much still in the conversation here for kind of breaking into things right now. ICV's on the run, though. And I hope that players like Scope decided to leave this location. I mean, he had a good run going for him when he was landing at the islands north, kind of to the west of Steamy Stacks. When he came here, I mean, his first game was a dud, as was the second, so we'll see where he's going now. But Nuts on the prowl right now. He's really hunting this fight down, going all the way. He wants that Volt key card. He probably wants the Brutus minigun as well. Good low ground shots here, Clef.
Good shots indeed, and that's the shots you need to hit if you've got that uncommon tactical shotgun. You have to get every pellet to hit. He does end up picking up Brutus's minigun, and that's what he wanted. He wanted that power weapon, the impact weapon. Everyone knows you got it when you're shooting it continuously, so he wanted that. And speaking of people that want something, Fury is wanting this elimination, continuously going in, trying to get any piece control that he can. Boxes being broken. He's taking walls. Nice of him to realize, hey, this player's going to go up, so I'm going to go up as well. Shot's going to come through. He did not waver. He takes the shot, and the 50-50 pays off. He gets the elimination.
We're talking about players that are here to make a name for themselves, coming through the open track. It's Furious. And that's well played right there. I mean, that player, Detain, made it super easy, kind of walked right into the shot, really lining it up into the crosshair for Furious right here. And he's going to back off this one, not opting to get too reckless here, taking that first victory, that first battle as a victory, now backing up. But Sway, back another engagement here against Leo. I mean, the times we've pulled in with Leo here, it hasn't been too good for him. So let's see if he's going to fall victim to Sway right now. Sway is going to choke one of those shots right there, and that's a good retake on the wall, and he's just too quick. He pulls it off. Now 2 elims up for Sway.
8 HP there. Every moment and every decision mattered so much more there for Sway, and he was able to make it count. Every moment was perfect with that edit, baiting out the shot. Easy shot there for Sway to finish on up as we move over here to Sizlucky, and TJ is there to fight Sizlucky on the back foot. TJ trying to get into the box. Really smart to realize that he needs to go up because this player going to go up as well. Everybody keeping track of their enemies so well today. Is TJ going to get the wall? Cone going to be broken. Wall going to be re-edited, and Sizlucky not going to be able to get on the other side. And TJ going to take him down. They pick up their first elimination during this game.
Just making quick work of Sizlucky here. Sizlucky has been landing at the farm for so long. We're talking back in the trio days here and whatnot. So, a veteran of the farm here falls to TJ. Again, new players looking to become notable players here in the comp scene as they are proving themselves. This is just day one, though, of course, for the NA East region. It's Stormwinds now is on the back foot here against Weigel. Weigel's hopping in, though. He's looking for the box fight right now, trying to gain piece control here. Stormwinds is backing up. Can he get this mini off? No, he's not going to have enough time here. Swaps through. Now back to that upgraded pump. Remember, this pump is the get out of jail free card, right? It's the bait, the bailout card. Can he hit it? That's all it's going to take. Just one good shot can keep him in the run right now. Still not enough time to pop this mini. The pressure's coming in from all the angles right now, but the Catacomb is just wide enough in these builds. He owns most of it, so he is A-okay here. He's going to get 2 minis off, and now comes the 50-50, just enough for him to go out and be comfortable to take that fight. And I mean, those 2 minis were the difference factor there, right? The 50 Siphon, he had 48 HP coming in. Otherwise, he would have lost that battle.
And that is very, very close. Too close for comfort there. Definitely look to see him maybe make more edits in his favor that time instead of popping the minis at that time. Again, it did pay off for him, but one issue like that could stem from another one. And Kajinis is just going to play a little bit of surprise trick. We love seeing these plays, the Bush surprise coming through all the way from Season 1, way back in the day. And Kajinis takes down Nexi just like that.
And there you have it. Genesis on top right now. One of those names that was kind of kicking things off hot coming out of Game 1. Now kind of simmering down in the mid-game, but maybe this is his time to kind of swing things back around. Here's a fight that we've seen kind of unfold a few times, or names that we've seen next to each other over and over. It's Avery and Unknown. Such an interesting battle. We're talking ex-teammates and friends, right? All kind of playing these areas so close to one another, but it's no love lost in these solo divisions where it's every man for themselves. And do you really want to go against Unknown in the box fight? That's the question right now, as this early game prowess seems to be his shining kind of moment right now. He is going to derp the staircase right there. That's going to give Avery, just another moment to kind of crank out, build out just a little bit here. It doesn't matter. He's going to the sky here. Good cone as well through the edit right there. Clean with it, Unknown here. Still has 500 ammunition and builds, and yes, there it is. It was the builds that I was pointing to right there, and the ammo now comes from it. Unknown comes out on top. First victory, or first elim in this kind of battle right now in this game.
Very, very good play from Unknown. He knew how to find the angles. He always knows what angles to take and what routes to take in these fights, and that is why he's so good at that early to mid-game prowess. Even in late game, you'll see it come out. Moving over here to Sweaty Sands, we do see Arab getting beamed there by Zayt, as Zayt taking the opportunity to sneak attack him there. The continued pressure, Arab trying to get out. Wall going to be taken, boxed up there on Arab. Cone going to go down, and Zayt just going to take him down. And unfortunately for Arab, you know, he's got big brain in his name, but unfortunately going down a little bit too soon.
Definitely struggling a bit right now, trying to get his footing here. Really looking to kind of ramp things up. We know he tends to shine if he can make it towards those end games where his rotation and thought process can come into play. Zayt, though, doing things that are also uncharacteristic of Zayt. Those mid-game fights, choking players out right now. These are things that you don't really see very often from the passive rotational genius like Zayt. Tends to play for those mid-games. And I mean, this is what I mean. Look at the Axe of Champions, right? Unknown Army. He already took out Avery, another champ there, but it's all good now. Unknown kind of crossing through. Even right there, he doesn't trust anything. Even checking those old builds to see if someone was sitting in the swamp. He caught that elim earlier today. Someone who forgot to build and protect themselves. So you never quite know who's going to be lurking in these swamps areas. These are good places to retreat towards for any single player. But Unknown, he's sitting in the middle of the pack right now. He's doing pretty decent. I mean, and it's all off of the elims, right? It's not really placement. We haven't seen him tear up the end game. If he can make it to end game, he's scary. So scary to go against.
Very scary indeed. And just the presence of him in a fight, people make mistakes. They realize, oh no, this is Unknown. I know where he's going to rotate from. And that alone is worrisome here for some of these players, especially with how he's ramping up, with how he's really putting his foot on the gas here. Polarized, really going to need to be careful here because Unknown looks like he wants to go in. As you see the ramp over the top, that's an indicator that he's probably going aggressive right there on the Polarized. Really taking a peek over here. We see Shaz does have a good view of where Unknown is and where's the other lobby. I believe he does have Meowsicle's rifle there in his inventory. Looking good, but at 9 points in game number 4, really going to have to start to find some eliminations and make it to these end games where he's going to get a lot of placement points.
Right, it's just kind of crazy to think that someone like Unknown is his best placement today only has been 31st place so far. So this goes to show you that these fights he's taken, I mean, you can see the silhouettes of the players right there. He's aggressive, right? And it's kind of backfiring, but we'll see how things do continue to roll out. Furious, Tabs, Timber. I see Stretch in the background, Booga in the background, Legendian, Gush, Vexy. So many players here. SF Roller as well. We're in that kind of mid-game lull as everyone's kind of just vibing out right now, trying to gain the information from the next zone. Meowsu's rifle, though, downrange, so powerful. 31 with a high damage fall off right there. I mean, that's kind of scary. And the 65 headshot there on Class. It's just, that's why people pick it up. That's why it's, you know, worth running the heavy AR variant of the AR class. You can see how good it can be. Can shine in those long range kind of situations. That's going to be a free elim for him.
We'll see as we swap over what that means for the whole lobby to see how Nut ends up rotating as well. As again, talked about where this one was going to go. It is going to be a Weeping Woods finish. This is going to be very hard for some of these players that, you know, rotate in from the northeast. The north here is Nut looking to get a sniper shot. Is going to get it. That's going to be Frat going down. And you can't stand still out in the open like that because you leave yourself so vulnerable to getting sniped.
And yeah, we tuned in with Nut at the grotto. I mean, he was hunting down for elims back then, and this is going to be a freebie for him now with the heavy sniper down range. Opting to use as much material as necessary to get over here to the loot pile. He wants to continue to feed that Brutus minigun with as much light ammunition into his count as he can. Also put some just a little closer now to the safe zone here. As kind of went laterally here. That player, though, if you look at the map, is still very much on his track. Okay, it's Spark G who's sitting in his old builds, trying to see if he can get some cheeky shots here. Maybe even possibly pick up some leftover loot if he's desperate for some. Little does he know, Spark, if he sits around here, not so kitted right here. He can put that pressure on and really hold him out for as long as he pleases. Another heavy sniper, though. It's Sway who stands out in the open, and a careless error is going to take him out this run now as well. Game 4 is kind of shaping out to be all kinds of upsets right here. Saw Avery fall. Now we get to see Sway fall here. And Sway was doing well this game. I mean, he was picking up big points off of the agency.
And Nut has a very interesting decision here. You go with the drum gun or you go with the minigun. Both of them mythic weapons. He's got so much arsenal to work with here. You see him building out there to use that arsenal just a little bit more as we take a nice pan shot here. We see Kanata, we see Legend, we see Jaybird here. That, you know, for Nut, I don't know which one I'd take more. I think the drum gun, definitely the right call there. You just get into the player's boxes so much quicker as we swap over finally on board here with Kanata to see what he's working with. And a good spot is actually right near fourth zone as you see Quick Box move in, going to get into fourth. Will allow him to farm up as well. Someone who, again, isn't that, you know, near the top of the leaderboard, but could stand to use some more elimination points and some more placement points this game.
But if you know Kanata, it's not the Elims that carries him through the competition. It's playing for that late game every single time. He tends to shine when it comes down to these rotations. He's one of the few, I would say, mechanically gifted, mechanical geniuses within our community that has that game sense to kind of back it up. But he doesn't flex, or he doesn't lean on his prowess in fights. It's more so his slow, methodical play. If you really want to learn how to rotate and play for endgame, take a look at any one of Kanata's hot streaks, which he's been on some today. I think he's already cracked top 10 or near at least 2 out of the 4 games. And he's looking to do so again this time around. As you can see, he's looking to bully the lobby right now, quite literally starting up the mosh pit right here, bumping into players, trying to see what he can get, trying to see if he can get the lobby to kind of swing their AR shots in the favor. And it's working, because look at Vexy. Vexy doesn't have much either right there, and Hornets now kind of put to a pause as well from the shots coming in from players like Kanata. Here's Roller, though. We're hopping to the other side of the map. It's the south side of the map. I hear a heavy sniper by Roller. I hear a player in his box as well, and Roller does too, as he's going to jump in now, Clay. He's hunting. The shot's going to squeak through, and Furious falls down. Week 1, or opens players going against one another here through that open track. Kind of going toe-to-toe. Brethren in arms right there. Roller's going to take the L. He's having fun right now. He's cooking up.
Yeah, the L delivered. Roller, you know, I hate to make the joke, but getting on a roll there, going into this mid-end game scenario. We'll see if he keeps it up, if he's able to make that momentum go in, as we see Unknown going to get another elimination there on to Frosty. We're back on board here with Kanata. There is somebody nearby, which is why I think Kanata could push towards it. Again, you talk about his mechanics. You know Kanata's not one to go for those aggressive plays, but when there's someone on top of him, he's going to have to. As you see the wall actually going to be taken, shots going to be taken as well. He's going to get Spark G there. A very, very smart elimination, and I think that's why Kanata chose to take it.
That's what I mean. He lets them come to him, and he kind of got on guard as the Storm Surge was saying, hey, you're only 90 above. You're very much in danger here, potentially. And for that reason, he started getting, you know, kind of interested in who was nearby. Where can he find his tags, trying to prepare for that situation. Even now, look, he's inching his way forwards with all the additional mass. This is what I mean by knowing how to rotate, knowing how to play these games out. He's playing to his favor right now, getting to old enemy builds, trying to see what he can recycle, and using those old builds from what he earned to get ahead of the comp. And now look, this is where his breakaway rotate is going to happen here. He's not going to stay behind and wait for the launch pad of sorts and whatnot. Instead, he's going to move through these enemy builds, and I've seen this from Kanata all the time. How does he find these moments to get these free rotates? It's all his game sense he puts into play right here. So don't count him out as being a sleeper player who can continue to inch his way up, especially when he's in his game here. Someone else is finally playing his game now. It's Zate, who's on a focus mode, playing for that end game once again. We saw him take some early game fights, like I said before, which is not, you know, a Zate thing to do, but this is where you tend to find him, right? High ground, half in, half out. Now, all of a sudden, this is looking like a game that Zate, we know, can run away with.
And before this game, he was in 62nd place. That is not somewhere, if you think of the name NRG Zate, that's not where you expect him to be. You expect him to be in that top 10, at least in the top 15. But not having the best of games kind of put it, and dancing out. We've seen that before from Zate. This is Zate taking the L on top of the cone. You see him being edited down. Doesn't even care. You see him just vibing out. And this may be what he needs to start getting back into this invitational.
Looking like deja vu. The last time we saw that play, he nearly took a heavy snipe to the head for it. But it's all good. This time he's going to get edited down and lose his height. Again, being punished for the play. Crims, though, is the one that was right underneath the box now, sitting pretty on top of his territory. But it's all right. Zate's a type of player that he can come back. 1 big game, 2 big games. Known for that, just kind of stealing his way into top 10. He's always been very much in the conversation. One of the only players in our scene to qualify for quite everything as far as open competitions go. But look at the shots right now. He's going to fight Knight from downrange, finishing it up with the SMG. Very nicely done. And he has 2 launch pads he can play off of here. The late pad, though, is going to cut all the way. He's trying to get deep into the zone right here. Wants to minimize the amount of material he can play with, trying to find a good layer to kind of focus up and sit on. This layer is a great layer. There was only 1 player or 2 just above him. Now the tree kind of obstructing his vision, though. Still getting out in the head. It's peeking back at height here. It's Bizzle's on height. My gosh, we're looking at Bizzle, Unknown Army, and Zate all within literal kind of meters of one another here. Rogue Shark now is fighting for height right now against Bizzle, and he's actually going to take it. So all of a sudden now Rogue Shark, a new kind of sleeper of a veteran on this scene, has the ultimate height. He's way up there with everyone else. Great pan shots from the ops teams. You get to see all the players who are left in this lobby, 30 remaining. Rogue Shark's going to find Illis Clay. I mean, the feed's lighting up. Look at Nut's going to find one as well here now. It's Assault who falls.
He's not going to find another one into a box. He goes. He's going to take down, I believe that was play going down, and it was 5 eliminations here for Nut. The drum there was definitely the right call here for him. He's getting all these eliminations because of it, using it to lead his charge forward. We do see Legend getting elimination, Kanata getting elimination, Bizzle getting elimination. Staff was eliminated there as well, so a lot of players going down. Mammoth in this game as well. Calculator going down. Their Mega going down. A lot of big names going down. We'll see what Nut's going to be able to do about it, though.
And as those players that are so good fall in this game, players like Kanata are inching their way up the leaderboard. He's going to find Unknown as well. And bye-bye he goes. And Bizzle overthrows Shark, who had height. And this is what I mean. The swings of the leaderboards are now happening. All of these interactions playing huge favor and swings into the kind of the feed here. And Nut now, 76 points, breaking away from the competition. He is very much up there right now. 7 elims, such a monstrous game for him. And Zate find his way back to height right now. Commandment, TJ down in the low ground. How is this going to play out as Zate is so high up, and Nut is trying to find any kind of opportunity he can with the heavy sniper, the drum gun, to make big plays here. Clay, this is all in-game interaction, and Nut's on fire. He's going to find his 8th now, Clay.
8 eliminations, all courtesy of this drum gun that you found so early into the mid-game. Is Commandment going to get elimination? Nut going in, shots coming on through. He's trying to make it happen. Commandment going down, and now it's Zate versus Nut. Zate on the high ground after not having the best 2 games. He's looking to make it happen, dropping down. Zate going in. He doesn't care. Zate is going aggressive. He wants to get this injury out. He is not just going to sit around and let it fall into his lap. The shots coming on through. Nut dropping down, trying to track Zate, but Zate not going to allow that to happen. Mini is going to be popped. He does have a big shield, but timing not going to happen. 1 build remaining here for Nut, and this is where he realizes he's going to have to make a play. Drop down coming through. Zate hiding in the build, so insane. Going to get the victory royale there. He went from L dancing on the lobby to picking up the win.
The mind games from Zate to sit out in the zone, play the angle right there. And Nut, he knew it too, right? After not seeing him right below him, he tried to go for the kind of cheeky sight vision. It wasn't enough. Zate was waiting, aiming that shotgun. He hit the mark.
I don't even, when you have those moments where you're just taking the L out of the entire lobby and you just walk away unscathed, I feel like it's classic Zate, What else can you do? Gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. We got to see how things are going. With that performance, that victory royale, did Zay climb up the leaderboards? He was sitting as far out as 62nd place at the start of game number 4. With a victory royale in handful eliminations he had, it very well could have very well make the difference and him climbing and potentially even making top 10. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't even know. Let's just take a look at the standings. I'm still just so thrown by the fact that he's sitting there taking an L. With that, though, Nut pulls ahead, by the way. 93 points. Durant there only picking up 2 out of that last game. Neon still holding up there. Eclipse, Kanata, now Mega even jumping up.
Durant and Neon have hit the brakes. They are stuck at the red light. They're in traffic because they haven't moved at all. They're just there, idle. And that is why the points are so close. Just look at it. Eclipse, Kanata, Mega, 74 tied across the board. Zate propels himself up into top 10. Unknown Army here on the next page now. The consistency off of Elands is picking him up. He's very much closing that gap as well, as we see Bizzle, Jack, and many others here, Clay.
And this is what we expected the leaderboard to look at coming out of NA East that first couple of games. Now starting to see where these old guard players are. Palazzo in 21st. Right, we see Mikey down there, Tilt as well, Roller in there, Road Shark here, COD Genesis, Stretch, Assault, Sway falling down into the 30 range here. But look at how close it is. It's within a 5-point spread in these 10 places. That means that this is still anybody's game to start to make their way up into the top 10. But they cannot let first place get too far away with the lead.
Yeah, Nuts really kind of breaking away there. I think he's got a 20-point kind of gap, 20-point buffer, but we know those 20-point buffers can be gone within 2 games. I mean, look what happened to Durant and Neon in first and second place, now in second and third place as others are closing the gap. They're catching up here. Can Nut stay consistent? Can he continue to pull through? That's going to be the story for him. It's only day 1. It's only the middle of the pack. We're coming into our last 2 games, Zeke.
That's right, man. And you got to say, for those players, they're probably feeling real good. For Zay to jump all the way up to 7th, from Nut from 29th to jump into 1st. This is the kind of storyline we are seeing unwind there in front of us. No one is safe. Anyone at any moment can drop a big game like that and take control of the leaderboards. Of course, guys, thank you so much for coming on for those 2 games. What we are going to do now is get ready to head on to a break. But don't go too far, because we still have 2 games here in day number 1. So stay tuned, Fortnite fam. We'll be back with more of the FNCS Invitational after this. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to more coverage of the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us for the last two games, we got Shy Wager and we got Aussie Antics back on the mic. Gotta end it strong, boys. With only 2 games left, what we've observed out of NA East, that's pretty big difference from EU, is that this is still very much anyone's game. Anyone could have an absolutely unbelievable performance and jump up into top 10.
There's people jumping high. I mean, we just saw right there, not 29th all the way to first place off of his performance, but at the same time, Zayt now in 7th, representing Canada. I think the only person in the top 10 who's there from this beloved country. And he's just chilling up at the top, stopping players with one pumps left and right. It's just beautiful to watch. No matter who you're watching, there's a flip switch.
I mean, chilling at the top, we saw the high ground L dance again. Huge throwback to old school competitive Fortnite. You absolutely love to see it. It's gonna be such an exciting finish to day 1 of these games.
That's right, guys. With only 2 games left, a lot of these players really have to turn it up if they're looking to try and build themselves that buffer as they head into tomorrow's games. Because don't forget, for those of you guys viewing at home, tomorrow we have another 6 games on our hands. These guys still have a second shot at racking up points and aiming for that #1 spot. Now, guys, for a lot of these guys that they haven't quite shown up, what do they need to do? They need to. Now is the time. With only 2 games left, is it changing up drop spot? Is it contesting someone that they feel that they can? Like, what do they need to do different?
I mean, 2-day format, I feel like right now, you should just lock in everything you can. There is a chance for that game 6 switch up, but I feel like just explore the drop as much as possible.
There you go. Quick and dirty. I like it. All right, guys, I'm getting word. Games are ready, so let's get ready to jump into game number 5 of the FNCS Invitational.
Game number 5, 2 games to go for day 1. I mean, I know it's a 2-day format, but this feels so exciting to crown the winner at the end of day 1. Going into day 2 will be a massive advantage. We talk about how many games there are, but if you can keep that top spot, if you can stay at the top like Nut, it's going to be huge going into tomorrow. So thank you for joining me, Aussie Antics, and Shio. We're going to be closing out today. I hope you guys enjoy as much as we have so far. It's going to be a phenomenal last 2 games.
And you can enjoy it being a fan of every single person right now, because I feel like the leaderboard for the top 10, the top 20 Aussie has switched so much throughout these last 4 games that we've watched. In the game 5, you're talking about Nut staying up top. The zone once again towards that right side of the map. We might see it, but Zayt, the big talk about joining him there as well, 7th place. He's at Sweaty Sands. I know Sap is around here too. Last time we saw him pick up Arab, there's so many other people that could potentially drive by as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in Compassi, a lot of big names as well, and it's a good job to have right now. He's got this whole area to himself, gets those floppers, which are so instrumental in playing those end games the best of your ability, like Zayt is so well known for. But yeah, it's been a crazy day, jumping from 29th to 1st. This scoring format, having 4 points for an elimination in a final lobby where there's only 100 of the best players, it's hard to get those elims, but you're rewarded if you do.
Absolutely. You not only get all the way up in placement, you get a feeling for how it is to win, and that's so important for that 2-day format, because then you can move into the next day with confidence. We're talking about, what do these people do who are in maybe the 50th to 100th place slot. Day 2 is going to look very different for them compared to people like Mega, like Kanata, like Eclipse.
Yeah, we talked about there in the break, like, do you change up your game style? And I don't think now's the time to do it. But, coming into the final 3 games of tomorrow, maybe, if you've got that lead, to be able to hold on to that, to avoid those super aggressive players that are maybe just going to go big or go home, you need to get out in the lead first.
Yes, and sometimes that lead does let you right into your path of the dual partner you played with, maybe in the last FNCS, the trio partner you had way back when, almost last year. Right now, though, 2 people who are familiar now fighting each other will be Feared and Sway back at Agency. Feared popping off in a few endgames, Sway ending early games, fights fast. It's 2 flames now just getting ignited, but it's one of the last 2 games to play in NA East. Whoever wins this one is going to have that mental boost, and right now, it's Sway on the back end, but his beams and his hibbity hops are there. He gets it down, survives, and now gets the shield up as well.
Yeah, you talk about flames being ignited. I mean, Sway, when you watch him play, it's like gas on a fire. He goes explosive. So we'll have to see if he can do that now. Hopefully get his hands on that drum gun. It's the weapon to do it if he wants to get himself back in this tournament. He's been pretty a good early game. It's those just little mid-game mistakes. Last game, we saw him get heavy snipe without just putting up a wall while medding. Just those little mistakes that you just can't be making in these finals. But Sway, never one to count out. We talk about big flames. He's going to burn bright to close this one out, I imagine.
Yeah, flames, focus, phase. It's all there with Sway, and when it's locked in, it works. You're right, though. You have to be careful, because when things are going really well, people tend to ease up. Sway cannot do that. We know how good Agency is for a lot of the people who land around it. I know Kanata's just around the corner, might need some extra shields. People already onto Agency Island. Sway's now just opening up the vault. Time is not free for him whatsoever, and he's not, just scot-free in terms of moving away from the Agency on the map. He has a lot more hurdles to climb. He needs to get this loot and get out fast.
Yeah, you can see on that mini-map there was pretty much someone on every single angle out of here. A lot of people coming in, not even just for Agency, just to get those fishing holes. There's so much in that area that he has to avoid and traverse. We now have Tragic taking down Miro, seeing if he can traverse this fight. On the edge, we got right near the coastline, so this is a fight they're going to have to end quickly if they're going to take it. They are on the edge of zone. A little bit gifted there down near Dirty. Tragic's taking the high ground, has the blue tack in hand. Let's see if he can find his way into the box, but no. Miro's already out of the box. Tragic now putting the back foot. He's inside the box, goes for a nice little edit. Misses the shot. He's on the back foot now. He hasn't taken too much damage. Really nice phase tack shot, and there it is. 2 tack shots. He just stayed inside that ramp and got that tack shot straight through. And now look at the meds. 3 big pods, 3 minis, and the floppers. What are you grabbing here, Shai? He's got a whole bunch of loot to choose from.
I mean, after that little boxing match right there, all in wood builds, the punches thrown back and forth, the 2 fan favorites, Tragic, Samiro, the niche communities they have. I mean, whatever items they pick up, it'll be good. At the moment, though, it'll be Kaz and Severe now. These fights are heating up, Aussie. They're getting faster and happening more frequently. They're going for the next pickup as well. They're on each other's walls.
Yeah, Kaz is going for this one. Made his place in this tournament yesterday through the reboot round. Him and his partner Crims both qualifying. Really nice little story there, but haven't seen too much of them today with Kaz only on 15 points. Trying to make it 19. Takes the wall. This is a really nice little box fight. Nice and defensive. They haven't got too many eyes on them. There's not many people in the area, but they still want to close it quickly. Only a 30 tag with that purple pump, but the second one is enough to take down Severe. Kaz just winning that one on 10 health. It came dicey.
Yeah, and you have to realize with solos, there's so many different drop spots available. When you get early eliminations like this, you basically get that person's drop at an express delivery, basically, straight to your inventory. So now Kaz has all the power of 2 people so far. If he gets more eliminations, he'll get even more. We talk about people getting so much power early game, so many elims. Unknown pops up on the screen, and now he's looking just like game 1 to control Slurpee once again. But everyone's now conditioned. They know he's coming. Is it going to get harder? There's going to be a little bit more resistance. We'll only find out immediately. This individual Frost ramps all the way up. Unknown's there to break it down, but I think he knows that, though, and breaks it down again. Aussie, Unknown's conditioning himself as well. He knows how to set up traps.
Yeah, he's playing this one slow and methodical. Normally Unknown, goes straight for it, but here playing really slow, just having that great piece control, knocking out the builds, commanding that high ground, and so far I think it's going to be what he needs. A couple of weak tack shots, but luckily gets enough of them to close it out, and he's in Slurpee, so he's got plenty of spare shield here, so he's going to have time to take it. One person I'm looking for in this area, we saw game 1, Zayt actually rotated through here. He got taken out by Unknown. Haven't seen him here since, so just showing that competitive experience to just know, okay, that didn't work, but again, plenty of games. I'm going to change up my playstyle. Unknown is crazy. I'm not going anywhere near Slurpee anymore, so he's nowhere to be seen, but it's working for him. He jumped up into 7th place with that last game.
He's got options, right? That's what he's saying. You can choose to be here. Some people drop here right now, like a Mega. Niddle had the option to rotate through this as well, just to get maybe extra shields, free pickups, landing all the way at Castle. Now it'll be an aggressive fight all the way in Storm. Mega, no shields available, has the met kits. He can delay this for as long as possible. The boom bolt there and the tactical shotgun. He can use the surprise factor of both. What will it be? No builds, has to be an edit, and no, it's an elimination. And Niddle's risk has a big reward, but at the cost of Mega's life.
Yeah, so obviously Mega doesn't actually drop at the rig. He drops at the coastline nearby, but he obviously got his hands on Tina, has that boombo, maybe stayed in Storm to go back for that loot from the vault. It's quite a common play, but it leaves you very exposed. You're out in the Storm, you're then, and Niddle now going for that loot, but he ultimately has it to himself. He's the bigger fish in the pond. He came later with a better loadout. Now he gets to take it all as we tune in with Furious, someone who had a phenomenal performance in week 2, trying to find his way in this one. Not doing poorly, but Rocket comes through and blocks it nicely. He's versing someone with some good weapons just outside Lazy Lake, and there's a lot of eyes in here trying to find his way through inside the builds. The Rocket being reloaded, might be able to find an angle around the corner here for Furious. Just hear a little bit of farming. It's kind of going nice and slow now. Furious just trying to get all these builds out of the way to make sure this is as clean of a fight as possible, holding the wall, waiting for it to break. If it does break, though, he's kind of situating himself in a nice right-hand peak, taking the other walls. They're both just standing there holding it. No one's ready to take it. There it is, though. Furious makes the first move and Polarized inside his box, just waiting for it.
and he moves slightly up, but you can see how tense these fights are getting, closer and closer. Usually Polarized and Furious, they meet each other on rotation. Now they're house to house on drops, and immediately Polarized throws an RPG, but then Furious is in his box with an SMG, and he's the one to come out on top. We know what happens when it's Furious in a box, up close and personal. Have rockets, you have grapplers, he's just there and he'll win every time.
He just went straight through that with the cone. It wasn't even a hard mat cone, so you could see through it with the wood, but Furious just did it so quickly, there was no reacting to it. Now he's following up behind Weigel, maybe got his next target in sight, or just trying to prioritize that rotate, had his early aggression. I don't know if Gull knows he's there. Furious might get a nice little beam on this. No. Oh, he's looking for it. He's got the epic AR in hand. He has the weapon to do it if he wants to. They are in zone, so starting a fight here might not be the worst idea, but he needs to hit his shots if he's going to lead this one out. Few eyes on them, but no, looks like Furious is happy with his one elimination. He's got the launch pad. He's set up for his end game. 11 rockets. Maybe goes a little bit more passive. I feel like round 2 is where you would have maybe seen this fight come out for Furious, but changing up his playstyle for the finals, and probably rightfully so.
And for Nerves and for his benefit on rotation, he's pretty free flow right now with Weigel. You'll see people like Bizzle, Calc already stuck now at the bridge on rotation, having to make a base. These guys are moving freely, using the river, the different eye lines of elevation just to get past the map. There's people stuck at Lazy Lake behind them where they were fighting previously, and now they're going to just have a complete pit stop of their game. Meanwhile, Furious gets to have all this information, all this basically free space, and he's going to move into whatever box he deems fit to have that big SMG throwdown again. It might be Hornet, could be Elige. He's still moving for free here, Ozzy, and no one is even touching him.
Yeah, and we're pushing back over towards that retail row area where we tuned into Illest, who commanded that high ground in game 2, but it was a very difficult zone to deal with. So maybe these players getting there early, realizing that game 2 was a bit of a nightmare. I need to set up there, get my position early. There's no point being in zone for this one. I need to be on that mountain in case it goes there again. Illest here on 50 points, had that phenomenal game 2, had a couple of shaky games now, but trying to find his way back into it. He's just outside that top 10 kind of range. We see our first Storm Surge indicator, 25 above. Don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, but nice little ramp. Edom misses the shot, misses the second shot too. Hits the second one now though. Needs to finish this, needs to close it out. AR in hand. Beautiful builds coming out from the opponent. Trying to find it if you can. 20 health, but then the AR is what closes it out. Rote manages to go down there. Illest, bit shaky there. Hit a couple of shots. It came down very, very close. Probably closer than it should have.
I mean, too close for comfort, because you have to remember there's just only 2 more chances left. Illest missing those shots right now. I feel like that is the place that you can do it and still be a little bit free to get away with it, because endgame, it's that much closer. Storm's on your back, 10 ticks of damage time and time again. You can't make mistakes there, so he'll have to clean up his act basically as we get forward and moving through. But Clix is moving through boxes right now and takes out Stacky, who we saw was so confident before, but Clix just treats him like a ragdoll, throws him against the walls, his own as well, and he just gets out of that fight in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, he's going forward. Maybe Click's starting to feel himself a little bit more with these fights. We saw how well he played yesterday, but me and Sundown were having a bit of a chat during our cast over. We predicted this might happen, playing against these higher lobbies, these better players on average. Maybe not going to go his way, but he has got that mechanical skill, so you can never really count him out. You know, when 5 eliminations nets you 20 points, he could jump up there quite quickly, but got the loadout to take this one to endgame, making his way through. Got some big names in the distance he's going to have to either go through, or maybe we'll very rarely see Clicks go round them. Tragic's trying to go around this mountain now, pushing up onto Colazo, who's in a fight with Who Fishy Cares, and this one could break down here because it could be changed very quickly when Tragic's gets here, because Colazo currently has the advantage, but maybe not for long. Snuck up one by Tragic's. He's trying to push his way forward if he can. Colazo gets hit pretty heavily, but gets out of that one for now though. Man, the hunter becomes the huntee now. He's on the back foot, the prey. Needs to push around. Tragic's trying to build up the mountain, but it's an awkward spot. He has taken this fight on the edge of zone. He's no longer in. Colazo just went from everything to nothing here. Can he still survive? But Tragic's not letting up. He does take the wall, and Colazo up against it, goes down. Just, that's what Solos is. In a matter of seconds, you go from having all the control, and then you just lose it.
Colazo had that tunnel vision, and Tragic's had his high beams on and just run straight through him, right? Just complete the same lanes. There's no time for escape when you have this man on your walls, tactical shotgun in hand. Right now, we tune back in with what you mentioned, the main man himself, Clicks, the man with the patterns of having these insane game 5s and game 6s. Yes, 36 points right now, but tune into the top 10 later on in this game. I feel like he'll be there, doubled in score like he always is, high off eliminations.
Yeah, definitely. If he gets his hands on some of those power weapons too, he's got his purple pump in hand. We saw how deadly he was yesterday with that mythic drum gun, was what had his legendary run during the World Cup. So obviously only one of them left, but you never know when they get their hands on here. He's trying to push his way through. He's made it ahead of those 4 or 5 other players in Lazy who are just sitting there. Gonna maybe maybe make his rotate, but he takes down Unknown. That is two titans of this game. We talk about aggressive players. Clicks, bit of a dance on them. They've got a history together. They've versed each other so many times. And man, Clicks taking down Unknown. He will not be happy about that one.
He is hot right now. This man is on fire, and he's looking for his next elimination. I guarantee it. If that's a quick scope, and that's the level of speed it comes out in, if those are his box fights ended in 2 seconds, I'm scared if I'm Ockers, if I'm Graska, following Clicks, or just being on the same minimap as him right now. This man is on a furious tear on the entire lobby. Speaking of furious, we're right back with him too. He's on a tear of his own too. Getting into boxes once again, the classical wave that we've seen so far in this competition. And he's not stopping. Metal Bills are not going to slow him down. He's actually going to get another angle to get right under Tabs G's box. And we've seen how monumental Tabs has been in these end games. If he's taken out, that might prove to be a little bit more room for other people to play all the way back into a pyramid. His last breath now taken away by Furious, and he's on a roll himself as well. 67 points now. He was in 14th with 58 before.
Yeah, Furious going aggressive. It's incredible to watch how much control they have and how much knowledge they have. I didn't even know with spectator mode where that player went, but Furious just had eyes locked on him. Heat-seeking missile just went straight to the wall and just got in there, and he exploded straight away. Gets another elimination. We see Scopes, who obviously drops out of Grotto. This is a decent zone for him again. Had the time to kind of set up where he wants, kind of help himself out, get some nice shots on Deegan, but not sure. We got tuning in with Wiggs now on 24 points. One of those players who maybe needs to have that massive performance to jump himself up there. We've got a lot of people left here in this retail row.
This is kind of that side of the map where not much is going on box to box. You'll see opportunities that Wiggs kind of gets playing for that edge zone beam. A lot of them down here as well. Kaz going down. He picked up another one beforehand as well, but his base was slightly off position. Never mind. He has an entire bridge, a spaceship basically just parked over here. He owns so much of this. Maybe landing here earlier on, picking up an impact elimination using those mats to build a base. But look at how many people are over here right now. So many is going to be tough to get out of this spot.
And look where the zone is. It didn't go that far east over the mountains, but I mean, it went to where no one is though. It dropped in towards that southwest portion where all these players set up in Retail Road ready for worst case scenario. It didn't happen, but now they're on the back foot. They've got to make their way back over here. Young Calc, one of those players that needs to. Really nice spot under here under the bridge, but how's he going to make his next rotate? 0 eliminations on the board so far today, 27 points, but he's got a lot of people around him to make it through.
And he's been blind this entire time. I believe when we tuned in with him, when Clicks was just walking over, or I believe Furious, you know, freely rotating on the rivers, he was still under this bridge, a troll, right? In all senses. And just waiting for people to come by, maybe try to cheese him. Yeah, troll under the bridge.
Oh, I
mean, and okay, hey.
Oh,
not much to say about that one, you know.
The bridge. He's taken out, and we know we're going to hear about that one. Calc gets taken down by Assault, and look at the loadout on Assault. He is ready to close this one out. He's got that heavy sniper in hand too. Didn't even need to use it. Just beautifully placed shots with that legendary AR from behind. And now he's going to make his rotate, and it's that much easier now. I mean, we talk about rotating around and away from the people, or you can just be Assault and just go straight through them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Assault kind of has the history of waiting for people to rotate first, knowing where they are. We usually see people set up traps with bases. He just sets up traps with his positions, uses people's rotations, and then beams them, easily picking up eliminations. We saw it with Calculator right there. Now we'll see Stretch in a very different position, already based up, edge zone. His decision-making is not about how to move, but who else is going to move first. He has people above him, below him, a lot of people he's trying to hold out in Storm right now, but when he turns around and makes the edit on the left wall you'll see here, that's where the majority of players are. There's a big mountain in the way as well. This is not going to be an easy rotation for Stretch or anyone on this side of the lobby. Now we'll see what's up next. Right now he does have 0 eliminations. So we'll have to see him trying to get some damage or possibly points on the board, and he does. It's Durant, who was up top beforehand in Game 3, now taken down in Game 5. Just one more chance for him afterwards. It's not going to be possible in this game at least. Stretch With elimination, he's going to see exactly what there is to do next afterwards. Feist is there with Tragics, who we saw before as well, based up in his own little condominium. Jack, though, I've seen him in that position so many times before, slightly lower than other people, letting them move first, just getting the advantage over position time and time again. That's how he gets height every time. Someone who's struggled, though, on the opposite end of the spectrum is Nexi. We've seen him just get taken out in moments like this with mountains in front of him. This will be another chance for him to practice this type of rotation here today in Game 5, and hopefully tomorrow, when he comes back in, he has a very good game plan that's been adjusted and adapted for these type of endgame zones.
Yeah, he needs to reassess what he's going to do, change up the game plan a little bit. This could be a good game to jump him back in there. We saw 29th going to first, so you can't count anyone out. Nexi on the low ground here, but it's looking like a nice little low ground rotate. No, he wants to go up and use some of these builds. He doesn't want to risk staying down. He wants to go up and look at the mini-map. Look at all those people just flying straight in, getting to zone as quick as possible. This is going to be a very difficult rotate for Nexi. I'm going to have to imagine this one doesn't end too pretty, but let's see. Maybe it does. Gets a player inside his box, gets an SMG beam off, and it does. He takes him down. Nexi taking down Ghoul. I mean, he lost a lot for that, though, unless he finds some shield here, which he doesn't. Could have been a free 4 points, but he's not looking too great coming into the end game now with no spare shield and no shield at all.
Yeah, he's going to have to basically pick his fights here properly. The Storm is not that applicable at this moment to play off of so far away, and he has to go vertical. Has a lot of materials, just needs to find the space, and he does. Moves up slightly. Very good choice of being in brick, as it builds the fastest and has, on average, in terms of speed of building, the most health per build. So right now it's already built up. If it was in metal, it would still be transparent. He could get shot, but he has time now to pop that medkit, save a flopper, and look for his next impact elimination to get some type of shield.
Yeah, needs to find some kind of an impact very soon. And zone going across. I said the zone didn't go in too difficult of a location, but it did. This rotating zone going east, and he picks up the elimination on Spicy. There it is. That's why you just got to play your game out and look for those easy pickups if you can find them. We see Eclipse here as well. It's going to be an interesting endgame. Assault getting beamed up pretty heavily. I see Kanata, Illis, Clicks is there. Arab up there as well, just getting beamed as I point him out. Stretch is still here too. Haven't got too many eye lines on Durant, Neon, Nut. Those players we're looking for to see how they can close out this Game 5. Can they hold on to their lead, or is it going to be people like last game where we see Zate jumping up even higher? I saw him in the feed too. He is still amongst this one as SF Roller, winner of last week, takes down Weigel.
Weigel's down, Clicks is picking up eliminations in the feed as well. Zum is here too, taking out Showbeans. That's an elimination all the way across the map. Slurpee on action all the way over at Shark. Now we'll see Nexi moving forward, taking out Zum. We wait for Feist to see exactly what he wants to do. He's waiting for that late rotation. Jamper's active here as well, and Hunt is taking out Walkman as Feist finally gets over to his builds, looking for the next shot, the next slot as well to be in for a base. 20 seconds though till zone closes. He looks back for more shots, more eliminations as we're getting to our top 25 mark here.
Yeah, and I've had comms here that Zate is out of this one, though. We still got a lot of big names up there in the top 5 who still are in this one. Stretch going down as well, and a big elimination onto Hornet. I see Booger still here picking up Crims as well. So Booger making a return here, comeback in his final games of the tournament today. Assault going down to Niddle. There's some big names in the feed as we're down to only 20 alive, getting closer to that crucial top 10 where every single placement is more points, and all of these players need that. Elige going down to Eclipse, and Fry setting himself up for success, but coming out of that box gets instantly beamed from the SMG, goes low, has to go forward into Storm to find the time to get these minis, but he is deep out there now.
Yeah, I mean, to get points, you need these tools. He reaches out for the floppers, but in that moment, gets beamed down, now in trouble. Might just have to use all of them and not actually use them in the end of the game for those big points. We'll see a big overhaul on the entire map where people are. It's Bizzle hiding out in Storm, finally over. Nexi at high ground, fighting for it and gets it. Meanwhile, at low ground, we saw Goosh, we saw Niddle earlier on as well, getting eliminations. He's still alive, trying to survive. Jamper, though, in a lot of trouble, has to use a lot of his heals.
Look at these points here. We're going to see a big shake-up on the leaderboard right now. I'm not seeing really any of those top 5 we've been watching this whole time. There is going to be a shake-up at the end of this one. Just look at the points of the people we're watching. They're down there, but that is good. This is their chance to take back over on top. Champa on 36 points as Nico picks up 2 eliminations in the feed. 8 players alive. Ultimate low ground, trying to scramble his way through this. He has 2 elims so far this game. He needs to make a third quickly because he has no builds left. Chops a nice little mat delivery down. No materials, only the weapons.
And now he's waiting, looking for his next opportunity. He's in range to get them, but does not want actually to use any of his HP right now. That pool of resources is breaking those builds. Bizzle now is up top above everyone, but it's old builds that this entire game goes over, so he might have some trouble getting those eliminations. Top 5 now. Fry still alive. Jack goes down. Bizzle looking for his next shot. Can he find it? It's low ground where all the action is. He might be missing it. Avery going down. Jamper still surviving, and Nico is all the way just closely in Storm, trying to get the survival situation going on over here from Bizzle's shots on high ground.
Yeah, Bizzle up there on high ground. How many times have we seen Bizzle in this situation? We very, very rarely see him lose it when he has it. Bizzle on 82 points, looking to capitulate on what is a good game and a very good situation for him to be in. It's going through old builds, but Bizzle has so much control. We've seen him during World Cup win games without even going for enemies. He's dancing, he's dropping, he's putting on a show now. Hits a little bit of a dab. It's a 1v1. It knows it's on him. Needs to try and spot this player, though. I mean, I feel like he's been a little bit overconfident. Green pump, gray air. Oh, is he going to line up the snipe? This would be massive. No, Bizzle is known for this, using every advantage he has, all the utility, even trying to put that sniper to work at endgame. It's going to come down to this, though. No utility. It's going to come down to shotgun. I have to imagine trying to take the high ground, messing up the builds a little bit. He has no builds to take this wall or do anything. He has to drop down, hug this edge, get under these stairs. The rocket comes down, though. Bizzle maybe slipping away from him right now. He has to do something massive to close it out, and he can't. Bizzle gets hit with the second rocket. Jamper having a massive game, jumping up to above 60 points with a massive game, and this leaderboard is about to shake up.
Indeed it is, and my heart cannot handle all these different players on every single side of the leaderboard just showing up right now. Bizzle finally moving all the way up to that 60-70 point threshold. Jamper winning out a game overall. He was there in so many end games during all those qualifying weeks. We showed and saw his prowess all the way over the broadcast. Now finally, in these big moments at the end of NA East, he wins the game, Zeke.
Dude, and he's coming all the way out from 71st place, starting that game with only 14 points. He's trying to make a run. He's looked and has eyes set on top 10 to end on day number 1. Of course, guys, what we got to turn to is the standings. What has shaken out after that last game? Do the Titans still hold on to that number 1 spot? Let's take a look together. Man, here we go. So let's not forget, in last set of standings, Nut was actually holding on to the first place spot and still does, but he's only gone up by 5 points, Shayo.
5 points, but he still has an 11-point lead overall. This man is big vibing at the moment. My biggest concern for him is he's one of the only people here in that, top slot who's in the lead but doesn't have, a win under his belt. That might prove disastrous in a tiebreaker scenario.
Yeah, when it comes down to tiebreakers, you really want that win in the back pocket. We saw Mega have an iffy game there, but still just hanging outside that top 5. Neon dropping quite a little bit from earlier today. Some of those players that we're not used to seeing on the top, maybe not handling the pressure and dropping back down. With some of those players who have the composure jumping back up. We see Jamper there, he is in 17th, having a really, really big game. Clicks finding his way into the top 20 now, so he's finding a bit of pace now. He's getting himself into that game. He was struggling after the first few.
Yeah, Assault as well. We saw him just roll through multiple people. We saw Calc go down as well at that moment, but Calc is still here on the leaderboard looking for a way to move in. A lot of these people are going down in that top 50, top 40, top 30 slot. They're still accruing a lot of placement points. Roller, the man who won the entire Week 2 qualifier, up at 30th place, 7 eliminations. Maybe he'll start rolling at some point. But so far, Zeke, it's anyone's game, and there's one more left. It might get really intense. It might just get down to the final wire.
Dude, what do you think, man? I gotta feel, in my heart of hearts, I don't know why, but I feel like this is the game to send it. This is the game to just put it all on the line and say, you know what? I'm either contesting someone, I'm looking for elims. I'm still gonna play placement. That's really important. I'm not saying don't do that, but I'm saying now is the time to go all in.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to finish off game 1 with a bang? This is going to be the mental attrition battle, right? Like, these players have been now playing for 5 games, coming into their 6th. They've got to stay on their game. And this is where we might see those small little mistakes coming out that, yeah, if you're going to full send it, you can maybe take advantage of. People maybe starting to slip. They've had a long day. They've had to focus now for a long time. But if you can pick up those limbs and play your game out to success, this is the game to do it. And then it'll start you off on tomorrow on such a better foot.
Yeah, and there's some, POIs where you can't even make those small mistakes. We saw Sway at Agency. It comes down to the last bullet of an SMG. We saw Error rotating slightly late towards Zate, and he just on that, elimination easily. A lot of these guys are just playing such a, pin hair competition right now. There's no chance whatsoever for any faltering of any plan getting deviated whatsoever.
Man, you're giving me hype now, because now I'm just thinking about it, right? Like, not only for this region and East, but for every region, tomorrow is going to be the last set of 6 games, right? And everyone's got to be feeling that pressure, right? Like, for all these other regions that are already done, they've got that downtime. They've got to think, okay, like, I've got a day to kind of run things back. For NA East, this final game. For NA West, they still have their 6 games after this. So a lot of these players really, like you said, Aussie, it is a mental game right now, a mental battle, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at those players that have that game knowledge who can maybe go back and even VOD review this, right? Like, I'm looking at Zayt, I'm looking at Bizzle to go back and be like, what went wrong? Who are those players around me that didn't fall into the game plan I originally had? Not those players who are maybe known for being a bit more emotional and then just coming into tomorrow hoping things are going to be different without really actually changing anything.
Yeah, when things do end up changing as well, especially in this last game and tomorrow, when people climb up, others have to step down a bit in overall placement, right? You're basically just grabbing onto people's shoulders above you to get these eliminations, to get these placements. Although we're seeing so many people do well as the day goes on, as those final games lock in, not everyone can be that ultimate winner on the first, on the second page. So, you know, those top 30 places, those top 40 places can be very close with people playing very well, but it's about playing very well, but doing it every single game and never just, you know, flubbing up, never missing a game. That'll separate that first place winner from everyone else in the competition.
That's right, man. We saw a lot of that back in EU, right? It's like Wolfie's perfect example. Constant, just placing second, third, second, back to back, right? And then it wasn't until the 5th and 6th game where it's like he just kind of couldn't get it going, kind of just was running on empty there. It's the same thing, right? A lot of these guys, you don't need the victory out to be first. You can still get a ton of eliminations, drop a 10 elim game, play second, and still be up there at the top.
And that wasn't always the case in NA East history, at least, right? Usually the winners were all the way up top. And that's that conversation. We kept mentioning the old guard versus the new guard. It's basically these people who've come up with better and new ways to play the game that are more efficient, going up against those, you know, old titans who are trying to adapt to those ways as well, but then bring back some of that old NA East classic action we're used to seeing. I mean, Bizzle tried it all the way at the end. He was there on height. That's what you're supposed to do. But then Jamper just had that turnaround, right? And then Bizzle ultimately fizzled. Nothing you could have done there, but still a second place, which you mentioned, being towards that top slot, right? Like, you don't really have to have a win. You can still climb the leaderboards without having the ultimate placement point of a victory royale.
And with this format, having come from obviously opens and a lot of these players being like the new guard, like we said, the new ones, they can shake and change it up. But also, if they've got that lead, you have to be confident on the fact that they don't have the experience to really bank on the fact that they can hold it. It's going to jump and it's going to change a lot. So if you're kind of like hovering around that top 5, top 10, going into those last couple of games, you know that you're more confident to have that massive game to jump you up than them.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, speaking of games, it's time to do it. Let's get ready to jump into game number 6 of NA East. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, we have that final slot, the final game of NA East. It's going down right now, and we can see it over here on the map, Ozzy. A lot of people might have switched things up. A lot of people already getting into some type of close-range engagements, but no one's going down yet. I see Slurpy Swamp, I see Lazy Lake, kind of less or more empty than usual, and 95 people alive overall on the map.
We haven't seen a zone this far, kind of, I'm going to say to the west and a little bit to the north as well. We've been seeing a lot of those east and then southern zones. So this could play in the hands of a lot of those people who are landing around there, like we have Zayd at Sweaty, like we've seen the players coming out of Shark Pleasant Park. So it could change it up a little bit. There's a few people on that coastline as a with Kanata, a very central drop whose zones would not affect too much dropping at Risky. It's a really nice safe drop. And it's amazing when you talk about the respect some of these players command to have Risky Reels. I'm pretty sure to Kanata self almost all day today. We haven't tuned into him too much on drop, but just from looking at it, I'm pretty sure he's had it to himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the effect of basically the uncontested. You have a guarantee of being in a, you know, top spot place, 30th all the way to 1st. But the thing is, right, those end game zones, you never have them like properly just fit to you every single time. No matter what loot you have, if you have a max zone available to you and you don't have mobility to just traverse that, right? Risky Real is obviously not a mythic spot. You're not going to have a free launch pad. It might be troublesome on finishing those games, getting that final placement. Right now, though, there is a mythic BOI that we're watching. It's the Grotto. And this time, to end things off and get revenge for how they started, Scope picks up an elimination on Isiev. And he goes down, silenced in the last game, and Scoped can scream as much as he wants in this game, has all the loot, is hiding out here, but I feel his confidence levels are super high off that elimination.
Yeah, Scourge, we saw him go down early in game one. He was one of the first people to go down in this entire tournament. You have to think that rocked him a little bit, but he's finding his pacing again. We talked about in one of the qualifying weeks, he actually posted on Twitter quite vocally that he was having a rough tournament. That was game two, and then he completely turned around and came out winning it. So he's one of those players that can reset and perform regardless of emotions, as Miro takes down Mikey, who we saw right up there in second place, and I think he's dropping a little bit on the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get up there. We've seen him in spots before where he's been really good, especially earlier on in the leaderboards, but now taken out, Miro kind of takes his place in a very similar slot because he's also at those 19 points. Meanwhile, we tune in with Bizzle, who was second last game, looking to see how you play off of that big mental of being there at the end of the game, that basically, you know, big, good spot and confidence when you're coming out from almost even a win, a very good performance, a big boost overall in the leaderboards. Now it'll be slightly more defensive for him, Ozzy. He'll be at 82 points, higher up. He wants to inch forward, you know, in a very slow, good, methodical pace. It's not so much more about popping off anymore, especially when we have another day of competition coming up very soon. And I thought that was a heavy sniper. That was a quick acting, silent sniper rifle that just finds the head easily. Bizzle, accurate.
Yeah, very accurate, and that's a big elimination for Bizzle. He's one of those players that is so good at getting to endgame and so smart once he gets there, and taking out one of the players that's around you and on your rotation path and maybe slows things down and changes it up is going to be a massive advantage for him. Even if he gets nothing out of that other than the 4 points, it's just his loot pathing now is so much more clear and so much safer, and we saw last game what he can do when he has the loot path to himself, when he can rotate to that endgame that he executes on so well every time. As we tune into Logjam, one of your favorite drops with Perplexity on 33 points, looking to maybe make it 37.
Yeah, my favorite drops when it's uncontested. Right now it's going to get messy when there's two people, especially this late into that early game, trying to still fight it out. Full loadouts on both. At least Perplexity has a very good one for this box fight. He's playing a few mind games here, but I believe who this could be, I think Knight all the way at this side of the map. He was on the wall, and I think he's all the way backed up now. Has to try to move up. It's not possible. Up here, it's going to be easy to claim these floors and drop in the boxes, but now Perplexity is not in his land, not claiming any builds around here. Suddenly, though, he breaks out. This fight is going everywhere, Ozzy. I can barely even track it.
It's one of my favorite fights to watch when they're in these like buildings where you can't really go for height. It doesn't really turn into. It's Mega, who's been dropping on the coastline outside Rig. Mega looks like he's having a bit of a rough day today. He was outside there, dropping down a little bit. He was in the top 10. Let's see, maybe finishing out game 6. He might be dropping out of there as Perplexity, one of those players that's right down the leaderboard, is starting to jump back up. And Mega seeming to change his playstyle a little bit. He normally stays closer to the coastline, goes for that Rig vault, but we saw in last game that didn't work out for him. Now this hasn't worked out for him. He really needs to go back and figure out what the game plan is for tomorrow, because that's Mega's day done for.
Yeah, Stacky might be in a very specific situation that's similar to what Mega was in. Not is he having trouble in early game where people are just getting right to his boxes. He's not making it out of his POI. It's these sections, choosing the proper fights, getting those free eliminations from third parties. He usually fumbles up in these scenarios. Right now, though, fixing it up, being in a very good secluded situation or in a good position, getting shots off. It's a fast elimination. 83 left alive, so there's a big game in front of him, but he's choosing to fight here.
Yeah, I want to see where this minigun has come from. This might be Grotto loot. This could potentially be maybe Scoped, who we saw winning out the Grotto and we tuned back in. I think that might be the closest minigun to this area. So maybe this is Scoped in this fight, trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. Lost his elimination. Might get a bit emotional over that one. That was 4 free points that slipped away from him, only being taken by Stacky with a few shots. But Stacky now put on the back foot as well, getting beamed up and then peaks the same height again. And now he's down to 3 health. Stacky needs to be careful. I don't think he's respecting this enemy in the distance enough.
Yeah, right now getting tagged down. This was the issue he's had in so many other fights. It's always someone else that influences his position, his power in these mid-game fights, and then ultimately the person he was fighting then just gets an upper hand. Stacky gets taken out. It's not possible for him to live, but right now he gets a chance to engage, see a portion of the game that usually is not really in his eye line, in his vision. We'll see how he bounces back when he's low on HP, possibly finding a campfire. While he's on rotation, COD Genesis is hiding, taking things slow, waiting for beams, playing off of other people moving around him.
Yeah, COD Genesis, he has a big area to cover in this drop spot. Me and Sundown were talking about a little bit earlier, thinking this area is not that strong. I would disagree that it is one of those decent drops because it gets you just this, that heavy sniper. Anytime you get a heavy sniper, And just like that, there it is, almost like it was predicted. Thank you, Genesis, backing up my point. The heavy sniper, one of the best weapons in the game right now. P-God being taken down, just peaks for a little bit too long, and it's onto these players to know you are in this area within about 100 meters here. Sorry, I won't do freedom units for you guys. Of course, that 200-ish feet. There's a player with a heavy snipe spawn. You have to not peek like that. You have to know they're near you and in your area.
Hey, I don't operate on the freedom units as well. You know, Canada, we're on that metric system. We're vibing. We know the math, but Commandment, he has a long distance as well to travel, not only just up the leaderboard, but just towards that first place slot in this mid-game as well to find a base. At that little flopper pond, checking these, you know, bushes, we saw exactly what COD Genesis could do. Commandment, being experienced, probably was on the front force of a type of assault like that before, maybe from a heavy sniper, maybe from some beams. Everyone's being so careful. It is game 6. It's the last chance, especially for people who are so close, like Commandment, in that top 20 slot, the top 30 slot. And Crims is right beside him too. There's COD, now no longer in bushes. He's making up bases, trying to take a few more names. And we have the classic fight between Frey Islands and Sweaty Sands. It'll be Arab now, rotating way far away. But Sate smells him coming, and I feel like he's on the hunt.
I'd want to be rotating far away from him with that loadout as well. That is a very solid loadout for Zayt. Doesn't need this elimination, but he sees the wood walls. Can he maybe sneak to the right of it? Zayt has done this so many times. And Arab rotating on the front side. We talked about him earlier. One of those, the content creator coming into this. He's made a name for himself as a competitive player, especially a very smart player, but he hasn't had to go up against the likes of Zayt in solos before, and looks like he might be made to pay for it. Lines up the burst shot. Doesn't hit too many, but Arab's on the back foot now. Doesn't matter about intelligence here. This is going to come down to raw mechanics. Can he do it? He goes through. Zayt has the edit, but no. Arab being slippery, slips out of this one like the fish he's probably gaining from that island drop. Has to rely on them now. He's trying to find his way out of this. Zayt wants to close it out. These are two smarter, slower players, but when it comes down to box fights, they are the best 100 players in NA East, one of the most competitive regions. You can't call any of them out, and Zayt trying to take this wall, and Arab trying to go on the defensive. This is going to be a big fight for this entire tournament, Shay.
These guys are used to aggressive players. Zayt, Lance Sweaty Sands has had to defend it from so many people, all the way from open scrims, open qualifier competitions, now towards the top 100, the biggest lobby, the set lobby in this competition. Arab as well, landing at the Shark, is going to have to deal with people phasing into his box. He has Zayt in his grasp, and he does get a few shots off. It gets reset. The middle ramp, the piece in the middle of the box, so important. Arab controls it, has the ball as well, but Zayt has the shot, and in a very impressive fight, a one that lasted maybe longer than it should have, Zayt gets the upper hand and eliminates RBK Arab.
Yeah, it takes down, it gets even more of those fish as well. I love that play, being behind the reverse stair source, covering you. Player can't see it, and then you edit for the flip. Not only does it let you see through it when they can't, but you can then use that to phase into their box. Zayt didn't end up going for it, but he could have, as you see Acorn using the half-edited stair ramp in to try and get into this box, and he's trying to close this one out a little bit quicker, like we said, than Zayt closed it out, because there's more eyes on this one. Zayt could take his time. Acorn can't here, and he needs this elimination more than I think anyone I've seen today. 2 small fries, all he has to his name, but there it is. Walkman going down, and I think Acorn, nice little upgrade. He's got the small fries to floppers and picks up the minis. Acorn needed that, and he executed on it perfectly.
Yeah, especially for Storm Surge as well. The question is, though, or the thing I've noticed, Walkman, every time someone gets into a fight with him, win or lose, they're usually down with or at less HP than what they started off with, and it actually affects the rest of their game on rotation. And people usually choose to pick that fight because of things like Surge, because of their position. So Walkman will still have an everlasting effect on this final game. Still, though, 72 people left alive. Second zone now going to start closing in at some point. When it locks, that Storm Surge will go down. I don't think that'll be too likely, though, because one more person needs to go down. It might be right here. Newell trying to make it happen. Gets that big 2-tap onto Shark. And I believe that Newell was fighting Shark all the way over at Yacht, at least by default off spawn in a few scrims. Might have not happened this game, but chases him down all the way to land, and then finally picks him up over near Salty Springs.
Yeah, and we're tuning over near Agency. A drop here, and Bully getting sprayed from multiple angles. He's currently not in Yo box. He's in his own box, and that's all he's got. He's out here in the water, stranded. He had to make this little island to try and keep himself safe. Has the minis, has the big pots, but he needs to get out of here. He's in deep water right now. He can keep the builds, but this is not where you want to be. There's a lot of eyes on him. I'm just looking around here. We see Aiden on the top, Jamper, Roller, some of those big, scary names too. I would not want Roller looking down at me. Round 2, he showed what he can do when he's close to people.
He's stranded, cast away, and I'm just wondering how he got into this position. Why someone would pick water, you know, an aquatic position more so than anything else. He could be at the shoreline of Salty. He could just, you know, 100% go all in into the agency. I guess maybe these guys are very used to in NA East playing those water zones in endgame. Maybe feeling comfortable, you know, because he's been in a lot of these endgames, but it's different.
Maybe trying to hope that people can't aggressively push on his walls as easily. I mean, I've seen some very interesting plays where you can pretty much dolphin dive straight through the wall, though. The water can actually be used to phase into a box better than almost anything else. You get that extra speed, you get that big jump and momentum, but yeah, I'm questioning Bully's choice here as well. He's now stranded, no opportunity to refarm any mats, but I mean, if he can keep this in hard mats now, he's anchored to the ground, we might see a new strategy developing. Who knows? Maybe Bully knows something that we don't.
Right now, just look at the things he's doing, taking long-range SMG shots at 35 points. It seems slightly, I don't know, desperate of sorts, but meanwhile, we have people like Roller just sitting in their boxes all ominously. Okay, never mind. Did he know that Roller might have not just had any materials? I'm not sure, but this strategy pays off. I don't have any reason to why, who, or how, but I'm impressed by Bully.
Yeah, Bully knew something we didn't. You've always got to give him benefit of the doubt as well. We watch a lot of Fortnite. These guys play a lot of Fortnite, though. Top 100 in NA East, one of, if not the most competitive regions in the world. And Bully obviously knew something we didn't. We see Furious in the distance, maybe coming in to capitulate on that. We haven't seen too many of those teammate engagements today. We've got a lot of really good duos in here today. And we see Who Fishy Cares spraying down Zay. So he went from such a good position outside of Sweaty, and he gets sprayed down. And we see the launch pad falling, the flopper falling, all those things that could have easily, look at the legendary loot. He had everything he needed to close out game 6, but just falls short, unfortunately.
And now you're giving the grappler player, I believe, like all the floppers from Arab, who was at Frey Island. We're giving him the launch pad available from that Mythic POI as well. And your Shark, we're giving him like Who Fishy. If there's one person in this game right now set up to win the entire match, central zone kind of, it has to be this player right here on our screens.
Yeah, Who Fishy. That grappler, though, it is scary. It's very useful end game, but if you start using that too much in the early game, I don't know how much experience Who Fishy Cares has with it. I see that happen a lot where people get the grappler. It's not something they're used to having. It's so powerful, but it also gives you a lot of heat onto you. You get a lot of attention, so people to zip around the map trying to use as much as they can, and it gets eyes on you, though. So we'll see how Who Fishy Cares can use it as we tune in with Nut, who is currently our first place player on 99 points. Maybe one of the first players here today to break 100. He's pushing for it. Third zone here. He's alive with what looks like a very good loadout.
Yeah, all these grand final players are doing really well at the moment. I think it might be that experience of playing in week 2 all the way and winning. Right now, the top reboot rounders are taken out of the competition. I believe Sway was the first elimination this match. Crims has been taken out in 69th place just 4 eliminations ago. And the server is slowing down. So those big stacked lobbies, the opposite of what these guys really had in reboot, at least in the middle of the entire matchup, are going to be that experience, you know, showing more profits basically for these players overall before anything else. Those aggressive games aren't going to have too much of a say over here. This lobby is getting stacked. A free launch pad here as well to possibly take.
And we talk about those reboot rounders, though. Blood here, one of the players who had a phenomenal performance yesterday, so maybe still having some impact on the lobby, definitely trying to find his way through there. Could get that airdrop too. We have Smack taking on Sizz Lucky, Stacky inside the box, not looking too stacked, but now maybe jumps down, gets a really nice shot on Tukes here, but no, Smack is above him there, gets taken out. Smack has all this loot, but he is on edge zone, and he needs to make his way through. He's going to sit here and use this med kit, which might be just delaying the inevitable. Yeah, decides against it. That's a bit of a risky choice. Finds out that he is only one box from zone, boxes up in the hard mats, and now he's looking to try and get his med kit off. Hornet set up nearby. He's in a nice spot as we see Jamper and Clicks in a fight off in the distance. Jamper had a phenomenal game there. Clicks still looking to try and get his, and maybe it starts with this elimination on Jamper as we see Nut still in a great position to break that 100 points.
Not the leader of the pack right now overall for the grand finals in NA East. Clicks, the leader of the reboot round, all up in this game. At the same time, not right now, kind of uncharacteristic. No eliminations so far. Usually has 1 or 2 coming into that end game. This will be the loot that he's had off spawn, nowhere else. Limited heavy sniper bullets, only 8 chances to both jump in boxes and land long range sniper shots. Right now, he might use that close range prowess that we've seen him do so many times in end game in the middle. Nice ramp rotation to get back in the base. Could be baiting people around it, looking for any angle. There is a ramp right there you could face through from the right. He's choosing to go for it, actually for a replace. Tests the waters. A bit too cold, a bit too deep. He backs off.
Yeah, and he's inside the cone. Very smart play. He goes for underneath. He knows inside the cone. No, incredibly smart play. I didn't even see that coming. Severe. He knows he's inside the cone, so I can't come through that wall because you have 2 pieces in between me. But you've pinned yourself with only 1 piece below you. Nut comes from underneath using that low ground and gets his refresh with the heavy snipe. You can't ever count anyone out with the heavy snipe. All of these players with their mechanical skill can get a refresh at any moment.
And there's so many different worlds patterned with multiple different dimensions. We got the low ground from what we saw with Nut, but then when we just see Tabs G, you know, Bizzle, Commandment, all held up in their cones. They don't have to deal with that type of pressure. We have Assault over here right now, who has to deal with Surge, and while doing so, picks up Acorn.
Yeah, gets a really nice elimination on Acorn. Struggling a little bit here today. Had great purchasing duos with Jark, who I think is still in this game as well. We see Assault trying to take his shots through, has 4 fish to his name, and now that he's above Storm Surge, won't have to use those into the Storm Surge, where I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about it. 2 players to go down should be manageable for this lobby, but look at the congestion. Look at that southeast to southwest, that whole zone. There is no one on the northwest side. If zone goes up there, that one player that's over there might be looking real pretty, especially with that airdrop and guaranteed launch pad.
Yeah, right now we have Assault, who has one of his own, a lot of fish available for him as well. We'll see how he uses it. There's Blood, who we were talking about before, actually falling. AV, the captain of that entire side right now, just waiting to see where he wants to go. Tabs G, once again, in a different position. That looks so good. Kanata's the one in trouble right now. No eliminations. It's so big, yeah.
89 points, one of those first players to be breaking. 90 to follow up behind Nut. If he goes down here, this would be monumental for Nut to just kind of push that lead forward. Kanana's not out of things yet. He found a little bit of room to try and get his big pot off, but it wasn't enough room. Needs to get into his own box. This player is pushing forward, has the edits. He's going to find his way possibly out of this one. Kanata, one of those players like Clicks, who just for months there was grinding his box fight mechanics. One of the best in the region at it. Performing very well here today. Probably one of those players that people would have expected to see up there, who is actually performing today, trying to break his way into that top 90 to contest Nut.
But aggression, box fight tactics, that's a completely different side of the whole puzzle. Right now it's all about rotation, especially in the half and half zone, and Kanata takes it head first, dodging so many bullets, so many shots. He's the first one out, so it's not usually the person who's in trouble, but he gets clicks and into his own box, a big elimination. That's huge.
And he goes straight in. Kanata, you said he gets out, but he gets straight into the box of Clicks. He takes him down. There's going to be a lot of love lost there. Kanata focusing up, though we haven't seen the characteristic dance. No emotes thrown down. He's focusing on this game. He knows he's in second place, and he wants to catch up here. We see Nexi and Null. Null taking down Nuts, so first place has gone down. Kanata still in second here. This is his chance to close out day 1 in the lead.
And at the moment, it's all raw. He has no special tools, no RPGs. Does have a few floppers, but it's just 2 usually just used for heals, not for big plays. We'll have Null now all the way up top, also climbing towards that board. Commandment eliminated in 42nd as well. This man was in that top 10, top 15 actually, 14th place overall. Unknown could possibly surpass him if he's alive in this game currently. Caught Genesis moving forward. Jock available here as well, and Bizzle is here too. We know Nuts down. Bizzle can climb. He's in 5th place right now. It's anyone's game to see who finishes on the top slot for NA East. It's game number 6, and the end game, the moving zones, are about to start.
There's going to be a big finish. There's a lot of bragging rights on the line. We keep talking about how it's going to reward consistency and how there's 2 days, but coming out the champion of day 1 is going to be a massive mental and confidence boost going into day 2. Bizzle looking like he wants to be the one to do it, and Bizzle getting his hands on that drum gun. I don't think I've ever seen Bizzle with the drum gun before. Let's see what he can do with it. Going for the high pad, trying to find his way in, as this player down here has a really nice little spot to hold people. Needs to be careful of someone jumping in his box. Epic Whale has coined that tactic, and we saw how well it worked for Kanata on Clicks to set him up into this endgame. But Bizzle trying to go for the front side high ground retake. Beautiful builds coming out. Nothing flashy from Bizzle, but just very, very clean. And he has the high ground, and he has essentially double ARs for this. Drum gun and AR to hold this.
Yeah, but right now, just might be a bit too much for him to control. So many people flying around everywhere. Possible max overload as well on getting that entire high ground secured. Now just has a mere 800, 900 mats to play out for the rest of the whole game. And he's way too far, no harpoon to find refreshes. It's all about points right now for Bizzle. Moving closer, ever so closer on day 1 to set himself up for the $100,000 grand prize on NA East. 6 more games to follow tomorrow, but right now he's trying to cement his spot as the leader of the NA East region. We have so many people in defeat as well, taking eliminations, but it's Bizzle's game. He's on height right now.
Bizzle is heating up here. I'd have to imagine if he had a couple more games today, Bizzle would extend his lead. Maybe I spoke too soon. Gets taken down to 15 health. He has to drop. He's gone from in the absolute driver's position. He gets an elimination on Smacked, which pops him up a little bit, but not where he wants to be, as Neon is also still in this lead. Someone who was doing very well earlier today. Kanata is still there too. It is going to be come down, I have to imagine, between Kanata and Bizzle. We have Neon in front side. On 93 though, he is in contention too. This is anyone's day to take out day 1. Can Neon close it out, or is it going to go to those big names? Bizzle, Kanata. Who is going to close it out, Shio?
He's out of fuel. He needs a refresh right here. Just 2 mats. Now 1 finally remaining. Gets in front of a box. There's a wall. He phases in. Does he get the elimination? Yes. It's on to TJ. He's down. And now Neon barely has any materials. 1 flopper still in a very shambles position. Has to play low ground in this top 7 situation. Surpasses Bizzle. 104 points overall. All the old high ground Ds are now lost into this low ground jungle. But who will bushwhack and survive? Nico getting taken out. A top 4 situation right now. Neon still no builds, just using his bullets to do all the talking. He's bobbing and weaving around builds, around floors, slightly getting stuck, but nothing can stop this man when he has his eyes set on you. It's Shaz who takes a big self RPG, and Neon and Alicia in the same box. Shaz goes down to the zone, and Neon, with a huge 20-point swing in the last 4 seconds, gets possibly the first place overall in NA East.
You have to think he does have the first place, 129 points, and he comes up with it. This is going to be massive. That's his 2nd win. He won the first game today, and I think that's his 2nd win of today. So coming down to tiebreakers and points, that's a huge finish. I don't think anyone would have predicted day 1's leaderboard to look like this, Zeke.
That's right, guys. And all we have left to do is take a look together. This is going to be pretty crazy, I gotta say. This is not the way. This is not what I could have ever imagined here in NA East. But you know, they love to bring the heat. Every time I speak it out into the universe, they're like, you know what, man? We're going to give it to you, Zeke. We also cannot forget Bizzle was there. He was eliminated actually 4th. What does that mean for the standings? We saw him rising, looking for that #1 spot. But here we go, guys. It's time to take a look. Cheater Neon with the 2 victory royales, 129 points, and Bizzle there in 2nd with Kanata there in 3rd, Nut in 4th, and Eclipse in 5th.
I mean, Bizzle, 2nd place, DreamHack Anaheim, 2nd place, day 1 so far. No wins so far either. It's Neon who's the one with 2 in the 1st place slot. Both players playing so well for both placement and eliminations. Kanata right behind them, unprecedented usually. He gets going well really early, but after that fizzles out. Right now, he's up there.
Yeah, he's definitely. We saw Zayt dropping down a little bit there. I saw Mega, so a lot of those big names still up there because they've had the consistency on the day, but they didn't really close out their last couple of games. Zayt dropping down, Mega dropping down. We see Unknown Click still in that 20th. I think he's been there both times, so consistently middle pack. Needs to start kind of jumping up a little bit more. We see Coop up there, Assault, Unknown. So, and look at the elimination difference as well. You see Unknown there, 13 eliminations, but still on the 2nd page. Needs to find that consistent placement. Like we see some more of these players here. Jamper, only a few places behind him, but only 5 eliminations because he has that victory royale.
Yeah, and you know, both Eclipse, Mega, Bizzle, all in the top 10, all teammates, trying to see who's the best one out of that whole squad. At the same time, all these other people, we see, you know, people like Bizzle, people like Kanata in the top who have reputations. There's people trying to build theirs right now. Caught Genesis, one of the most strategical players we've seen so far, in bush hiding, at the same time taking his shots properly. Newell as well, who just turned on the gas, got aggressive. These guys are rolling up. Speaking of rolling, Roller at 41st right now, slightly unprecedented from his big performance in week 2. Can he bring it back?
And there's big names you can't count out. Scopes, he went down game 1 and he's just slowly been building himself back up with 6 more games in his back pocket, and that consistency we saw towards the end, he could jump up there, as we see people like Saf right down there in 50th place, someone you would not expect to see that low on the leaderboards, but they can still shake things up tomorrow.
That's right, guys. Well, that's it. That wraps up day #1 of the FNCS Invitational Grand Finals. Guys, very quick final thoughts before we sign off. Shia, we'll start with you.
I mean, right now it's time for review. It's time to set expectations for what each player needs to do for tomorrow. There's people who are winners, who are nowhere near the top 10. There's people who've never won before, right, all the way at the #1 slot, who have a chance now to take away NA East and $100,000. That's insane. It's a flip-flop everywhere, and the next 6 games we're going to see tomorrow are going to change possibly the stories for everything and everyone that we know for competitive Fortnite.
$100,000 for solos. Like, that is taking the mantle. We've only really had World Cup to go for the longest time. This is now all these players who, some of them maybe weren't even playing competitive during World Cup, have now just catapulted themselves up into the spotlight. And are they going to take the mantle and make a name for themselves too, going into whatever is next? This might be our last chance for an equally long time to crown a solos winner.
Oh my gosh, guys. You're getting me so hyped. Well, Fortnite fam, I hope that gets you hype as well. Now, if you're looking for more Fortnite action, don't forget NA West is about to start after this, so go check out your favorite content creators, streamers, wherever they're at, whatever platform, give them a view. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with the finals of the FNCS Invitational. We can't wait to see you. We can't wait to crown some champions. Till next time, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.